Welcome to a momentous occasion in the world of chess, where history, culture, and destiny collide in a dazzling display of strategy and skill. We turn our gaze to Singapore, the illustrious Lion City, a global crossroads where ancient traditions meet cutting-edge innovation and the world's bustling economic currents converge. Here, on this storied stage, the Chess World Championship unfolds, capturing the world's undivided attention. In one corner, we have Ding Liren, the reigning champion hailing from China, where a population over 1 billion stands behind him, fueling a relentless drive towards glory. Ding's journey embodies a legacy of strategic mastery and an unyielding pursuit of excellence. The road back to the World Championship has not been easy for Ding. This past year has been one of his most challenging, both on and away from the chessboard. Opposite him, from the shadow of the Himalayas, is Gukesh, the prodigious talent from India. Gukesh represents a new wave of chess brilliance from the subcontinent, leading a generation of extraordinary minds who are reshaping the landscape of the game. Since winning the candidates, Gukesh has been in top form, having one of the best ever performances at the Olympiad, where he and India won gold for the first time. As we watch these giants battle for supremacy, we are reminded of chess's rich history, a game that has transcended borders and ages, uniting diverse cultures in a single shared passion. From ancient palaces to the grand stages of modern arenas, chess remains a testament to the universal quest for intellectual triumph. In this grand spectacle, Singapore stands as the perfect host, a beacon of global unity, where every move and countermove resonates far beyond the chessboard, symbolizing the ties that bind us all. Prepare to witness a clash of titans, a celebration of strategy, and a moment where the world comes together in the name of the greatest game ever played. It is experience versus youth, Ding's unshakable resolve against Gukesh's unstoppable momentum. Who will emerge victorious as the 2024 FIDE World Champion?
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you just cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
पूरे देश का ये हाल है, हर नजर तेरे चाल पे। जब से देखा तुझे खेलते, सब थे फिदा तेरे खेल पे। अपने पीसेस कर ले अब तू सेट रे, ये टाइटल अब नहीं हार्ड टू गेट रे। पूरी दुनिया दुनिया है तुझसे इम्प्रेस रे, नामुमकिन नहीं कुछ भी when you're गुकेश रे। अब है टेंशन और इमोशन, ये है कंडीशन, पूरा नेशन रखे पेशेंस कि कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन। गो गो बुकी गो, देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है। गो गो बुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सिर पे तेरे तू अड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है। गो गो बुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। गो गो बुकी गो, चल 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 चल। यहाँ हर पल है कीमती, कीमत है तेरे ड्रीम की। जब भी तू बोर्ड पे बैठे आशा हो बस तेरे विन की। आनंद का है तू चेला, नहीं है तू अकेला। अगर अपनी गेम तू खेला तू जा अपोनेंट तो गेला। हेटर्स वाली बातें जिनकी, शुरू कर लो उल्टी गिनती। मार गिराया सबको उसने, अब बारी आई है टीम की। इंडिया, 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 गो 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 गो। अब आया है तू एंड गेम में, सब ले रहे तेरा नाम है। सबकी नजर तेरे बोर्ड पे, घर लाना है तुझे गोल्ड रे। अपने पीसेस कर ले अब तू सेट रे, ये टाइटल अब नहीं हार्ड टू गेट रे। पूरी दुनिया है तुझसे इम्प्रेस रे, नामुमकिन नहीं कुछ भी when you're गुकेश रे। अब है टेंशन और इमोशन, ये है कंडीशन, पूरा नेशन रखे पेशेंस कि कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन। देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है। गो गो बुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सिर पे तेरे तू अड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है। गो गो बुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। गो गो बुकी गो, देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। सबका बस अब ये कहना है, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। सबका बस अब ये कहना है, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। सिर पे तेरे तू बड़ा है, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है।
Here we are before round 8, and if there's one thing Singapore does well is they mix the greenery with the concrete. You know, in thinking about the first half of this championship, I'm remembering back to last year when I compared Ding to the TV show character Ted Lasso. But this year, it's more like the TV show The Bear. If you'll recall, he loses his passion for what he does best, and then throughout the course of the show, he finds it again amidst some struggle. And, well, it's not the culinary arts, but Ding has found his passion for chess again. You can see it in his face, and we're hoping to see his true fighting spirit come out. Remember, he's had a couple of chances to push, but he hasn't done so. Gukesh has pushed, but Ding has been up to the challenge. One stat that is in Ding's favor, we have had 8 previous world championships to be tied after 7 games, and the champion has won all 8 previous encounters. Remember, Magnus did it twice in 2016 and 2018. One more thing, recall my interview with Ding prior to the match where he said the one weakness of Gukesh, if there is one, is might be rapid and blitz. And if we head to tiebreaks, that is where Gukesh might be having some issues according to Ding. So here we are, second half of the World Championship beginning very soon. Now back to you guys.
Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to the 8th round of the FIDE World Championship 2024. And we have a very, very exciting day of chess ahead of us as I introduce the panel. Balraj bhai, Tania, Sahil bhai, welcome all. कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत मजा आने वाला है भाई। आज कल की धुआंधार बैटिंग के बाद आई थिंक आज थोड़ा डिफेंस करके फिर वापस काउंटर अटैक करेंगे, तो भाई लेट्स गो, वी आर ऑल सेट फॉर टुडे।
अच्छा साहिल भाई, टुडे डिफेंसिव मूड है।
स्टार्टिंग में तो डिंग भी आएंगे भाई अग्रेशन में। आई थिंक वो कहेंगे अब मेरे वाइट है भाई, तुमने इतना प्रेशर डाला, मैं भी डालूंगा।
भाई स्पीकिंग ऑफ डिफेंस, यू कांट से डिफेंडिंग विदाउट सेइंग
यस
डिंग।
Amazing, amazing. Tania, what are your thoughts on today? It seems like the match is becoming more and more even as the days pass by.
We had an incredible marathon in round 7 where we saw Gukesh get Ding, on the tightrope. Ding having to defend the opening. the opening preparation, then the middle game onslaught, and then holding it in that very difficult technical end game. Saved it, an absolute world-class masterpiece of a game. Today, I think the big question will be, who has the mental stamina and resilience to go for a fight after 6 hours of grueling play yesterday?
मैं तो थक गया था कल घर पे जाके ऐसे लगा I didn't have time only today. The next day began so quickly.
Bhai, do you see the pattern that's happening over here? Every game is just getting longer and longer. It's becoming more and more grueling. And I think you rightly pointed out, I don't know if the players are going to be tired today, they're going to be fresh for today's game. क्या लगता है आपको?
I feel that definitely some tiredness. But also at the same time, Gukesh being the younger one, 18 years old, should have the edge there. I think Ding might be a bit tired. We saw that he got ice cream yesterday. Did you see that?
No. What?
Two flavors,
Yes.
yeah? Two flavors.
Two flavors.
Two
His
options.
coach brought him
Yeah,
ice cream and Ding said, can you please bring novelties? Sorry, no. He just
Well, he will have the white pieces today, so we might see Ding come out with some big preparation. And you know, from that ice cream, yaad aaya, Sahil, from Ding chilling, the new meme taking the world by storm is defending.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. But the thing is, he might not have much time to chill because the stakes are 2x more important now with half the tournament over, only 7 games to go. One mistake could be, the end of the match.
And that's a great point that Sahil brings, right? Because we are edging now, every game counts so much, but what is the margin for risk? If it backfires, if either of the players scores at this moment, the bounce back, the comeback, having such little games remaining becomes very difficult. So the risk has to be extremely measured by both players.
I agree. This is actually a key game. In fact, we'll see if Ding is ambitious or just goes with his normal strategy of like no tension with white, that way.
यार मुझे कभी नहीं पता था जिंदगी में मुझे चेस इतना स्ट्रेस देगा. क्या हो रहा है?
Actually, a lot of people messaged me yesterday saying that they were on the edge of their seats. They never followed chess so closely. So definitely this World Championship is setting benchmarks. We also got to know that we had the 3rd highest views in terms of any chess stream in the history of chess ever. So that is really amazing. We had 2 million views, 205,000 people concurrently watching. Also had an amazing time in Habitat with so many people here. So maza aa raha hai.
Bhai, what's the number to beat?
205,000.
That's the number to beat.
No, that is what we did here. We just compete with ourselves.
अगर गुकेश जीत गया तो रिकॉर्ड काउंट करने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी भाई. Let's go.
Right, but the number to get to in this match is 7.5 points for the players. It is a best of 14. The big question is whether the match will go down to those tie breaks, to those playoffs. And I'll tell everyone one thing, before the match started, very few would have even thought of that as a possibility. The conversation was, is it going to be a match in 12, match in 13 in Gukesh's favor, the form that we've been seeing by Ding? But I think all those narratives are now out of the window because this one is a big fight.
Yes. Now I think it will definitely go until 13 games for sure. That's my feeling. 14 also, maybe the tie break. But can we have a look at the Singapore playing hall? Maybe the players have not yet arrived, but just to show the environment to our viewers, how does it feel to be there in the Aquarius Resort inside this? 2 chairs, Balraj bhai, 1 table, 32 pieces, 64 squares. How does it create so much excitement over, 2 centuries?
Yeah, because you guys are 2 centuries. Okay, sorry. I was about to say that you guys have done a great job in explaining and making it so simple for anybody to be able to understand this game. I think understanding is where it's all at. If you are able to know and understand what each person is doing, it's like playing out a conversation. And Guki's in.
Yes, his famous grey jacket. I think someone has to ask him about this in the press conference, hai na?
It's becoming a routine. It's like a superstition kind of thing now.
And he never gets in there, never goes to get his jacket. Maybe at the end of the game, he goes and picks it up. It's just something, I think he's doing it as a habit.
And there he arrives in the arena. Now, looking at this screen that we have, you know, this World Championship match, it's a clash of generations, right? And those two chairs, I feel are such a reflection of that. You've got the 18-year-old Gukesh on a gaming chair, a really cool look. And then, you know, that slightly old school office chair. I want to be comfortable in this. Ding with his own sort of comfort zone there. So a real reflection of both players.
Yes.
What a way to call someone old.
No, he's only 32.
No, I relate to Ding, you know, because that's the kind of chair that I would sit on. I cannot imagine sitting on a
Balraj
chair
bhai.
where ऐसे पीछे से आ रहा है.
Back pains ho jata hai. So all, I mean, I'm older
I
than Ding.
can visualize Balraj by sitting on gaming chair.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
100%. But
Kuch
this
bhi
is
bol
not
rahe
your. Maybe 2 years ago, maybe on that chair. Now, to Balraj bhai, you are on gaming chair.
No, I just wish I was as young as Gukesh right now.
Yeah, I just wish I could play half the chess that either of these two players play. And there we've got Maurice, Ashley. We're going to have the ceremonial moves really soon. The one thing I've noticed about these players, right? When the moves are going on, the guest is being called out. And I think it's pretty much on the mark to say this, that the players are not actually listening to any of that. We see Gukesh sitting with his eyes shut. Ding as well, you know, he looks at the cameras, usually has a flat expression, then realizes, bhai, photos खींच रही हैं, smile ले आओ. They are so locked in already. It's like blocking out the noise, Balraj.
यार कैसे कर लेते हैं? मॉरिस भाई की आवाज इतनी अच्छी लगती है ना मुझे. It feels like there's a boxing match which is about to start. He's a chess GM as well, right?
Yes.
Chat में एक अच्छा comment है कि you know he came first today. He's absolutely motivated to strike today. Do you think Black PC say he could do it?
I think he'll give his best, but Gukesh is coming first almost to every game, and Ding has arrived एकदम आराम से. But yeah, today मुझे तो opening का बहुत interest है. What will be the first move? Ding has played what? E4. He has played one game D4,
Knight
F3.
Knight F3, one London
Ladies
system.
and gentlemen,
So
and
today,
children
what
of
are we
all
going to see?
ages,
By the way, we have
welcome
one super
to
chat.
Game
Oh,
8
बाद में पढ़ता हूँ
of
super chat.
FIDE World Championship, presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa here in beautiful Singapore. I'm Maurice Ashley, and it is my pleasure to introduce the two players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh Dommaraju.
Whoa!
And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren.
Yay!
The match is currently tied at 3.5 points apiece, now going into the second half. The players have regaled us with their incredible fighting spirit and industrious play. It has indeed been a treat to watch this match so far. We have two VIPs to play the ceremonial first move. First, he is a cryptocurrency entrepreneur and the founder of Academic Labs, or AAX, a sponsor of these championships. AAX is an educational Web3 project that creates a gamified learning ecosystem online where learners and content creators can gather and develop games and videos to aid the learning of AI, crypto, blockchain, and chess. An avid chess player himself, he enjoys playing against chess engines and on online platforms. Please welcome Mr. Kingston Queck. And our next VIP. He really needs no introduction, but you should know who he is. He's a chartered accountant in his professional life and was the CFO of one of the fastest growing biomedical startups from Singapore before joining the Singapore Chess Federation as its CEO. Founded in 1949 by Professor Lim Kok An, the Singapore Chess Federation celebrates its 75th anniversary this year and is one of the oldest national sports associations in Singapore. But as a player, in 2020, he became Singapore's first chess grandmaster since 1999. He is an 8-time Singapore national champion and has represented Team Singapore in multiple major events, such as 8 World Chess Olympiads and 3 Southeast Asian Games, where he won 3 bronze medals. He also happens to be the main organizer of this local organizing committee and has made all the magic of this amazing event actually take place. Please put a big hand together for the organizer of this event, Kevin Go Wei Ming. Gentlemen.
बहुत अच्छा शर्ट है
वो तुम्हारा है
तो क्या है
B3?
बहुत अच्छा लड़का है
अरे यार
अरे क्या हो
सही बोला सही बोला
38 years का है
B3, right?
हाँ
तानिया 86 में
हाँ, it's been
No chance. No chance.
B3 खेला
No chance. There will be.
ceremonial.
And with that, let the game begin.
let's go
So what is going to be the first move, guys? क्या लग रहा है?
I will tell you what will not be the first move. It will be 1b3, which was played as a ceremonial move.
अरे but Tanya, what is the first
Oh,
move?
English 1c4
wow.
for the first time in the match.
Oh yes, it has not been played before, and Gukesh, as has been the tradition, responds instantly. At least पहला move तो वो ऐसे दिखाता है. I'm not surprised. Oh, and Ding gets off his jacket immediately.
पिछली गेम में भी ऐसे ही किया था.
Why first
Exactly
move?
same.
नहीं, he does it sometimes on 4th move, sometimes 8th move. अभी first move से ही direct. Wow, so we have C4, E5. It's also the reverse Sicilian, you can say. Knight to C3 खेला गया है.
It's the English opening. You know, we've had the London, now we've got the English on the board. Knight c3 and bishop comes out to an active square. Sagar, I do play this opening with the black, but already this is not this is a non-standard setup that Gukesh has chosen. Usually, instead of the bishop coming out first, black develops the kingside knight, brings it towards the center, and immediately tries to strike with d5. Instead, we see Gukesh play bishop b4, and look at that.
And
it's the white
Ding
knight.
jumps forward, attacks the bishop here. Bhai, it is told don't move the same piece twice in the opening, but he does it because now the bishop is attacked. And what did Gukesh play? He got his bishop back.
He gets his bishop back, and now it might seem that, hey, wait a second, hasn't black just lost a tempo? But by provoking that knight to the center of the board, you've also made it prone to attack. That c pawn can move forward, then the d pawn will move forward and capture the center. So it's a provocation by Gukesh.
Also, if you think about it, the knight can take the bishop, queen takes, and white can claim the bishop pair advantage. So that is already a good thing, right, to have in the opening. Maybe what Gukesh is essentially saying is, my knight comes out, my other knight comes out, I castle, I push my pawn, my bishop comes out, so I won't miss having the bishop pair. It's a debate there, Sahil bhai.
And Sagar bhai, I think 1c4, Ding is like, it's one of his main choices, right? So I would expect कि Gukesh की team ने बहुत deep preparation करी होगी यहाँ पे. So this is going to be very, very interesting as we see Ding calculate what to do.
Tania, how many games do we have after bishop e7?
So again, bishop b4 is a move that's played, but it's not the most common move in this position. Now, after the knight jumps forward attacking the bishop, it usually drops one step back, placing it on a more active square with bishop c5. Bishop e7 is the second most popular move, but the difference is not that much. Bishop c5, 1500 times played. Bishop e7, around 1300 times. So it's still a very explored territory.
And I remember Vishy Anand plays this with black. And it doesn't come as a surprise because Anand loves knights. So knight takes bishop agar hoga, to I believe maybe Gukesh has perhaps discussed this line with Vishy. Who knows?
So तभी यहाँ पे knight d5 main line बन गया ना, क्योंकि विशेष को knight देने को ready नहीं था भाई.
Exactly.
So usually, what has Ding done historically? Has he preferred bishops over knights, or do we have any of that information?
I personally think Ding plays as per the position. I don't think he has a very specific minor piece preference, like let's say Anand or Fisher. But yeah, right now I think he's a little bit surprised, no? He's not making his move. It's been 2.5 minutes.
And I think the reason for that is, one, bishop b4 that Gukesh played, and second, not coming back to the c5 square, but going all the way back. To Balu's question about bishop versus knight, yesterday's game, it was Ding with that knight on the center of the board.
Yeah.
That was the big star for him. That
Yeah.
saved the game. So maybe he's feeling a little more affinity towards knights today. Not giving them up very quickly.
Good point. And Ding has played knight d5 once so
Khela
far.
hai, acha.
Yep. And that was in 2019. Rakesh Bhai with the amazing stat. And he won that game against Yu Yangi at the World Cup.
Oh, and I'm going to check out here in the database कि वो game कैसे हुआ था. If we just look at this position, in fact, Ding Liren, as you pointed out, has reached this position once before.
By the way, Magnus also has played this thrice. So very interesting. And knight to f3 played by Ding finally.
Oh, he brings his knight. He doesn't take the bishop. He attacks the pawn here. And Gukesh very quickly pushes his pawn to d6, defending it. And now Ding speeds up. So he was just recollecting which line to go for. g3 on the board. He wants to get his bishop on this long diagonal here. And now what does Gukesh play? I think he'll get his knight out to f6.
And I'm really glad you said that, because he first starts with the kicking the knight, asking questions ki bhai tumhara knight aage to aa gaya hai, but what do you want next? Are you going to retreat or give up this monster knight, allowing the queen to come out into the game, get a developed square early on? But I'm just wondering, by delaying that developing move you were pointing out, Sagar, black knight coming out to f6, are we going to see an f5 before bringing that knight out?
Oh, yes, maybe. That's the reason why he's not developing the knight anymore. He may want to grab more space in the center with the f-pawn. For now, Ding is like, maar do bishop ko ya piche jao? Because, you know, he can also go back. In that way, he's not getting rid of this knight. Black has less space. So you keep this bishop, which is not particularly a great bishop.
But f5 हो गया तो मजा ही आ जाएगा भाई. Then we know we'll be on the edge of the seat from move number. I think 7 से कल हम थोड़े हक्के बक्के रह गए थे. अभी पता नहीं कौन सा move number है. 6.
हाँ, exactly. This is already move number 5 right now. So, by the way, I must tell you, this position has been reached before only 10 times. 10 बार पहुंचा है, and the highest rated player to play this with black is Fabiano Caruana. He has played it at the World Blitz Championship against Wakidov Jakongir, and here the game had continued in that one to take the bishop. ऐसे. This is how the game had continued. So, Wakidov was the second of Ding in the match Nepo versus Ding. So maybe he's still the second.
ये ऐसे कोई क्राइम थ्रिलर की तरह नहीं है, कोई से पुराने लिंक निकल जाते हैं, वैसे वो चार्ट बनाना पड़ेगा ऐसे.
Wow. So in
CBI बने हुए हैं, but a different kind.
By the way, we got a super chat by contemporary blogger who says, huge respect to Tania, whose ambition has elevated chess in India. Just got to see Tania commentating in 2013 World Chess Championship.
Thank you.
Does she age?
Oh.
Oh, wow.
That was a twist at the end, but thank you so much for your kind words. And 2013, I think it was, my first commentary gig. So we've all come a long way. 2013, Magnus Vichy had the experience and the honor and the privilege to do that. And then now, 11 years later, the second Indian ever to fight for the crown.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, Tania, I remember your words. By the way, he takes the bishop. Knight takes e7. And what is Gukesh going to take with? Oh, he takes with the knight.
Yeah, that's natural move.
Bhai, f5 hone wala hai. At some point, now that the knight is not blocking that pawn, this position... Oh,
what? Oh, sorry. f6?
भाई थोड़ा अटक गया. 2 square आगे जाने के जगह, it has gone only 1 square ahead.
Maybe he doesn't want to push his pawn into unknown territory. Maybe he wants to keep a stronger position. Maybe he wants to be defending better rather than going for, like, you know, just an attacking position because he's black.
Also, Balraj bhai, if you look at it, he's just bolstered his pawn on
Yes.
e5,
Yes.
which means later he may want to break this way in the center.
Yes.
I got me to Ben Feingold गुस्से में अभी recap बनाना start कर दिए होंगे already.
I will say one thing about F6. If this was an online game, and if I was commentating on it, I would have said mouse slip. Bhai, thoda aage jana tha. But fully agree with the point that Balraj and Sagar are making, that in Gukesh's mind, it's the other central break that he wants.
Guys, I must tell you that this is a new move. 5 games had reached here. All 5 games Black had castled, including the Caruana game. So Wakhidov, I think Gukesh's team went over the game, saw that this position can arise, and told Gukesh, "Bhai, you have to play this new idea, F6."
So now it's a novelty.
It's a new move, yes, first time ever played in the history of chess, at least in the databases. And the question is now, how long will Ding think? Because
35
yesterday he took 30 minutes when surprised, or how much? 30, 35. So perhaps today he might do the same.
So while Ding thinks, I want to understand, when does it stop being theory? I mean, I've heard this a lot, that this is opening theory, this is theory. So in this game, when did it stop being theory? When did it start going into that, okay, now this is where we start actually pushing ourselves, pushing our own strategies?
I think once you have no games played, already it's a non-theoretical position.
All right.
Theory is generally when lot of games are played. So you can already say that they were out of theory very much, like yahan pe 5 games, 10 games, not much was played. But still, when one game is played, you cannot say that it's completely non-theoretical, right? They knew it beforehand.
Sure.
And now F6 means we are out of theory, but you can say Gukesh is still in his preparation.
But
So-
very interesting. So once you leave the engine on for a while, it comes up with F6 as the best move.
Acha.
So it is clearly been preparation, very deep preparation, and Ding, I think, अब लंबी सोच में जाने वाले हैं.
See, my general understanding of chess tells me that when such a move is played, white must strike in the center with d4. Because with that, you are then saying, hey, your pawn looks a bit weird here. Does that make sense?
It does, but then what you're calculating is, have you set up black to advance further and gain some
E4?
space? E4 and then consolidate it with D5 on the next move.
Wow. And then push. So all pawns go one step ahead. Dheere.
Saath. Hum saath.
Nice.
You know, to your point, I think traditionally openings end when pieces are developed and you get your king to safety. But an opening is not the equal of theory. A theory is a very well-discovered, well-thought-of, gone deep into kind of positions. And we've seen in the last 2 games, I mean this one with F6 and Rook E1 in the previous game, that Gukesh's camp is coming up with these really fresh position ideas. And it brings back to the talk of seconds, right? The role of Gayu in this one, Gayovisky, who's been working with Gukesh for such a long time. And there's an interesting story, I think, to this, Sagar, because Gayu used to be the second to a player from Poland, Polish number 1, Radek. Radoslav Wojtaszek. Gayu was seconding him. And then Radek started working with Vishy. And then somewhere, the 3 of them, their worlds collided, and Vishy was like, Gayu has some really interesting ideas, has the ability to find these fresh positions, unexplored territory. And maybe Vishy advised Gukesh that work with him.
Yeah, I do feel that just the fact that Vishy, when he started to get less active in chess, and he said, all my years of experience that I worked with Gaevsky, now also Gaevsky himself would have been interested to work with Gukesh, but Vishy himself saying that, okay, Gukesh, you and Gaevsky can now work together. This is already a great contribution to Gukesh's career, I feel. And I guess Waka, Westbridge, they all have supported this relationship of Gaevsky and Gukesh in a very nice way.
So tell me, once the championship ends, are the teams revealed? Or are they still kept secret?
Actually, I thought when Gukesh won the candidates, he would reveal.
Yeah.
But then Gukesh clearly knew that the World Championship is coming. So he said, let me be discreet about this. Now, when this World Championship ends, I hope Gukesh doesn't think, oh, another one is coming in 2 years.
I hope he thinks exactly that at the end of it.
But usually they have to, because seconds also want that, recognition to some extent. So usually they will reveal after the World Championship. But as of now, it's a complete mystery. And of course, they can have new seconds the next time to compensate for some people being known.
And very often they reveal part of it. They'll reveal some of the members, but some that they want to keep secret, they won't. And the reason for that is, and I think we've spoken about this
इसको replace करना है.
They're not thinking like our panel. Bhai, Rose kuch crazy karte hai. But it's more that when a second is revealed, the opponent's team is not only preparing against the player themselves, but against that second too. Looking at their lines, looking at where can they find an idea. So you want to keep that secret.
Correct. Wow. By the way, we have an amazing super chat by Sarthak Singh who says, if white castles here, black can even go G5.
Whoa.
Okay, engine clearly doesn't like it. But the idea is H5, H4, भाई attack पे जाते हैं bishop यहाँ पे क्या पता?
See, this is when I feel really old because I was taught to bring out the pieces. Don't make pawn moves very quickly. But modern chess is nothing like that. If there's a concrete line that poses real questions and problems to the opponent, this younger generation is not afraid to take it on.
For me, being a part of the older generation, I think that I would prefer developing more of my minor pieces, and then finally, because I'm already, I have a good center with the pawns right now.
You are already a dad and you have already a lot of stress.
So consolidate. Consolidate wherever your resources are. Enjoy life a little. Why do you want to be so risky?
Correct. Correct. By the way, Cricket Outlook says that few suggestions for the panel, since a lot of audience is non-chess, break down chess terms like seconds, chess engines, what does eval bar mean? By the way, Balraj bhai, to this point, I must tell that yesterday my mother-in-law, she called Amruta and said that Balraj bhai on the panel asks those questions which are on her mind as well. So, you are actually asking so many questions that are on the minds of so many people.
I feel really grateful for being able to just be on this panel of NM, IM, winner of
GM, bye, gentleman.
But see, honestly, I'm learning a lot with you guys and watching while you all streamed and whatever you all did during COVID. That really brought a lot of interest towards this game. So I'm happy that I'm still at that level where I can just ask these questions.
Amazing.
Never improve, Balraj. We love this level.
Exactly.
Balraj bhai is so busy in growing habitat and so many other things. I don't think he'll improve at chess.
Sagar bhai, कल ही CO भी कुछ confirm हुआ तो Balraj bhai, maybe we can see him there.
Balraj bhai, wildcard entry in COB.
Chalo, I'll be one of the first to go out of that championship. At least I know that much.
Yeah, let's see. By the way, we were talking about COB and there was one player who played in COB and we were expecting him today. Is he supposed? Will he arrive today?
I'm going to quickly message him कि भाई कहाँ हो भाई?
भाई पूछ लो.
Hint तो दे दो.
No, it's he's played COB before.
Oh, so let's see if our audience can guess who's coming.
And he played it in front of a former world champion COB.
Ooh.
So
is he a comedian?
No, he's not a comedian.
By the way, that reminds me, I had played in the first COB as well, which had happened because I was a part of the organizing team at that point in time. It was just an idea at that point in time.
Yes.
And I remember playing Anirban and he had given up a queen, a free queen is what he had given. So I will never forget that.
And you didn't take it, right?
I took it.
Achha.
Of course.
You were not a gentleman back then.
No, I did think about it for 3 minutes that because it's Anirban, right? He can be creative. But he had, I think, done a, what do you call it? A mistouch. Yeah.
A mouse slip.
Mouse slip, yeah.
Got it. Okay, so right now this move, F6, is making Ding's head spin a bit. He's not making his move, and this has been quite a tradition here in this World Championship match. Surprise Ding, make him bleed on time. Suddenly we all get a lot of hopes. Then Ding plays like a genius. And
is this move 7?
Yes.
Rook e1, move number 7.
Array!
The big surprise from game 7.
Allah for a reason.
Yeah.
And today as well, springing up again a fresh idea on the exact same move number.
7, yeah. This is actually, I think move number 7 has to do something. This is game number 8 though. But
And how difficult
7
it
plus
is,
1.
right? Move number 7 पे कुछ novelty type निकालना. हम तो 20-25 move पे novelty ढूंढते हैं आजकल top players.
correct. And this just goes to show that chess is still very much alive. All those who say that chess has been completely tried out, so many moves are now played. But where there's a will, there is a way.
Yeah, and that way often comes when you go deeper into the path. Because how teams come across these ideas, fresh position, you know, in a time and age where everything is so explored on the chessboard, you usually see a move which the engine doesn't give as a top move. And often the evaluation after that move is that this can't be very good for you. But the more you wait, the more ideas you explore, the deeper you get into it, you realize that this is very playable. So the point is to find those aspects which at first don't appeal to you, but eventually you realize ki isme hai jaan, and then you play it because it asks questions to your opponent who hasn't seen this move before.
Great point, Tania. So I want to know what are the possible moves for white? I mean, apart from just castling, what are the other things that white should be doing? And I'd also like to ask the audience over here, who's come over here to watch
क्या
this.
लग रहा है आप लोगों को कि if you were in Ding's shoes, so what would you have thought here as white? Castle, yes, this is definitely a move, very logical move. King castling करेगा. Anything else? E4?
Yeah, that's interesting.
D4 या E4? E4, actually E4 is a very interesting move as well. Pushing the pawn, although the engine suddenly shows better maybe for black. And I'm a bit surprised here.
I wonder if that's because notice how after this move you've left this big spot at the center of the board, which now a white pawn cannot defend or attack. Meanwhile, that counterpart on d5, you already have a c6 pawn taking care of it. Also, after a move like c5, mirroring the structure, it's the black knights that will eventually get to that square faster.
क्या बात है? Very cool. C5 is such a good move here. Although wasting time, there's no knight to jump here, but there is a knight to jump here.
So also wanted to just suggest right now that whoever comes up with the top 2 moves for today, and if in case they do get played by the champions right now, then you get 1 free month subscription membership at chess.com by the team over here. So more suggestions, guys.
Also, those who give the right suggestion and clearly the audience of the day gets a chance to turn the scorecard. So that is also a small little perk, guys. So थोड़ा सोचने के लिए हम आपको मजबूर कर रहे हैं. We are kind of forcing you to think here.
और अभी गुकेश ने मजबूर कर लिया डिंग को सोचने के लिए because he's 14 minutes almost on this move. And it feels like, hey, this is the opening stage. You want to make natural looking moves. I think another move that comes to my mind is a move like d3. I really want to stop this e-pawn from moving forward. Oh, he goes for castle. I think it's a really human approach here.
And if Gukesh plays his move quickly here.
Which he does.
अच्छा, खेल दिया. Bishop e6, did he play that?
Yes, attacking that pawn on the other side.
This is hanging now.
I have a question. Gukesh is delaying his castling a little bit. ऐसा feeling सा आ रहा है. Do you think?
मत बोलो.
नहीं कुछ ऐसा नहीं हो सकता ना जो मैं सोच रहा हूँ. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता.
बताओ क्या सोच.
कह दो ये नहीं हो सकता वाह.
बताओ ना.
हो गया तो crazy हो जाएगा. I think what Sahil wants to say, Sahil, please.
Yeah, basically, so he has the option of castling king side, but he's delaying it for some reason. So वो अंदर का वो Spidey sense कह रहा है कहीं queen side castle ना कर दे long term. That will really elevate queen d7, bishop h3, and you delay castling even more.
And also, how about h5, h4? That's a very typical idea. So let's imagine if you go d3, saving this pawn. I play queen d7, which is a decent move. Maybe you play b3, putting your bishop on this diagonal. I push. You go here. Push. You take this pawn. Now, I push your knight back and then go in with the bishop. This is the dream attack for black. निकालो bishop को, queen se ghus jao andar and then checkmate the king.
This
Isn't
actually looks like checkmate in the air if something like this happens. And when Sahil started saying about delaying castling, I could feel it. He's going towards the queenside castle option, but it's very possible. It feels like Gukesh is playing the black pieces like he's playing with white.
Yeah.
He's making these ambitious moves very early on.
But that's also because of the way Ding opened as well, right? He moved his knight twice. He's having to go back and forth with his pieces. So I think that's the reason why currently the ball is in Black's court to be able to play how he wants to.
I think this is the perfect time for predictions. Will we have a long castle by Gukesh in this one?
Just a small note.
Has he played?
Castling has happened, right?
Yes.
On our somehow our chesscom board.
Live game has...
Live game has not updated. That's why the timer is still running. So maybe that's a small little bug there. It'll get fixed very shortly.
But short castle and bishop e6 is on the board. We can see it on the camera.
Yeah. By the way, Anirudh is saying he has ordered 4 strawberry ice creams from Zomato for our hardworking panel. Nice.
भाई एक हमको ही भेज देते हैं.
अपने लिए.
Oh, अच्छा.
Tanya is like,
I thought खुद के
Tanya,
लिए ऐसे
please
enjoy
be
कर.
careful what you ask today. You are going to get it. जैसे काश हमारे लिए and the ice cream comes. और कुछ मांगना है तो maybe a Gukesh win.
I should at the
Yes.
right moment. But, when I was in Calcutta for the Tata Steel, and I asked for sandesh, I don't know how many boxes of sandesh I've had to have in my hotel room, which I could never finish.
Really?
It was
How
very
many,
sweet.
Tanya?
I think 4 डिब्बे यार.
बाप रे.
It was very
Okay.
sweet. 4 या 5 तो आ ही गए थे.
वड़ा पाव मांग लो यहाँ पे मुंबई का famous.
Tanya, I have a question for you. So when you've played the Olympiad, you won gold. So when you have the Indian flag next to you and you're playing a game of chess, ऐसे कभी ऐसे नजर जाती है and then you feel like 10x more motivated कि यार I'm playing for it. Like how does it feel sitting there? Like I think you will answer it best.
It's the most special feeling. I mean, for me, it's very personal because when I started playing chess, getting into the Indian team and representing India on that stage was really my sort of biggest inspiration. My Nanaji, he's been in the army, so we grew up around all these stories and patriotism ऐसे खून में ही था. तो मुझे हमेशा लगता था कि यार Indian team में जाना है. So this
nice
is
story.
a very big factor for all players to have the flag next to them when they're playing. It definitely gives you a lot more motivation. Seeing that, you're carrying the hopes and dreams of 1.4 billion people with you. They know that everyone's watching, involved with this game. So it's a huge thing. But then once the game starts, right, and you start making the moves, I think as chess players, we get so into the zone, and it's so important to forget about all these factors, because sometimes they can put added pressure on you.
So Tanya, when, for example, you were making moves which you know are leading into lines which are making you win, or the second you see that your opponent has blundered, how does that affect, like now you know for a fact that okay, I am going to win this. I know I'm going to win this. And how does that feel when the flag is sitting right there next to you on the table?
Yeah, it's a really big thing, it's constantly like somewhere there. You try to focus on the task at hand, but really the dream. I mean, we have this beautiful photo of Gukesh as well, right, with the flag wrapped around. I think our biggest motivation as the Indian team at the Olympics through the years, been playing since 2008, in each one of the edition was कि यार वो podium पे जाके flag, Indian flag को देखना है. You want the national anthem to play and you want everyone to stand up for it. So that's, I feel, just the thing that aspires and inspires you. And maybe like you're saying, Balraj, in difficult moments, it's something that pushes you to give even more.
And also when you see the opponent has blundered. You're like, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think at this level, it's rare you get to see blunders, but those little mistakes, getting excited about it, it's a big part of it.
Can we have Tanya open the chat once? It's crazy, by the way.
Thank you.
I remember commentating during the Olympiad, and I was like, okay, Tanya is sitting there, now I'm sitting here, so it's insane. And congrats again, for getting us gold. It was such a great moment, for Indian chess.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, we have a move?
No, huge moment.
No, it was. I mean, to be really honest, like for me, the 22 Olympiad I thought would be my last Olympiad. And how it went, I think everybody knows the story of it by now. And I was like, "ठीक है, life में bronze medal, that was where it was supposed to be." I got to play 5 matches, so not as much as I played in the previous ones, but it was really the biggest moment in our careers and I think our lives actually.
Next question is, will we see Tania in
we have a move,
2026 as well?
B3.
B3 played.
It's going in
by
that direction,
Ding.
by the way. We just saw D3.
But I think what Ding is planning is he doesn't want to play this one move here. He will push it 2 moves, 2 squares ahead. Meanwhile, Gukesh is like,
D5.
I'm not going for
He's
a
gone.
mate. I'm going for the central push here. D5. He's still in his preparation.
How is that possible? First you have to preempt that your opponent will play the English opening.
Which you can.
Which you can at the, maybe, if not as much as yesterday, but when you were preparing for the whole match, right?
Right.
But then you have to find your own line. Also think about ki my opponent will take this structure and this is where I will go. Usually, traditionally in chess, white is the one who surprises.
Yeah.
But look at the speed with which Gukesh is responding. It's like he knows all of chess. Like he is chess right now.
Also, does this mean that by pushing the c pawn, it's like trying to thwart black's intention in the future to castle on the queen side, saying that okay, my pawns are coming towards your queen side, so it works as a preventive measure. Does that happen in any way? Does it work that way?
I think right now, just taking the center is limiting white's pieces. And Gukesh can decide, like for example, if white ever pushes this, he will push this ahead.
Okay.
And if you put your bishop here, you can very well expect this pawn to push ahead
Correct.
to close this bishop, although this looks not so great. Maybe there is some move. Maybe there is this some pressure here. But just to say that these 2 pawns are very interestingly placed in the center to move ahead. And clearly, I don't think Gukesh is going for long castle ideas. He's just going for short castling here.
I mean, otherwise your king is left out in the open in that corner.
That's what I feel. This is the feeling I get. Meanwhile, after d5, Ding goes.
Okay.
Bishop a3. Bhai, bishop. What is up with Ding and bishop a3 move?
And the a3 square, he even placed his queen in one of the games on the a3
Yes,
square.
A3
so he
square.
clearly likes that square for pieces that can be diagonally active. But this
But
is
it's
smart.
a free pawn.
It's a free pawn, but he's playing for look at that bishop. It's going to pin that knight on e7. I think we have to look at this line, what happens.
Yes,
Pawn
let's
takes
take the
pawn.
pawn.
The bar just goes up like crazy.
Okay, guys, you need to help us here.
Yes.
Why is this a bad move? Is it because white can simply recapture, or is there something else that we are missing?
I would capture,
So if you take,
yes. Bishop
And
takes
I
pawn.
take back.
And here there's a move.
भाई, बहुत ही खराब
This
move
is
है.
the move that we have to find.
This is so bad. It is almost a decisive edge, clearly a decisive edge for white.
Any suggestions, guys?
And it doesn't look very obvious, for such a big advantage. But you must always look at perhaps the hanging pieces. This bishop is hanging. This pawn is unsupported. Something here. क्या हो सकता है?
You get the feeling like there's something in the air with all these factors that you've said, but there's a very precise, there has to be, because the bar just shoots up.
Yeah, like if you play a very slow move, sorry?
What about something like queen a4? Maybe, I don't know. Queen
C2, queen a4, Balraj bhai. I can
me
just
over.
drop my
Drop my
bishop
bishop
back.
back.
So
Okay.
that drops your advantage quite a bit.
I have an idea in this position.
Yeah.
So time is of the essence. Can white actually, sorry, did someone have a suggestion?
Queen c2, I again go back with my bishop.
Also, e2 is hanging in some lines, so we have to be a little careful.
Yeah, but it's not a bad move, but there is something better.
Okay, queen c2 clearly was a very decent option. We saw the bar not go down completely. Can white strike in the center here? Can you go d4? I have my pieces ready. I'm not giving you time to castle.
That's a good move, Tanya.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Meanwhile, a move has been played by Gukesh. He's like, I'm not tempted with this pawn. मैं तो castle कर रहा हूँ अपना. Simple move.
Thank God. भगवान से शुक्रिया अदा कर दो भाई.
I think that was very dangerous for black to get greedy at that point. And this is Also not Gukesh's style. He plays for the initiative. He's the one who sacrifices material like he did yesterday to gain control of the center. So he will never go for pawn takes pawn
He
here.
likes to bait. He doesn't like to get baited.
Exactly.
Okay.
But यहाँ पर this variation, just to finish it, is so beautiful because after take, you strike in the center and you say कि your king is in the middle, and if you push your pawn forward, the knight goes back, hits the bishop, hits the pawn, and this is already a huge advantage to white.
But this is where I was stuck because I was wondering if black has queen takes pawn, and I couldn't calculate it further because there's queen a4 ideas, there's a lot happening, and the bar says it's a horrible move
Also,
for black.
Tania, maybe just take here with knight d6 coming in.
So you trade the queens
Yeah.
but go into a favorable endgame.
Just looks crushing.
Yeah.
With this bishop here, this rook here.
Very strong initiative.
Very powerful.
Yeah, in this position, I would usually be black.
Yeah, it's the result of a greed. Like if you go greedy for the pawn, then you are going to get into trouble. So castle is safe. अच्छा है, no problem.
Sagar bhai,
हाँ भाई.
what do you make of this structure? जो ये c6, d5, e6, f6, not very common. The black has so much.
I love the structure actually. I mean, the knights are unhappy a bit because these are the squares where the knights go to. They have been taken by the pawns. But you know, this knight can go here. And ये दोनों pawn कितने सही, like they are standing so well in the center, controlling all the squares. I like black. I think black has a very nice position out of the opening.
Sagar bhai, is this pawn structure one of the oldest pawn structures or one of the most basic openings which have happened? Like because of how strong it is. Like I'm sure like such a pawn structure would have come up in a lot of amateur basic opening, because I have seen this when my dad used to teach me back as a kid, because he used to really like the fact that whenever there's an opening like this, whenever he would play, he would try to teach me that once you've castled, etc., try to have a structure like this. Of course, we would have f7 instead of basically the pawns like this.
Yeah, this is a very good structure because generally they say if you have two pawns in the center, it's amazing. White must do something to disturb it. But one can say it looks like a namaste structure, you know, ऐसे हाथ जोड़ के. By the way, move coming in. Rook c1. Ding is like, Gukesh, I'm not touching your structure. He's playing a hyper modern strategy. Like in the center, he has not touched his pawns, while Gukesh has his pawns in the center. So it's a clash of ideas, you know, Balraj bhai. It's like someone in the early 1900s, they used to say center is important. Then some guy said, nahi, I don't believe center is important, and he's playing like that. So what do you think, Sahil bhai, here? What is the move that Gukesh should play?
I think both of the players are kind of waiting for the other to take a decision कि भाई तू c4 मार दे या d4 कर दे या e4 कर दे ताकि मेरे pieces of squares मिले.
You've got to move.
Yeah, rook c1, and he's just waiting for black to react in some way, and he's not committing his d pawn as well. So I'm not exactly sure what Gukesh will do now. Because knight d7 looks very natural, right? You can play the knight to d7, but the bar doesn't like it for some reason.
Knight d7 somehow feels like, you know, यहाँ पे queen, शायद this square belongs to the queen perhaps. And by the way, Abhishek says after game 7, Gotham Chess said there are more games, said the more games drawn, the higher the chances that Ding wins. What are your thoughts? Interesting question.
We did touch upon this briefly, right, Sahil? If the match, first, the concept that lesser number of games remaining, can Gukesh be as gutsy as we've seen him to take the kind of risks that he's been taking? Because the margin for return becomes so limited after that. And risks also come with the factor of sometimes backfiring. Let's say the match did go down to the wire and you've got a tie break, you've got to go into the rapid playoff. I am of the opinion that in classical, you know, if we give Gukesh, let's say, a 65-35 odds or a 70-30 odds at least at the start of the match, before the rapid playoffs begin, I think it gets very equal. I think Ding, with his experience of playing a world championship tiebreak, how he is with speed chess, don't forget, yesterday with seconds on the clock, He was blitzing out accuracy after accuracy. Gukesh doesn't have as much experience in speed chess. I would say that he's got a point that he's making, that in faster time formats, Gukesh is not a clear favorite.
Absolutely. And just to add to that, I think they said, Magnus and Levy both said, with every match that doesn't end in Gukesh's favor, they are going to add 5% to Ding's chances. So that's very, very interesting. And also, Rakesh by sending a stat that after 7 games, whenever the score has been 3.5 each, the champion has won the World Championship.
Oh, bye.
So, as of now, he has to kind of create history. Balraj bhai, yeah.
So, I mean, can you say that Gukesh loves to be more creative rather than going for a scenario where he would rather play against someone in time?
He's definitely... Yes, Sagar.
Yeah, no, I think in general he loves to think, he loves to strategize, he loves to calculate. Gukesh is not that person who likes to go for these positions where you are under time trouble and you outplay your opponent. That hardly happens in his games. Okay. It may be a consequence of a long game, but I think it's not something that he aims for. He loves to fight with ideas, out-calculate, out-maneuver his opponent. So classical chess is his forte, and I think it might be good if Gukesh finishes the match in 14 games, because perhaps I'm not very sure if he's such an underdog in the tiebreak, but a little bit, yeah.
But it will be exciting to see what happens over there, because it's not a new territory clearly for Gukesh, but at the same time, it will be something which will be definitely challenging.
Definitely. I think we shouldn't be reaching there. By the way, our super chat says if Gukesh runs out of prep, I feel it's easier to make moves as white. Calling this right now, Ding is going to win this.
That's a very bold statement to make on CBI chat.
Super chat वापस कर दो भाई.
No, but I think interesting point, although I'm not really sure if it's easier to make moves as white. I mean, for example, if I play Queen D7, is that such a terrible move? What's the easy move for white now? Like, what's your move? I mean, I have a plan like A5, Knight A6, maybe coming here. I can centralize my rooks wherever. I don't see it as easy.
I think the point is not for white to find move by move, but a plan, a setup for the pieces. And one idea that comes to mind is put your queen on C2.
Yeah.
Put your rook on D1. I want to take a call whether I want to go D3 or not next. At the right time, trade on D5 and capture the C line would be the dream. Black has this beautiful pawn chain at the center of the board. But let's not forget, from a long-term perspective, white has the bishop pair. The moment there are trades, the moment the game opens up, bishops being long-range pieces can start spitting fire down the board.
I agree. Like, we shouldn't forget about the bishop pair clearly. And as Tania clearly points out, if I make a move like A5 now, wanting to go here with my knight, perhaps pawn takes pawn, and I'm not so sure what to take with, because if I take with the knight, my rook is hanging.
Oh, he's gone A5. A5 on the board.
He played A5 without Queen D7.
Very smart, because for Queen C2, you have the option of jumping with your knight to A6, controlling, if we just show that, Sagar, Queen C2, can you go knight A6 here and control that C7 square? You've already placed a nice pawn on A5.
Yeah, I think clearly Gukesh wants to head with his knight to A6 with this move A5. Also, looking for maybe some ideas with A4, activating his rook down the A file. So interesting development here with A5, and white is not really finding his foot in the center. If he goes D4, E4 is coming in. You don't maybe want to go for this structure as Ding, and you can't push the pawn to E4. That's just a pawn blunder. So kya khele, like? What is the... I mean, I want to just flip that super chat and say it's looking tougher for white to find moves.
ये अभी अगर सिंप्लीफाई करने जाएंगे तो क्या होता है? ये जो टेंशन है बीच में जो बना है.
You take, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a very valid point. Which way to capture? Maybe now take with the pawn so I can get my knight here.
Both players out of prep, I think, because even Gukesh took 10 minutes for this move. And Ding is still behind, but we've seen how he can easily handle time at the end. So this is not a huge edge.
The thing is, right, as white, you really want to try to get a central break with either d4 or e4 in. But it's so difficult to achieve that because the moment you go d4, black's pawn on e5 will move one step ahead and get a good control of the center.
And like I have this very nice pawn chain again.
But again, it's so impressive, the speed with which Gukesh is playing, finding all these ideas. And we spoke about the role of seconds and the team of trainers. And once again, Rakesh sending some really cool stuff. What would we do without Rakesh here, man?
Well, Rakesh bhai really bringing in the stats that elevates the experience for all the viewers. What is the new stat?
This time it's not a stat, it's a quote by Magnus. And I think it's very, he puts it into words so articulately what we were discussing earlier. And Magnus said yesterday in his recap that what we are seeing, and I think this was for the move rook e1 perhaps, that this is kind of vintage Gajewski, Gukesh's main trainer. He finds a lot of these ideas, these absolutely obscure ideas, and the thing about them is that the engine hates it at first, and then the more you analyze it, it's playable.
And I think that is a match made in heaven for Gukesh and Gajewski to be together, because Gukesh loves to think over the board. He was brought up without engines till Grandmaster stage. So he's not too much concerned that the engine gives it a minus position. And so Gajewski coming up with this ideas, Gukesh ready to try it out. ये जो second or player, the one who's the trainer and player का relationship, it's very important that they gel. It's not like a great trainer and a great player just become a match like that. They have to.
Match made in heaven se yaad aaya, diamond membership and chess players. Do check out the friend link.
बढ़िया भाई. मुझे लगा साहिल भाई you will talk about your girlfriend or something.
वो आया नहीं यार, कोई आने वाला था guest.
It's a different kind of show, Sagar. Not this one.
No, I think chat, do check out the pinned link because even Gukesh is solving Puzzle Rush during the World Championship. So that shows how important that skill is. So check out the pinned link and you have 50% off and a 7-day free trial. Free trial और क्या चाहिए भाई?
Right, yeah.
Absolutely.
And by the way, on the 3-minute puzzle rush that Gukesh is solving every day, you can time and then you want to maximize your score. His high score is 58 puzzles in 3 minutes. And it gets incrementally harder. I think you're already reaching 3,000 level marks by the time you get to 58. And yesterday, I think it was 53, his high score.
53.
By the way, Vishesh Bajaj says, is it commercially feasible to take media rights or it is done for more of love of chess?
Great question.
Love what you do for chess. Arey, thank you, Vishesh ji. I think I'll take it and I'll just say that we are coming closer and closer to it becoming commercially viable, but it is right now something that everyone's risking. Just like how Ding has risked going back knight e1 right now.
I mean, look at the traffic jam on the first rank, right? It almost feels like you're setting up a game of freestyle chess.
नहीं ऐसे लग रहा है सब कुछ बाहर निकाल के वापस अंदर ले लो. It's like नहीं वापस अंदर ले लो.
It's an audition for the freestyle tour next year, I think.
So, what is the point? Oh, I understand now. ये दो pawn तो चल नहीं रहे थे, तो he wants to push this pawn क्या?
Oh.
I mean, isn't that scary? Because, no, actually not. Because whether if you have a nice pawn on c4 that can be pushed ahead and blocked because there's a rook behind that, your bishops also. So basically, I think what I was thinking was that the king which is there is vulnerable on that diagonal, but clearly it's not.
No, if f4 queen comes and gives check, we can always tuck it in.
Yeah, you can also push the pawn over there, right? Your c5, so you have a rook hanging back there to support it.
Also, this knight, once it moves away, d4 becomes much more of an idea because e4 doesn't hit the knight anymore. So it could be a multi-purpose move. Knight could also jump in from here to here.
So Ding has calculated multiple lines and thought that this is the best move for whichever line possible.
Yeah, it's a very interesting move. Not a move that we were thinking about. We were looking at more active moves like let's go d4, queen c2, something that moves ahead. But he goes backwards.
And knight retreating moves are the hardest to play in chess because they're easiest to miss. But Ding is a bit of a specialist in these kind of knight retreats. And you're completely right. He keeps the flexibility in the position. He's not committing with either of those 3 pawns. The one in front of the rook, the one in front of the knight, and the one in front of the queen. One of them at the right time will strike in the center.
He's basically telling Gukesh, "तू move कर, तू कर, फिर देखते हैं क्या होता है."
I have a question. So if you had to choose white or black, which side would you play with? Because अब मैं देख रहा हूँ ना, अब Ding is ready, चाहे D4, F4, whatever, and doesn't seem like there's a clear-cut answer, right? So which side would you choose?
Yeah, who is playing with black? Who's playing with white? I'm confused here. The person who's playing with white looks more like the position for a black. You know, the person who's, that's what it feels like to me, at least.
What a deep, like Balraj by giving insight, like
Sarcasm नहीं लग रहा.
नहीं भाई बहुत deep. I never thought of it that perhaps Gukesh might have preferred this position with white or Ding might have preferred it with black. But truth be told, I like black's position a little more. Like I would go knight a6 here with the idea of coming here or queen d7, just connecting the pieces. I'm still feeling black is easier to play.
I hear you. And I agree. I mean, look at the beautiful pawns in the space that Gukesh has created for his pieces. It feels you're more mobile, more flexible. You've captured a lot of key squares in the center of the board. But I also want to stress on the importance of the bishop pair. Pawns moving forward are only as much as how much you can open the position.
Tania,
the moment the position opens, the
you
bishop...
are a classical player. You love center control. I think you would have preferred black, no?
If I had to pick a side here, looking at Gukesh's time management, clearly understanding that this is prep, he feels comfortable in it. I've got everything to play for. If I want a game, I want a game for all 3 results as black. This is a dream position. This is what I want to go for. But if I want a game that's very solid, you know, then maybe I'm not feeling as comfortable as black. I'm just saying white has his own trumps right now.
But Gukesh, I don't think is going for solidity. He just wants to play a interesting game of chess. Jo hoga, wo dekhenge. What move do you recommend here for black? Like, what should black do? Is there something specific really we should think about?
I don't know about specific, but I want to see the most natural moves again, because as humans, that's what we think about. And if any suggestions, please just speak out for black.
D4.
E4. E4, this is definitely not a move. I think D3 then, hitting the center. F5. It feels like this is a little bit overextended right now. I don't know how to take advantage of it.
मूवी थी ना बॉर्डर में वो अकेला सुनील शेट्टी आगे जाता है आर्मी में उस तरह से फीलिंग आ रही है मुझे यहाँ पे.
Oh, I have a tactic here. Guys, pawn takes pawn. If you take here,
Let's ask.
does it work, but Tania?
I think.
Or is it too risky?
But it's a nice tactic.
Yeah, let's see. White to play,
if
guys.
everyone gets this
बहुत
one.
risky है भाई.
You're thinking or we're thinking, Balu?
Yeah.
Sorry. Fantastic.
Very nice.
Bishop takes e4, pawn takes, queen takes queen, rook takes, and bishop e7. So, I do feel that pushing the pawn uncalled is a little bit too much right now. E4.
What about D4?
Rook D4 is Balraj's suggestion. Also looks pretty decent. Balraj bhai, maybe F4 will come up to strike the center, but it looks like a good move.
But have you guys... Rook E8 is another suggestion, but have you noticed that you make these pawn advancing moves, which are so human to think about, and we see that white picks up on the advantage? Because you have to be so careful about the squares you're leaving behind when you're pushing those pawns because of those bishops. I think Rook E8, keeping everything consolidated, or Knight A6,
Knight
Sagar,
A6 I like.
would be another move that comes to my mind.
Developing the minors is more important here, right?
Spoken like the old generation.
Yes.
Love it.
Gukesh now takes a think, as has been the case. First Ding thinks a lot, then Gukesh spends his time. Kya khelega wo? That is a big question. I find this game to be very interestingly poised, not like your typical drawish line. There are imbalances. White has the bishop pair. You have the center. Maza aa raha hai.
If I had to predict what Gukesh will play next, I will go with Knight A6.
Okay.
I feel that's the move. You, again, develop your pieces. You're eyeing a jump to b4 as well to block that bishop, the dark squared bishop. I also want to push a4 at some point, at the right moment. Maybe also get my knight to c7 to consolidate. Again, it's just a multi-purpose developing move.
You know, Tanya, my reason for not putting the knight immediately here and starting with queen d7, which may be not the best move, is because of take, and then I can straight away put my knight on c6 in one move. Which is why I was not putting knight a6, but I get perhaps queen d7 runs into some other issues.
Yeah, because white will not take.
Yeah, maybe white goes knight d3 with the idea of knight c5, where I was wanting to play b6 to control this square. तो पता नहीं exactly क्या खेलना है.
Can we move the rook somewhere, like unpin? So I was thinking rook f7, but the bar doesn't like it for some reason. Like that knight is pinned, it's a bit, I want to release that knight.
Rook e8 खेल लो ना फिर
And we had a suggestion, right? I think rook e8 was
That was a
mentioned by our audience, which is I think it's a very understandable move here.
It's a great move, but it's not a Guki move. It's a very safe move. Somehow Gukesh would not play
What
it.
is a Guki move
A
here?
Guki move is always uncompromising, achieves several things. Like for example, queen d7 with the idea of getting the rook to a better square is a Guki kind of a move. Because rook e8 does not do much apart from coming out from the pin.
Is
That's what I thought.
a Guki move here?
I think so, yes. Very aggressive, very much trying to imbalance the position, but maybe it's not the best. Yeah, knight a6 perhaps could be the move that will be played here. Meanwhile, we did have a super chat from Canada. Thank you so much. He was asking, like, will this match head over to the tie breaks? And this is the question on everyone's minds. You know, we're getting so many such questions. Will the score be 7-7? Will it head to the tie breaks? And with every passing day, my belief is we could get closer. But one decisive game and then all our predictions just go outside the window.
My question is, कि if one person strikes, let's say Ding ho, Gukesh ho, क्या दूसरा बंदा come back कर पाएगा? With only 6 games to go, 5 games to go, whatever happens. So is it like the first person to strike is 95% through to becoming the world champion?
95 is a bit too much, but do you remember this match, Gelfand Anand? And usme they started off with 6 draws, or it was 5 draws. Then Gelfand won the 6th one, and Vishy, it's a very famous story. At night, when he was about to go to sleep, and he didn't get the sleep because he lost. He told Aruna that I think I have lost the world championship. And he did not sleep well. He went next day and he won in 17 moves.
Wow.
That is just an insane story. And then he managed to take it to the tie breaks and then win the match there. I just wonder, this match is a little bit similar because both players are not giving each other too much. And so the one who gets the first win, the other might think, now where to strike?
That would increase the pressure enough to be like, okay, now I have to go forward and get it, right?
Yes. Oh, Guki makes the non-Guki move. Guys, you were right. I was completely wrong. Rook e8 is on the board. Wow. Okay. Clearly, Gukesh making the best move here. The engine did not move at all.
Is Ding's health fine? You had pointed out yesterday also he was coughing a lot.
Yes.
And today also he's being seen that way.
Well, he did have ice cream, so...
Gala kharab ho gaya thoda. But despite that, I mean, yesterday I think we saw Ding at his absolute best. You know, we saw him coughing at the board and perhaps not feeling at his best, but the chess was doing the talking. Chess spoke for itself. Coming to Rook e8 and the point you were talking about making a comeback, I think I'm with Sahil on this, that a win at this point is so hard to turn around. Because the number of games are so less. So to turn it around, you have to take big risks on the board. You have to try to find an idea which puts you at danger. And that's a double-edged sword, right? A 2-point deficit is gone. So to counter that becomes really difficult. But obviously that doesn't mean that this hasn't happened in the past. Anand did it against Gelfand. Magnus did it against Karyakin. Karyakin's the only player who beat Magnus in a World Championship match to take a lead in the match. And Magnus came back in 2016, strikes, levels the score, wins in tiebreaks. But it's far and few these cases. So I think a victory at this stage would be very, very hard to come back from.
And to add to that, Magnus himself said that was the lowest point in his career when he lost to Karyakin, and he genuinely felt that he's going to lose the World Championship.
Yeah.
So it was so difficult for Magnus, it is going to be for the one who loses first.
Absolutely.
So, Sagar bhai, what do you think, Tania, Sahil, what do you think White should do over here right now?
Key moment actually now, because he has removed the knight, these 3 pawns. He needs to decide which one to push. I have a feeling e4 is out of the window, because that I take and you lose center control. All weaknesses are created on the d file.
D4?
D4 I think is the move that he will play.
Wait, I thought we saw this, right? E4.
Yes, e4. And now
There is one difference though. If black wants to play this, you want your rook on f8 rather than e8, because the f pawn, you want it behind the f pawn. But is that such a big problem for black?
maybe, because now when you go f3, f5, and you take, perhaps it kind of opens up this f file and your rook is a little bit weirdly placed. So could be that right now d4 is the right way to strike. Also, this maneuver with knight c2 to e3 makes a lot of sense in this structure, because the knight does belong sometimes here.
Yeah, and that's a really nice point, because after knight c2, let's say black goes f5, white can continue with that maneuver because the rook is not on f8 and you don't have the move f4.
Correct.
So imagine agar black ka rook was behind the pawn, you can immediately strike.
Yes. So all in all, I have a feeling that Ding is going to go for the d4 move here. He's thinking, and maybe it's a good time for us to take a very short break and be back in just couple of minutes.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much, much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-week free trial and 50% off, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here and Ding is still thinking, so we have not missed anything except Balraj Bhai is missing here. But taking his place, Balraj Bhai is none other than a very important personality in the world of chess. The CEO of the Global Chess League, Mr. Sameer Pathak is here. Let's give a big round of applause. It's the biggest chess league in the world. And Sameer is here. He's been working tirelessly for chess. Sameer, how are you feeling? just being here today and अब तो पूरा टाइम चेस में ही हो, कैसा लग रहा है?
It is so exciting from watching it on screen to being inside the screen. It's just surreal. I'm so happy. This is the first time I'm sitting in a chair like this. Slightly nervous, but very excited.
Thank you. Today, we are going to put you in the role. Tania, you've interviewed him before. He's been there next to you. But I think today he's like our co-commentator.
Yes.
तो आज उनको commentary भी करना है थोड़ा.
मुझे लगा था
No pressure.
मुझे लगा था टेबल पे बहुत सारे ऐसे कुछ करने को, यहाँ तो fork and spoon all kinds of things are here.
नहीं, एक चीज है समीर, अगर कोई अच्छा मूव होता है तो we can always do the party popper.
हाँ, ये अच्छा जुगाड़ लगाया आपने, बट नहीं मेरे घर में भी लोग बैठ के ये देख रहे हैं. So shout out to my son who's watching it, and also my nephew Rishi and my son Raj. They पूरा टाइम बैठ के ये देख, स्कूल से आते ही
अच्छा
ये देखने का है. और he knows, my son knows fork and all of this. अभी तो मैं गया नहीं to do it, but this is quite exciting.
It really is, and one of the best things about doing this from Habitat has been our amazing live audience. And I'm just thinking about our Global Chess League with all the innovation that you guys come. You're also one of the first who believes that chess has to be played in front of a live audience, where you're doing this commentary as well. You've got this interaction. How does this feel to see that it's happening beyond the league?
Yeah, absolutely. The moment I walked in, when I saw the live audience, when I got, this is what chess needs. You have to understand that the live audience is the apex of the triangle of, if you look at, the more the live audience in a venue, the larger is the audience watching it. So I know you guys have broken many records already with 200,000 live viewers and concurrent viewers. I'm not surprised because I see this audience, because please don't look at live audience at the venue only as, okay, that many people came. Look at that, it represents the apex of that, which means there are 200, 300, 400, 500 times more people looking to watch, and even a bigger audience waiting to come in. So very excited. You saw in the GCL we had 500, 600 people paying, buying tickets and doing Mexican waves before I go. I want to see one Mexican wave here.
Yes, a big round of applause to everyone who was here. Thank you guys for coming here, believing, and as a token of appreciation for all of you being here, we have a wonderful sponsor, partner of this stream. It's called Group E4. Group E4 is actually an organization that raises funds for chess players. 250 families and firms have come together to raise and support 20 different chess players. They have supported many talents across the country, and today they have sponsored a snack and a drink for everyone who's present here. So all of you get it here. So thank you Group E4. Thank you Satya Prabhakar. Thank you Vishy Anand, who's part of it. Aruna, Ramesh and Aarti for this.
Amazing.
Great things are happening for chess. It just gives me goosebumps. The good things that are happening for chess in this country and around the
we
world.
have a move, guys. And it's a big one.
Bhai, kya
It's
khela?
a big
D4.
move. F4
Oh,
on the board.
Wow. And the bar went up a little.
Nice.
Which means that Gukesh definitely has a small chance here, but let's break this down. Maybe Sahil bhai, Tania, any one of you wants to take this guy F4.
I think it's very interesting, because now what do? Do you want to push the pawn to E4, block the bishop? But I'm guessing फिर D3 instantly आ सकता है to break that center. Do you want to take on F4, allow the rook in? But at the end कहीं ना कहीं वो center अभी भी उतना weak नहीं लग रहा, काफी decent लग रहा है मुझे. What do you think, Tania?
This is the kind of move that makes a player think for 20 minutes about the response, because it's a very critical moment. Critical moment सिर्फ वही नहीं होता है जहाँ पे you have to sit and calculate 10 moves ahead. It's also moments like trades, exchanges on the chessboard. It's moments like where you're changing your pawn formation, because it's for the rest of the game. So I'm expecting Gukesh to go into a think. You've pointed out the variation. It's between pawn takes pawn. Do you move the pawn forward, or do you simply continue with development, taking your knight out and keeping the tension on the board? A very difficult decision to be made here, Sagar.
Too many options, actually. Samir, we just got to know.
Perfect timing.
Nice. Thank you. Oh, we spoke about Vada Pav today, Tanya.
You have to be careful what you wish for today.
Jewelry, gold jewelry.
Gukesh win.
Fair. I'm sorry, आप कुछ कह रहे थे.
I was saying, Samir, I got to know that you've also started to work a bit on your chess these days. Can you tell us a bit like क्या चल रहा है?
Yeah.
And whether you can also like tell us क्या चल रहा है ये position?
Okay, so as I've started my chess journey a little bit more formally than I used to, I've deleted my Sudoku app. I got pretty good in Sudoku. Now I play chess during flights and other times. I've got a coach also who is helping me out a little bit. So I walk among giants when I go to GCL or any other tournament. I walk among giants. And I feel not just like a pygmy, I feel like very small. So I will start feeling from very small to little small because it will take me a while to reach. But I'm enjoying it. I'm playing with my son also quite frequently. He beats me most of the time, if not all the time. So yes, the journey has started to become a better chess player, and I think in a few years I'll be able to distinguish what's going on.
Speaking of journeys, I'm going to say one thing. In my professional journey of over 20 years of playing chess competitively, I never thought, and I've never seen, and I never thought it will happen, a Mexican wave at a chess tournament. How did you make that happen, Samir?
See, the way it works is everybody has to believe in that idea. Everybody has to believe that chess is fun. And we constantly kept saying in GCL, it is fun, it's exciting. In GCL, when you come in, there are lights, there is music. Barring cheerleaders, you have everything. And if I have my way, it will happen. But guys, it's such an exciting game. You know, I was just talking to someone and I said, what is closest to you feeling the pressure here? You know, there is a new ad that comes on television where they talk about, that bomb, how to undo a bomb. And the pressure that the one feels when you're undoing. It's like that, it's the pressure builds. Oh, is there a move?
Yes.
He played it. He took the pawn.
He took the pawn. And
Gukesh played it very quickly.
I was just going to say that, Sagar, that I was expecting a longer think here and we'll have time to dive into everything. But Gukesh confidently responds. And Sahil, is that the best move in the position?
That is the engine's first preference, by the way. So let's go.
So now, does Ding take with the rook or does he take back with the pawn? It's a quite a question. I like the rook, by the way, because it opens up the rook file. But even pawn has something for it.
Maybe it's a situation, chess is a complex game with many different approaches and it's stylistic as well. Sagar wants to take it with the rook, keep his pieces active, the rook on the open file. I've intuitively had to make a decision, Sagar, it would be pawn takes pawn. So I want my side pawn to come towards the center. I want to open up the G file for a future attack against the black king. I wonder if this is more of a stylistic choice than, a calculation one.
Could be a stylistic one. Just the engine, perhaps, Tania, is preferring rook takes. But you are very right. Maybe pawn takes humanly does create these opportunities of putting the king on h1, rook on g1 and trying to attack.
Very committal though.
Yeah.
Because you're opening up your own king as well in trying to get that. Plus, the black knight has a beautiful spot on f5 that I want to highlight once you capture with the pawn.
Nice. Yeah, the knight sits very well here and maybe that's the best move. But already what you are saying makes a lot of sense because Ding did not respond immediately. He's taking his time. It's already 2 minutes since his last move. Samir, you've been following this World Championship match. Just Gukesh being there, 18-year-old boy. What does it mean for Indian chess? What does it mean overall?
No, this is, he's already made Indian chess proud by being there as the youngest. And you know what I like? I wouldn't say arrogance, I would say confidence that when I think there's an old interview, I think with you, when 11 or 12-year-old, he says, I want to be the youngest chess champion. And being able to reach, वो कहता है ना कह के लूँगा, मतलब he said it and he reached. That confidence among youngsters in India, not just in this sport, across the board. You have a 13-year-old who's got auctioned off in IPL. There is a teenager who's now making moves in world chess. And there are other people. So it's the generation of players and that are coming out across the sport is amazing. And for Gukesh to be able to lead it in chess. And by the way, Arjun is ranked higher in yellow above him.
Yes.
And then there is Prag, who's the runners-up in World Cup. So it's just not a matter of one player. We've got three. And then Vidit Gujarati stands tall amongst the global chess players. So you have got this amazing set of players who are leading the way and a huge chain following. Couldn't be more excited that he is leading the way for all of us.
And he goes for the
Oh,
capture
yeah.
that
With the
Sagar was
rope.
pointing out. So he goes for the accurate exchange here. Keeps his structure intact, not giving any square. But to your point, what you were talking about, Gukesh, I also want to focus a little bit on Ding right now. I don't know if you saw his expressions before he played this move. You've been following the match as well, Sameer. Often he plays the best chess, but when you look at him from outside, you see a very shaky player. You see someone who perhaps is lacking that confidence, head in hands, feeling the stress. Have you felt that watching Ding?
So I'll tell you something. I used to feel like that when the narrative that was before the championship began, that it's a done deal. In fact, a lot of us were saying it's a done deal. When should we expect it to end? But I think he's proven it wrong. For me, when he's joking about ice cream, it's very dangerous for Gukesh because he's in a good space of mind. When these jokes and things are happening, and I have had the opportunity of watching some of the best sporting events in the world and the best players in the world across multiple sports, I can tell you a relaxed player is the most dangerous player. And whenever this ice cream joke or that thing that we see in press conference happens, it gives me a sense that he's well relaxed and he has seen this before. And the conversation before that were happening that it's toe-to-toe in game 8, he's coming out very strong right now. And once he's already been a world champion, he has nothing to lose. Nobody can take away that he will be called world champion for the rest of his life. So he has nothing to lose and everything to gain. Gukesh may end up, I will not say it, but Gukesh still has to win. So I'm looking at it from being able to take that pressure and smile, do those, I don't know if he's joking or real, but that ice cream thing for me is actually reading into his mind and saying, boss, he is in good space, and a good space Ding is a current reigning world champion.
Correct.
मुझे कभी लगा नहीं था सागर आइसक्रीम इतना dangerous हो जाएगा.
For me, one thing
move happened.
Rook
He's
takes.
immediately taken the other pawn. Gukesh is like जो center मेहनत से बनाया था. In 2 moves, he has just disintegrated it by taking one pawn here, which leaves white with 2 central pawns. In fact, 3 if he captures back like this.
Which means that Gukesh cannot give Ding the time to freely advance and get this 3-pawn storm in the center. After a move like pawn takes pawn, allowing e4, d4 would be very dangerous.
Yeah.
And this has to be a concrete line. And okay, look at Ding right now. This is what I mean. Point well taken there, Sameer. But often his body language seems to say a very different story.
during the game, yes.
Yes, from the chess that he's showing.
During the game, yes, but the scoreboard reads 3.5, 3.5. So, and when all of us expected this to finish faster. But I'll tell you something very interesting about the World Championship chess compared to other sports that I've been part of, and I've been part of multiple sports. It runs for what, 16 days? Or?
Yes. Yeah, around 17 days.
17 days it runs for. Imagine being in that. There is no other championship in the world at any level, be it tennis, badminton, cricket, football, that it runs at the elite level for 17 days.
Just between 2 players.
Just between 2 players. And this will go on and on and on. Imagine what they go through mentally. So, I'm waiting, and eventually somebody will make one error. Hopefully it will be the guy who not the guy who we want all to win. But it is such a mental thing to remain in that way for 17 days.
In fact, Sameer, after the match ends, players need a long break to recover. Because they get so tired. But the funny thing is, I just got the news today. If you go to chessresults.com, for World Rapid and Blitz, Gukesh has signed up already.
Whoa, let's
Irrespective of whether he'll win, lose, he's like 25 se 30, I will play this, in 10 days. after the match
By
is
the way,
over.
this could also be a way to show that he's not in that race. This could be a mind game as well.
Yeah.
This could be a mind game as well.
Samir really thinks so deep.
For
Actually, no, this makes sense. Like the ice cream thing, just
For
giving
me,
your name.
it is watching elite players at their best, at the highest level of platform. And the one conversation we were having in the initial part of this, that somebody had said, some chess player has said, this is not the quality games. What are they talking about? मतलब it's that old दादाजी हमारे टाइम पे स्कूल चल के जाते थे और पहाड़ क्रॉस करके स्कूल जाते थे.
ये ट्वीट मत कर देना.
Not that kind. They are the best players in the world right now who have come up through the ranks like they came up in decades earlier. And now they are exhibiting the chess. And this all will go down as games that young players will study for decades to come. Just like you are talking about game that happened in 1984. Or these games will be studied in the same manner going forward. So there's nothing wrong. This is elite chess. Not all chess has to be beautiful chess. Bloody chess is also good chess. Attritional chess is also good chess. So for me, I am watching. We are privileged to watch an Indian again step up to the ring and go at it against a worthy competitor, or actually a reigning world champion. What beautiful sight than that! And I think the records that you're breaking are just beginning of this. The more jokes you crack, the more people will come. Let me
Great point, Samir. I think the accuracy is 98.2 and 98.4. So
Very
they are
well
playing
put.
fabulous chess. Due में admission नहीं होगा इससे, but I think world championship जीत सकता है.
That's a good joke. that's a good one. No, this is this kind of occasions don't come often enough. And I say this very proudly that except for maybe cricket, there is no other sport currently in India where top 10 players will have 3 Indians or 4 Indians.
Yes.
There is no other. You take any other sport. So the kind of growth chess is seeing, and not just the top 3, after that also. You have this huge link. We have the Divya Deshmukh, we have Nihal Sarin. This pipeline is, I'm sure some kids here, the future ones.
You have a 3-year-old today who's at 15:55. I mean, that's
Uski
what
baat
it
hi mat
talks
karo,
about.
Sarkar.
How?
But I want to add here one small point that Global Chess League has played in building this up. Because if we know Prag, after the first edition, he was a little bit struggling, but he became the player of the season. And then he went on to break 2700, then win second spot in the World Cup, get into the candidates and become a complete elite player. In the second season, player of the season becomes Nihal Sarin.
And he
goes on to win the President's Cup in Uzbekistan, now very close to 2700. So you see, Samir, actually the Global Chess League is playing a huge role.
Very kind of you to say that. I think one of the most, and if you see a parallel of that in IPL, right? Who are their teammates? Prag was a teammate of Magnus Carlsen at that point of time. He spent 14 days in season 1 with Magnus Carlsen around. So it rubs off, right? Similarly, you talk about in IPL that players, top players, when you are in the same dressing room as Virat Kohli or the same dressing room as Rohit Sharma, it rubs off on you. Right. It's not a surprise when these kind of players hang around together, they have meetings together, they have strategy meetings. And
Nihal went on walks with Anish Giri.
There you go. So it all rubs off because largely when they go out in these tournaments, they all are in their, I've seen that they're largely amongst their own circles. But here, you come together, you play as a team. I think and that is the great thing about in GCL from player perspective is that they get to hang around with people across nationalities and across ELO ratings because it's icon and then men, women and then this under 21.
Superstars and prodigy.
Yes.
They all playing
and
together.
we all get to hang around and do commentary. Well, not me, commentary.
Best job in the world.
I think putting that show together, I think for fans also is just brilliant. But no, and that brought me here as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you for coming here. My question here is, while we are talking, why is Ding thinking?
I was thinking the exact same thing, right?
मार दो भाई, pawn मर रहा है, ले
और
लो.
options नहीं है. You can't recapture with either of the rooks because there's a bishop there. Pawn takes pawn is the move you want to make in the first 1 minute of your thing.
Right, and he's thinking for 7 minutes.
Samir, you want?
Yeah, I want to say something. I'm thinking, where is Balraj? This seat is getting very hot for me as it comes across. The only part that I've missed out is Balraj's gentleman joke. It's not happened so far. Before I leave for Pune, I want to see that one thing happen again.
Balraj is a gentleman.
Balraj is a gentleman.
And also Mexican wave.
And the Mexican wave, guys,
Yes.
please.
Can we do it right now, Samir?
Okay, can we do a Mexican wave right now?
How does it work?
How many of you know what's a Mexican wave? Raise hands, please. Okay.
Few of them.
Okay.
आपको समझाना होगा.
समझाना पड़ेगा. You just one by one, everybody gets up and does a wave, right? So we will begin from here, the gentleman, and then we'll go like this, and then come back like this. So if Balraj.
Thank you so much for coming. बहुत अच्छा लगा आप आए.
नहीं
बहुत
बस
सही लगा सर.
नहीं बट एक बार तो मैक्सिकन वेव देखेंगे हम
इधर कर लेते हैं ना. उनको क्यों कष्ट कर रहे हो?
नहीं ठीक है.
Also, I think we should wait for the right moment in the game for that to happen, right?
So good move. Good
Yes,
move.
we'll have a Mexican wave at the right moment.
Right. And Samir, thank you so much
Thank you
for
so much.
coming here. Also, I want to
Applause
just
to Samir, everyone.
mention that Global Chess League will come back this year as well in 2025 next year. And I want to also give a big shout out to Mr. Anand Mahindra ji.
Yeah.
He tweeted about the song of this Go Go Gukesh, and it added a lot of excitement to the person who made the song, to all of us. So really, thank you.
Amazing gentleman he is. But thank you very much for bearing with me and doing what you do. Amazing broadcast. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you.
May Gukesh win.
Yes.
I'll be in Singapore early next week.
Okay.
Hoping to see
Wow.
Gukesh lift the trophy, and then I'll send a photo for it.
Wow.
Amazing.
Guys, round of applause to Samir once
Thank you,
again.
Balraj. Thank you
And
so
for all he does for chess and GCL.
Thank you very much.
By the way, we had a discussion about ice cream, you know, and it's actually at the venue. Remember?
भाई मैंने वड़ा पाव खाया अभी थोड़ा तीखा था. So now we need ice cream. The delivery boy is at the gate. भाई बलराज
Balraj
भाई
bhai,
क्या चल क्या रहा है भाई?
भाई,
मतलब मैं 15 मिनट क्या गया मतलब.
But भाई game में क्या चल रहा है? Because why is Ding on a 10-minute thing in the most, to me at least, to my eyes, the most obvious moment in the position?
I'll tell you, Tania, maybe he's thinking about this intermezzo to attack the bishop. This is the move that only makes sense.
But bishop, can I attack your rook and force you to trade bishop d5?
And then maybe I can take, because I have a bishop here. So rook takes, bishop takes, queen takes, and okay, you can think about, I think he's calculating perhaps this line. Would it make sense?
And trying to evaluate this last
Yeah.
position. Pawn takes pawn, let's say pawn takes pawn, rook takes pawn, black knight
And
comes
it kind
out.
of peters out into equality, right? This one, it feels like...
Guys, I'm so sorry. देखो क्या हुआ ना, जैसे ही डिंग ने किया ना पॉन F4, ठीक है, हमारा वॉचिंग स्पाइक अप हुआ.
अच्छा.
हाँ, तो मुझे वहां से एक बार रिकैप देखना है कि हुआ क्या है, हो रहा क्या है, क्योंकि
तो
मतलब ऐसे
बलराज
लग
भाई,
रहा है
मतलब
कि-
आप हमारे कमेंट्री सुनते नहीं हो.
सर क्या होता है ना कि थोड़ा सा खाना पीना मैं भी कर रहा था पीछे.
अरे.
हाँ जी.
So he pushed his pawn to F4. He
Yes.
has this. You can see like white center is being challenged.
Yes.
So we thought, okay, Gukesh won't do anything because if take here, he'll take back. If take here, he'll take back.
हाँ जी.
But Gukesh bola, I don't care about my center. First takes here, then takes here. And we are reached here, and we were like, okay, now he will quickly take back like this. But Ding is thinking for 10 minutes, 48, 50 seconds.
He's under the 1 hour mark, and what happens in these moments is that you think so much, and then when you make an obvious move, right, pawn takes pawn, unless he comes up with an intermezzo like you're talking about, if you go with your first instinctive choice, तो मुझे लगता है यार मैंने इतना time क्यों waste कर दिया? मैंने इतना time, like it's just gone. And we've seen that mounts up the pressure.
Guys, I don't think Ding के लिए time matters. Clearly, जहाँ तक हमने देखा है जितने भी games उसने खेले हैं, time is not a factor for
time
him.
होता है, that's when the inaccuracies are happening. With no time on the clock, he's playing like a beast.
Yeah.
Ding is like, 2 घंटा is too much. I have to relax a bit. Come down to like 30 minutes. फिर मेरा full जागेगा.
Yeah, he clearly plays better when he's short on time.
Yeah.
So he's like, hey, this is now a normal game.
Correct. I think it's also a question that his intuition must be very good. कि time कम है, the move he sees are good, but when there's more time, he keeps doubting. जैसे अभी देखो ना कितना डाउट कर रहा है. बलराज भाई थोड़ा expression breakdown.
हाँ मतलब
Full screen
director
करते हैं,
साहब,
full
can we
screen.
go full screen on Ding's expressions? Today we haven't seen. आज थोड़ा काम लग रहा है.
Take it away, Balu.
did he go and grab a bite in the
No.
Not yet.
backstage yet? No, he's not. And okay,
Pawn
some
takes pawn.
exchanges
Pawn
have
takes
happened.
pawn is on the board. The move which we thought.
The first move that came to mind, and now Gukesh has the choice to actually decline and deny the trade of the bishop and the knight by moving the knight sideways, attacking the white rook and also eyeing a central square. And then it becomes complicated because Ding had one opportunity, right? कि सब trade कर दो, equality में चले जाओ.
Correct.
Can Gukesh make this a complex battle with knight g6?
खेलेगा
खेलेगा क्या?
Knight g6 attacks the rook, and Tania, if you go back rook f1, suddenly this position becomes really good for black, because after knight a6, just let's try to assess this. White has these pawns, but somehow it's not so easy to push them because that will create weaknesses.
भाई वहाँ पे why not swing the knight back to e5?
Come in the center here and
Yes.
attack this pawn. Also a fantastic move, Balraj. Balraj bhai ke liye ek round of applause, क्योंकि in such a complicated position you found a good move.
अच्छा.
हाँ.
Why are you so surprised?
भाई नहीं, Balraj bhai doesn't really.
I don't know that it's such a good move either. I'm just like, see, like that pawn
नहीं, सही
over
move
there.
किया भाई.
I want to understand why it's such a good move now.
Because it attacks the pawn here.
Yes.
And then when you defend it here,
Correct.
it doesn't help to sort of like your knight is stabilized.
Exactly. That's the same thing that I thought.
But I think Balu had a deeper point, right?
नहीं भाई नहीं. I disagree. I completely
Balu
disagree.
saw far ahead. I think the point with d3 is that white has to be careful because suddenly there are checks along the diagonal and the knight moving to g4, for example, after d3, defending that c4 pawn, Sagar, you can start looking at ideas like queen d4, knight g4 coming in, and this is what Balu had in mind.
I love how Balraj is like, yeah.
This is
Oh, did Gukesh made a move? Knight g6 is on the board, guys.
Let's go.
And Ding also replied instantly. He went rook
e4.
e4. भाई वो पीछे नहीं गया. Ding has gone rook in the center.
And you know, this is why he took 10 minutes. Because can I just say, rook e4 is not the obvious move of the rook. So he took his time because he was calculating ahead. This move controls that d4 square with which we were putting our queen on a check, putting threats on the white king. So a move that looks aggressive but also has defensive tendencies.
But what if we play f5 here, attack the rook?
Great question.
Oh, f5.
And the rook doesn't have too many squares.
I think also over here he did that to prevent the queen from coming into d4, right?
But rather you listen, that's exactly what I said.
Oh.
So Balraj bhai actually doesn't listen.
I'm clearly not able to catch up with myself.
No, great mind.
Balraj bhai feels like school में कि भाई सुना कि नहीं मैंने क्या बोला. But a great suggestion by Sahil bhai, because pawn push, suddenly the rook has no squares here. Only square is rook e3, and does that even further. We push on, and फिर क्या होगा क्या पता. Gukesh is actually, this game is a little weird from the sense that Gukesh's knight and rook are undeveloped. He's just pushing forward. White has the strong center, but the pawns are not moving. Ekdam weird.
And if white takes and knight takes, and if we get the bishop on g2, that's like a good defender of the white
yes,
king.
here you mean.
That will be amazing.
Correct. So very interesting stuff coming up, guys. Here, कुछ भी हो सकता है.
कुछ भी हो सकता है, and our evaluation bar actually prefers black.
Very slightly.
Has Gukesh managed to actually, with the black pieces, create chances?
I think so. He definitely has got a position with extra time on the clock, 30 minutes, slightly better already after move 15.
Imbalances.
तो बढ़िया position तो है.
No liquidation possible, no immediate trades to go into an end game. So everything to play for in this one.
यार मुझे ब्लैक का वो जो दूसरा नाइट जो पीछे बैठा है और जो रुक है ए फाइल पे उसके लिए खराब लग रहा है. मतलब वो कब से वहाँ पे.
मैंने बोला था अभी.
वो ये भी.
नहीं बोला. You articulated it differently. बोलो.
तो मतलब how would you manage to get that out? उसका क्या सीन है?
I guess knight a6. यहाँ पे we can get the
वो
knight.
तो हमने स्टार्टिंग से सोचा है.
हाँ,
and
that's the move that I think Gukesh will do at some point, and then queen moves up, and the rook comes in.
And that would be a very human approach here. But knowing Guki and how he takes the most combative action in a position, are we expecting the direct line with f5, f4? Push the f pawn forward and force a decision by Ding.
I guess knight a6 is the more conventional decision कि भाई school जाते हैं, फिर college जाते हैं, फिर job लेते हैं.
और उसके बाद?
And
पैसा कमाते हैं.
But f5, f4.
It's like the dropout who then, has a startup and then that startup becomes... that's
I was going more for the printing engineer and then stand-up comedian, then chess player, eventually launches a reality show. And...
wow. ये भी मैं नहीं सुना.
So you're saying f5 is the unconventional career and knight a6 is the standard path.
Yes.
किस पे चलेगा गुकी आज?
आज तो जाएगा वो India's Got Latent mode में. f5 is what I am hoping that Gukesh does. It will also really put Ding under some pressure after f4 because then he has to find some good moves. Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, is Ding in the resting area, by the way? Is he in the players' lounge? No, he just returned.
He's here. He's back.
By the way, I was seeing in an interview, and I think it was Magnus who pointed this out, that he's not a fan of having cameras in the players' lounge because it's such a sort of a private space for the players to get out of this tense zone. He understands the entertainment value of it and for the audience really enjoying that aspect. But from a player perspective, it started the year Magnus played against Jan. That was the first time we had access to the players' lounge. And he wasn't even aware of it, that they were filming him till a certain point.
So consent. So yeah, because he was probably feeling like I mean, एक बार पूछ तो लेते यार, मतलब ये करने के पहले पूछ लेते, मैं हाँ तो बोल देता, but clearly now I think that one particular incident has scarred him forever. Because he feels that he doesn't have his privacy anymore.
Yeah, and he's of the opinion that he's not for it. What do you think, Sahil?
I think as long as the players know, it would be amazing to have them. We couldn't have that 1 hour video of Ding chilling with lo-fi music if we didn't have that video. But yeah, I think Magnus has a point. Like, he should know, of course, like it's happening. What do you think, Sagar bhai?
I think like if that was also discussed in this thing of Magnus, the take recap. They said that if you can make everything in the arena exciting and interesting, then perhaps you don't need to go there and see him eating walnuts and so on. But by मुझे तो बहुत मजा आता है जब हो जाता है.
सागर भाई सिर्फ ChessBase India clips content चाहिए.
Content is king.
I'm like जो मिल रहा है वो करेंगे. जो at some point maybe it won't be available, then we'll do something else.
Not everybody can afford a dietitian. तो उनको देख के अपना डाइट बना सकते हैं. ये खा रहे हैं वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप डाइट है तो अच्छी डाइट होगी.
Also, not everyone can afford a ChessCom membership, but the Black Friday offer can make you
creative.
So guys, do check out the pinned message. वहाँ पे एक 50% off चल रहा है, and also we are giving away signed chess sets for 5 premium lucky members every day. In fact, 5 of them on each day have been selected for the last 3 sessions. If we can have the graphic on the screen, these are the 5. Coach YG01, Dhyanesh, Abhishek, PS24, Bhuvan Sharwa, Manoj Kumar, Archit, Yolo, Vihan, M. Aditya, Orange Toad, Vishal, I Love Africa, G. Suraj, and Rishi 2. You will get a signed chess set by Tania and myself.
I'm just happy कि usernames थोड़े से normal थे आज, वरना सागर भाई सारे बढ़ते थे.
And speaking of being subtle, this position's heating up. I think I'm going to need all my energy.
Go for it.
अरे Tania, क्या कहाँ जा रही हो? Oh, Red Bull. Wow, Red Bull gives you wings.
No. Thank you. Can you pass me a sugar-free one?
By the way, Balraj bhai, is this vada pav from Habitat?
No.
Oh.
This is not from Habitat. This is from Car Station. We have a fantastic marketplace over here. यहाँ पे बहुत कुछ मिलता है, सब कुछ मिलता है. You don't need to actually run around anywhere.
It's fantastic. Yeah, it was very tasty. I really enjoyed it. So big thank you.
But yeah, वैसे this game, you know, I was actually expecting it to be a simpler fight after a marathon game 7. The toll that kind of a game takes on players, building up from round 1 and then having a 5-hour gameplay, and it wasn't a simple gameplay. Every move a high responsibility decision. I thought we won't get fireworks today, but already the imbalances that we've been talking about, और भाई अगर F5 हो गया at this moment,
खेलेंगे भाई खेलेंगे गुकेश
need all the
भाई
energy then.
खेलेगा भाई खेलेगा
Guki खेलेगा.
By the way, Shutterbug says Balraj bhai is trying his best to follow the match today, but Balraj bhai is such a gentleman that he is still trying his best, taking all the jokes in such a positive and joking manner.
I think he
Huge
made a move.
respect
He
for
played-
Balraj bhai.
Oh. Knight A6, so he's
Arre,
gone for the solid
traditional
approach.
Balraj bhai, Tania, Sahil bhai.
But Shutterbug, thank you so much. That was very sweet of you to notice. I'm just trying my best to be here and really enjoy this game and learn as much as possible so that I'm able to, just take as much philosophy from this. I think life is a game of chess. I think I'm learning a lot over here that way.
By the way, in the chat, we are getting a message, Balraj bhai, Tania, Sahil, that Anish Giri wants to join in.
Can we get him?
So we have sent him a link. Chat,
would be
agar
awesome.
if you can just relay the message कि Anish can join us, तो क्या ही मजा आ जाए.
Will be great.
We can also sponsor his flight ticket if he wants to come here.
Clearly, investing in the camera rights is doing good for CBI.
नहीं, not that. Just that Anish कहीं पे भी आए, we are always happy to have him. Of course, he also has 3 kids at home to take care, so he won't be able
And
to
we
come.
know he never lies. Yeah, he expresses his true opinion always. He said,
In the lie detector test.
But Balraj, I want to ask you, so this is game 8, right? We've crossed the halfway mark. As a chess fan, a big chess enthusiast, what has been your biggest takeaway so far from the World Championship?
बहुत stress है बहुत ज़्यादा stress है. My biggest takeaway honestly is that there's completely new styles of chess being played from what I can make out from your expressions and the kind of surprises that are happening. I also think that there are a lot of people who are willing to criticize the players about what they're doing, and I love the fact that there are so many people also supporting the players in what they're saying and what they're doing on the board, because the more critics that are there, that it means that there are more viewerships, there's more people talking about it. I never thought that there would be so much of fan following, for this game. It's just surprising to me that every day, middle of a work day, we have so many people come out to this room as well and watch. Round of applause for you guys. Thank you so much for supporting this. And of course, being with you, Sagar and Sahil bhai on this panel, I'm getting to learn a lot about this game.
So the biggest takeaway is that Habitat is making good money.
अरे Tanya, full attack mode, everyone.
भाई मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ, I agree, इसको end तक जाना चाहिए. हर रोज draw.
Guys, on this panel, only one is a Red Bull athlete. So
Yes.
Tanya making good money.
पैसे से याद आया $200,000
क्या हुआ
for
भाई?
each victory, right? So we should not forget that.
Yes, 200,000 पे तो मुझे कल का viewership ही याद आ रहा था, but you are right. It's actually every player will earn $200,000 for each win in this match, which
Draw
is
में क्या होता है?
1.7 crores. No, the money is not given to the players. In the end, वो split होता है.
Okay.
So like if let's say you score 4 wins, then it's $800,000 already you won. The total prize fund is 2.5 million. So the remaining prize fund will be split equally, ऐसे.
Okay, so
है ना?
you know for every win that okay this much तो आ गया.
हाँ. So that is for sure.
But actually, interestingly, we've had only 2 decisive games so far.
Yes.
So not so much of that money has been won, but coming on that, it's obviously a big incentive, but for the players, it's really playing the position and not the money right now. That's not at the back of their mind. It's an added bonus. I want to dive a little bit into the chess action that we're witnessing, right? Because Knight A6 खेला गया है. To me, this rook on E4 Sagar is strangely placed a little bit. How many
It's like-
times do you see such a piece?
Yeah, it's like, a rook that can be the man of the match, but also the reason why white could lose this game. Very weirdly placed. इधर आता नहीं है, and it can be kicked around by the pawn, but it will. So right now, what is Ding thinking? What move would you make as white?
I just want to make a point of the move that you will not make to highlight how vulnerable this rook can be. For example, a move like e3 with white. And suddenly that rook at the center of the board is just trapped.
But Tania, you got this square, yeah? So maybe
That's
it's
not
still...
the best example of it because I just gave you a better square with the rook. But yeah, that rook is making me feel like white needs to be very careful with the next few moves.
I was thinking my most natural move is d4 here because I want to capture the center. But it just feels like these pawns are a bit weak and there's some tactic coming up. Kahin na kahin se to kuch, you know, this diagonal which was spoken about, this bishop unprotected. I'm not sure.
Which tactic hai? Sagar bhai, which
Acha, let's
tactic
all
hai?
try to think then.
So f5, rook e3.
And something here. Still so tempting to go f4, but there's something better.
Guys,
oh, I see
guys,
I see it.
Go for it. Here,
Yeah, this is beautiful, guys.
black to play and find the best move. Queen g5, but
It's
then
an
the rook
option.
can be defended. Queen b3.
b6. So always look for sort of undefended pieces or that can be vulnerable. You know, there are always red flags in a position, just like in life, that you have to keep your senses open and aware towards. When you see open files, open lines.
So you mean c5? Pawn c5?
I think
But
this
then
one is a bit
d5.
deep. This one's
It's
a bit
tough.
deep.
This
one
one's
is
a bit tough.
Maybe we can make it easier.
Bishop
Yes!
takes
Wow.
c4. Who mentioned it? What's your good name? Rushit.
But let's ask for the line.
Yes, like what happens, your rook is hanging, so you clearly can't take here, you'll lose the rook, but I take first check.
Okay, then I
Can you
pick
say
up
in
the
the mic?
bishop.
Queen takes rook, rook takes bishop, then queen e3 check.
Wow! Beautiful.
Check and this bishop drops. And that is the point we need to see in every position, undefended pieces.
And
Kahin na kahin se tactic aa jayega.
And the resulting skirmish, you're up a pawn because you sacrificed your bishop on the first move. Really great line. I think for this, 1 month free membership has to be given.
Badhiya.
Banta, done.
Let's go.
Already है तो नहीं ना? अच्छा फिर ठीक है.
Thank you. So knight a6 is on the board and that's why d4 might not be the best move. I guess Tania d3 makes a lot of sense, just solidifying the structure and keeping the square open for the rook.
Yes, but I also want to add that d4 is a mistake that is so easy to fall into. You know, when you're playing fast format chess, d4 looks aggressive. It's a great move. You control center, but it's actually a bit of a blunder there. So d3 really nicely pointed out, keeping the squares defended.
You know, yesterday I was scrolling YouTube and I ran across a clip when Nepo blunders c5. And you know, it was like a moment I was like, ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है क्या कि कोई crazy blunder हो जाए? World Championship में very rare, right?
Very rare, which is why it surprised me when we saw it happen. The game that Ding lost, trapping his own bishop on c2, it was a one-move blunder to allow e4 to happen. And I think that game is also one of the reasons why we've seen the criticism come in. Because at this level, that absolutely should not happen.
Got it.
Tell me, guys, what do you think is the kind of pressure that they're under right now in the middle of this game? Like, we are halfway through this game right now. We've got about probably not as many moves, but clearly the board is suggesting that the game can still go either way, right? It's about blunders. It's about unforced errors. It's about not having read enough lines or thought about them enough. But what do you guys think they're going through? What do you think? Because they clearly look like as though they're thinking too much for what should be played next.
I think it's tough, no? This position, Tania, non-standard hai, aisa kabhi, they must not have seen such a position before. That's why they are taking a lot of time.
Okay.
I feel so.
You know, this match has felt like a tug of war, right? Neither of the players giving an inch to each other. And it's reaching that culmination point where if you give an inch, the match might just be over. So the pressure is definitely mounting with every single game that passes by. And as Sagar said, the position we have on the board, maybe Ding's strategy really, the more I see this match now, the more convinced I feel that Ding wants to take this the long way. He wants to frustrate Gukesh into taking those riskier choices till that risk is big enough to call the bluff by Ding. So maybe he was hoping for a more standard setup today. Maybe he was hoping for a more solid approach today, which Gukesh hasn't allowed to happen.
You know how I see this match is like wo jo, there are two tall buildings and in between there's a kind of wo pathway hai.
A tightrope.
Not a tightrope. It's like the pathway is like pehle thoda wide. Then as you keep moving along, it keeps getting narrower. And then right now they're right in the middle. And or narrow hote jayega. And then the margin of error keeps going smaller and smaller. So right now, if you make a mistake and lose, there's still 6 games to strike back.
Correct.
But if imagine you make a mistake in the 10th or 11th game, you have only 3 games.
Yeah.
So pressure bahut mount ho raha hai.
I mean, like, let's rewind a little bit, right? Imagine for Gukesh, he goes into this match very aware of the chess that he's shown over the last year. The incredible rise that he's had, proving himself starting from the candidates leading up to the Chess Olympics and coming to this as world number 5. He's very aware of the other end that Ding has had to face. Coming into this with a very challenging year, where he's had performances that, I mean, it's heartbreaking. It's been heartbreaking to watch Ding over the last year. Finishing bottom on the leaderboard in most of the tournaments, struggling to win games. He's won only 2 games the entire year. I think there was a stat that his last win was
304 days ago.
And you get into this match where you feel yourself that I am the clear big favorite somewhere. Gukesh is very aware of what everyone's been talking and saying, right? And he's also been feeling about his strength. But actually, you still have to make the moves because all that talk is not going to make you the world champion. And when you sit on the board and you're doing it, your opponent is not cracking. Move after move, game after game, the tension, the balance status, the status quo, it just maintains. For a player like Guki, it can be so frustrating because he's not being able to convert that point. And I really think with Ding's experience, he is waiting for that moment where Gukesh over pushes.
Yeah, but right now, Ding is again getting into that time trouble phase, maybe because, okay, he has 46 minutes, but remember, he has to make 24 moves. And that's not going to be easy because for every move, he's going to take time. आज फिर से टाइम ट्रबल वाला सिनारियो आने वाला है.
मैं तो कहता हूँ 1 घंटा एक्स्ट्रा ही दे दो भाई उसको. इतना बढ़िया खेलता है टाइम प्रेशर में. Perfect first preference after first preference. Yesterday we saw him coming up with great moves to save the game. So yeah, I mean, he looks panicked. He's he's putting his hand on his head. मतलब इतना ऐसे लग रहा पता नहीं क्या ऐसे 4 मूव मेट होने वाली है.
Exactly, right.
But पता नहीं.
I mean, so it's not clearly. It shouldn't be called time trouble for Ding.
Yeah.
It's
time blessing.
Yeah.
I was wondering if Ding is thinking about putting his knight into the center of the board because, I mean, it's one of the moves. You improve your knight, you put it in the center. And just to give an illustration, like if I move my bishop back, you take, I take, and we reach such a position, perhaps black pieces are slightly better coordinated than white because these pawns need to move. So maybe putting the knight here does not make that much sense.
Also, do you think that in that position that black's king is more safer versus white's king because of how black's king is positioned, because of how the pawns are versus the white king?
Slightly because there are 3 pawns in front of my king. Here there are 2. But also this bishop is pretty good. So if we can trade perhaps these bishops, I have a feeling that it's good for black. Just say queen d7, bishop h3. Let's imagine, like you play d3, I play queen d7. My idea is to go bishop h3. And you make another move, let's say a normal move, knight c2.
Correct.
And I go bishop h3. I already start preferring black here. Because now after rook takes rook, rook takes rook, bishop takes bishop, queen takes. You can see like all these squares, king is a bit weak. It's looking good.
Yeah.
And now you see the problem of not pushing in the center. Your army is kind of divided into two parts.
Yes.
There's not enough connectivity.
Also pushing something like a c5 over here and then your knight.
Yeah, also the bishop is not doing much on this diagonal. If you push the pawn, it kind of then gets blocked.
Yeah.
Our knight is out of the game, but it's only one problem piece.
Yeah.
While there are many problem pieces for white. So clearly, this position can go wrong for Ding, I think more than Gukesh, because for Gukesh, it's easy. Queen d7, bishop h3, connect the rooks. It's looking straightforward in a way.
If at this moment you ask, would I think you'd rather be white or black? I think we'd all agree we'd want to be black here. Again, moves are easier to make. What is white's rook even doing on e4? The bishop that is on e6 has clear targets of c4 and behind that a2. At the right time, the black knight jumping to b4. The bishops that Ding has no real targets in the position. Black's doing well so far.
I love it. And also this knight can any point jump here and then block the bishop. And if you take, I take back and the rook opens up against this weak pawn.
So yeah, I mean, that's what makes me think about the fact that because you have such a simplified way, we have a move?
Knight c2 played.
Knight c2.
So
And by
he's
the way, guys,
improving the piece.
suddenly it is slight edge for black, but not so clear what the move is.
So knight c2 not only improves that knight's position, but also gets the d4 square under control for rook d4 in case f5 comes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the rook can stay connected
That's
to
a
the
very
c4
good point,
pawn.
Tania. Excellent. I guess to queen d7, maybe that's the point.
That's the point.
You can no longer go for this plan, I guess. So maybe queen d7 is a move. But what other moves come to mind? And I'll ask this to the viewers as well. What other move for black comes to your mind here? For Gukesh, black to move, not so easy, but
c5?
still. C5. That's an interesting move, but you do open up this bishop, and you have to be very careful about this potential takes, and then this pin,
Yeah.
which may be or may not be good, but just pointing it out.
Correct.
Yes? Pawn to f5 may be the best move in the position. f5, yes. Or kya?
What about queen c8?
Queen c8. Wow, that's again a nice deep move. Maybe with the idea of coming here.
Yeah.
But if I go here now, Balraj, you can't go bishop h3 because rook takes rook will deflect your queen and your bishop would
is
drop.
lost. Yeah.
So perhaps not queen c8. Knight e5. Another fantastic move suggested here. Knight e5. Sorry? f5 is also a fantastic move. We should analyze this perhaps, Tania. f5.
It's just a direct move, right? Threats captures threat. Threats captures check. It does create a direct threat. And I think the most, the spot I want to put my queen on would be probably to f6 after this.
Beautiful.
Just a nice square. Get the other rook to d8. Finally, harmony between the pieces.
This position is quite interesting, right? It's not a normal position. And kahin na kahin, there's a great stat by Rakesh bhai. In World Championship history, it has never happened, that white's pawns have been on d2 and e2 after 15 moves.
Wow.
This is the first time ever in World Championship history. And both
Any
players...
of the matches in the past?
Yeah.
So actually, Rakesh bhai, please don't tell me that you went through almost every game of a World Championship match.
He's Sagar saying, किसका tweet है ये?
Oh.
ChessBase का software.
ChessBase का software देखा, but still you have to go through some games, yes?
Sagar bhai, time for plug-in perfect.
Guys, the all-new ChessBase 18 is out. You can check it out. Second link in the description. But first link, very important, helpchess.org. Please check it out. And even more important, pinned comment, please check it out. So, lot of links here for you guys. But knight c2. I feel again this position has so many good options for Gukesh. Queen d7, f5, knight e5. He will take his time. Because it's a problem of plenty perhaps.
You know, again, I think f5 is definitely the move that a player like Gukesh wants to make. It's an active move. It opens up the path for the queen to come into the game. Queen d7 does run into rook d4, directly displacing it.
Right.
Do you really want your queen on that square then? Or would you rather have it on the nice f6 square?
I agree, Tania. Maybe, I mean, if I put here and try to put some pressure, if it did make some sense, then he might think about it. But otherwise, you are right. Like, it
D3
won't be his
probably
first
anyway,
preference to go queen d7.
Because it's such a perfect moment to capture the diagonal, right? After f5, you can't give white to move to fall back with the bishop to b2 and control the longest diagonal on the board.
Right.
So queen f6 just, it feels like you're in sync with the position.
Okay, queen f6. What will white do now?
What if rook b1? And how do you defend b7?
That's a good question because also bishop b2 is coming next.
Badhiya move, Sahil bhai. Yeah, this is a very irritating move. It's just put some pressure. But remember, this rook is loosely guarded by the knight. So if we can do some magic, tactical magic.
Where is Suhani Shah when you need her the most?
Oh, Suhani Shah.
Yeah, where is Suhani Shah?
Where is she?
Where is she?
Yeah,
Great question.
That's it just reminded me that we had invited her. She would come on one of the days. So
Let's
have
see.
to ask her. Yes.
But what's the tactic here?
Let's ask everyone
Yes,
if
let's
they
ask.
can come up with
Guys,
ideas.
a good move for black here. Knight b4. What a move. You can't take with the knight. Rook is hanging. If bishop takes, pawn takes, and suddenly ye pawn mar raha hai, then this would hang. So let's say rook b4. Rook, idhar to
Gone.
Oh, black to play.
black to play, guys. Which pawn would you take?
Oh. Which
Trying
pawn
to-
you would take?
Yeah,
Acha,
trying
trick
to
question,
trick.
Yes.
Yes. You would take your pawn c6 in your hand and
Nice.
push it.
Nicely done.
So, fantastic. Yeah.
What a beautiful folk that is.
So, f5, queen f6, I think, Tania, what you have suggested, very likely to happen unless Gukesh kind of overthinks, which was our previous super chat. Someone said, I think Magnus said it, that Gukesh is sometimes overthinking and making slightly inferior decisions. I hope he doesn't do that here.
But so far he's made all the right choices, right?
Yeah, not in this game. Yeah.
Not in this
In
game.
this game, he has not thank.
He's not done any
Overthought.
overthinking. He has not overthought.
Yes.
Future, past, present, participle tense. क्या बोल रहे हो?
But f5, queen f6, I really liked it. But the moment Sahil pointed out rook b1, Gukesh has to find that it's not as strong as it looks at first sight. Queen b6.
Here?
No, after f5,
Yeah.
Rook
Oh,
d4.
pin karna hai direct.
and
Nice.
you want to go knight b4 on rook b1 in any case.
Acha, so if here, just knight b4. But now that fork is not happening, right? Like take and rook takes. Sorry? Queen c5?
You can play queen a7, right? Queen a7 here.
Queen a7, keeping the pin.
Yeah.
And then the pawn comes, basically.
Also possible. You know, in these kind of positions, often there is no one correct move.
Yeah.
As
Okay.
chess is a complex game with many approaches. I think queen b6 also makes a lot of sense.
Very interesting. I think also our crowd here, the audience, is also getting into the groove of the game. So their suggestions are also very interesting. It's not like anyone's blundering something. So very cool, very cool.
I think the only reason intuitively I like f6 more than b6 is that maybe after I solve the problem of the pin, perhaps with a move like e3 in those kind of positions, then that queen Do I want it lined up on the B file? And maybe it's absolutely fine.
That's such a good point, Tanya, because as we just said,
some way to exploit the pen.
Yes.
so here, this point which Tanya did mention. Oh, sorry, we took with the bishop. Take, and now here, and e3 solves the problem because we cannot win this. Why? White to play.
Yes.
Rook takes b7.
Very sharp crowd.
Yeah, very sharp.
I feel that everyone's increased their chess strength over watching the World Championship match and probably getting our 7-day free membership offer as well, Sahil.
No, I think 10 minutes with 2 plugins ज़्यादा हो गए.
No, but I think watching these games is a workshop in itself, you know.
100%. Also because our analysis is not based on what the engine is saying. We're all trying to work it out together.
By the way, all the people in the chat who are asking where is Samay, he will be joining us tomorrow, most likely. Today he is a bit busy, so he will come tomorrow here. तो दोस्तों क्या करना है अब?
इस गेम में ना ऐसा लग रहा है कि ऐसा कुछ इमीडिएट नहीं हो रहा है, बट जब फटेगा तो पूरा गेम कुछ क्रेजी हो जाएगा 1 सेकंड में.
I agree. You know what? In this game, I've had 1 vada pav already. 1 ice cream, very tasty. 1 Red Bull. आज avocado toast नहीं है तो full.
Move completely different from what we were expecting. He puts the queen on c7. That's a bit of a, to me at first sight, looks a little bit of a cagey move. A more solid approach. He wants to get the rook from a8 to d8. But what's your first feeling on seeing this?
Yeah, I guess you are right. He just wants to get the rook here and he wanted to avoid the queen getting hit by rook d4. He thought this is a very safe square. The only thing that you have to think about is the knight jumping to d4, attacking the bishop. Does that just solve the problem of this rook here, is the question. Because f5 clearly looked so nice, but queen c7, little slow, no?
It does come with a threat though. If white was to play a non-move, suddenly the idea of f5, forcing the rook to stay connected to the c-pawn, and then push the c-pawn, drive the rook away from the 4th rank, winning the c4 pawn.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
I think both the players are playing moves which are very reserved. They want the other to actually attack. As from the very beginning, if you see also in the opening also that one pawn which you thought that will go two spaces ahead instead of only one. Instead it went only 1 space ahead. Right now, at every opportunity that we feel that they have, both the players are rather playing more guarded. Is what I think of this as, because they're like, I would rather not lose my position or whatever advantage I have in this position.
Yeah, could be. They are not taking those very committal decisions and just moving. But yeah, I think at some point something will happen here.
Yeah, when f5 appears, that will be a big moment. But I want to make a small strategic discussion here. Notice how we've been talking about the bishop pair that Ding has. And look at the pawn formation that Gukesh has taken. If we can highlight c6, b7 and f6, g7.
Yes.
This pawn formation just nullifies the activity of the bishops that Ding has. Because the left side pawns on the black squares take care of the dark squared bishop, and the pawns on the queen side stop the activity of the other bishop.
Right.
Pushing that is a big decision because you are then creating some weaknesses. Gukesh needs to time that well.
Agreed. And I think the only move that here sort of takes advantage of this move, queen c7, is knight d4, right? What else does he do? Anish Giri has just tweeted 27 seconds ago that Gukesh is a very unusual player. And I think it makes sense,
Hot
right?
take.
No, it may... because we didn't think of it this way, but all our thinking, which was revolving around queen d7, f5, knight e5, suddenly Gukesh goes queen c7, and even a world-class player like Anish is like, भाई ये तो मैंने सोचा नहीं था.
Sagar bhai, he's also tweeted, will join the ChessBase India stream in little over half an hour. Only if this tweet gets a lot of likes. So likes.
Lot of क्या कुछ target दिया है.
Enough likes. Enough likes.
What is enough?
भाई enough ये उसका ये है.
Engagement farming.
This is his trick.
This is him hedging the
Yeah,
bet.
he's like, if he gets 5,000 likes, then he'll be like, oh, 5,000 not enough.
First time I've heard this term, engagement farming. क्या होता है ये साहिल भाई? ये किस टाइप का फार्मिंग है?
I think इसके farmer Anish Giri है number 1 and he's very good at this.
No, but I hope he joins us. It would be amazing to get his thoughts. By the way, we do have a move, and it is the knight moving forward.
And I think without doubt, Gukesh goes back bishop f7 because you don't want to be giving up your bishop in any way. और कोई तो square दिख नहीं रहा है यहाँ पर. You can't go here, 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 here. You don't want to go here.
What if bishop d7 though?
Yeah.
अच्छा जाना है.
I felt you might want to take control of the f5 square, not allowing knight f5.
Right.
Actually, bishop d7, unless there's some tactics I'm missing, would be the move that I would go for.
Okay, bishop d7. It's not a bad move, clearly. Rook takes rook would happen.
Let's take it back with the rook.
I just thought the bishop was more active here, no? But you guys didn't want the knight to jump to the f5 square.
And then the d6 square as well. Oh, and he goes back with Sagar's move, bishop f7, which I think Sagar is the more accurate retreat as well.
It's the best move in the position. And now, as you guys were saying, rook takes rook, rook takes rook. Can we jump to f5 with the knight? Because now you are looking at the d6 square.
This was the scary part for me. So what does Gukesh have in mind here?
I guess you jump in here. Does that make sense to block the bishop with your knight? Anyway, the knight is not doing much. We don't want to push the pawn and open up this bishop's diagonal. So how about just jumping here?
That's been your thought since quite some time now that you've been wanting to execute.
It looks pretty okay.
Basically, it feels like, it's that kind of a thing that's been waiting there for a very long time. कि कब आएगा मेरा बस कब आएगा?
Yeah, and knight also gets into the game finally.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. So
this is too complex a game, man. Ding has 37 minutes. I feel कहीं ना कहीं पे थोड़ा simplification हो चुकी थी बाकी games में. This is getting this might not be as easy to handle in time pressure for Ding.
But how much of a factor is that right now? He's at 37 minutes. How many moves remaining?
22 moves.
22 moves to go.
It will be a factor. It will. Like, I don't see this simplifying anytime soon. Rook takes rook. Let's say you play e3. Suddenly, oh, it's a terrible move. Maybe knight e5, yeah? Hits here, looks here.
This game is the perfect example of the importance of being careful with pawn moves.
Yeah.
Every pawn move leaves behind a square unguarded.
Correct. Can we have a look at Gukesh also here on the screen? How is he doing? Has he closed his eyes today? Ooh, he's fully focused.
Let's do a read, Balraj. Let's get your commentary on what the players are thinking right now.
Yeah, because that's the only thing that I can do.
No, you've been predicting the moves. So
no, I'm just being honest. So I think that currently, I mean, deep in thought, of course, deep in calculation, of course, but neither player wants to be committal towards, going for the attack. They're playing very safe. They want to actually just wait for the other person to try and take that leap. So if the second one person takes that leap, the other person's going to come in and, just be like, hey, I can now finally activate what I need to. I can re-strategize. I can come in with some tactics. So considering these points, I think both of them right now are just understanding what the other's thinking. I like how Ding keeps looking up at Gukesh's face and like trying to look through his brain, like what is this guy up to?
I wish we had a counter for how many times Ding has actually looked at Gukesh in the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, he keeps looking down and then looks up and then looks down and looks up. It's really fun to watch that every time he does that. Hey, kya kar raha hai?
And also he does this, no Ding like does this.
Like he's really unhappy with the position.
ये वाला चीज तो generally कभी मेरा opponent करता है, I'll be like, yes, he's in trouble, you know, I will be so happy.
You know, and when Ding is doing that and he looks up, Gukesh also, if you see, he starts going into this, he does this.
Yes.
So it almost, sometimes it feels like, you know, Gukesh knows Ding's looking at him and he doesn't want him to see through his head.
Also, I think Gukesh's mental trainer, Paddy Upton, he did mention this, that Gukesh should in no way consider that Ding is not going to be at his best. The moment you think this, you're already in trouble.
Yeah, you've lost. You can't be underestimating your opponent at this level.
So, iske liye Gukesh is like, I don't want to see you at all. I just want to see the board. Because the moment I see you, I'll get some false notion that you are not happy with your position, that you are shaking your head. ये सब नहीं चाहिए.
So his mental trainer must have told him, think you're playing an engine.
हाँ, think you are.
Probably not.
You know, there's this famous quote by Akiba Rubinstein. He was asked, whom are you playing tonight? And he said, I'm playing against the black pieces.
Oh.
So he just was going to play.
Completely dehumanize the opponent.
Right. Which is sometimes not ideal because you play your opponent sometimes.
Yes, but that said, I think the quote was more that don't play the opponent, play the position on the board.
Play the game.
Play the game.
Yeah.
So focus on what's objectively the best. By the way, we do have a move. It is D3. So Ding keeping everything solid and trying to keep everything protected in the center.
Okay.
You see, Sagar bhai, I mean, they both are just, they every time the opponent makes a move, they consolidate their own position even further. It's like it's an extended fortress right now.
Right.
If you see those pawns in the middle, how they're coming across.
I think dhire White is improving his position, that now the queen has some little more space to come up. This structure has gotten more solid.
Finally, that there's a pawn chain which has come in the center for White.
Yeah. Interesting how Gukesh deals with this, because he's clearly not very much improving his position, right? Like structurally, if we think about it, Gukesh could be worse because he does not have any central pawns.
I think knight b4 खेल देना चाहिए. I think that bishop has been, you know, kind of a pain throughout the entire game. पूरा diagonal control करके we don't have many squares. So let's just play knight b4 and attack a2. And if you take, then my rook file opens up, my structure opens.
That's a good point. I think, do you guys agree with Sahil's suggestion here? Or is there anything else that you feel?
कोई तो मना करो.
By the way, बीच में I think आपके वो house fund का भी super chat आया था सागर भाई.
फिर से?
हाँ, बीच में तो आया था.
अरे भाई, people are very serious about me getting a house.
Come on, guys, let's suggest a move that Sagar bhai believes that Gukesh will not do. Like a very strong move, which is very un-Guki-like. Pawn to c5.
That Guki will not do. No, it's probably a good move in certain positions, and maybe the bar will not react to it, and maybe it's fine. But do you want to open up that light squared bishop just so indefinitely on that diagonal and giving a big weakness? The b5 square the knight can jump to. These are long-term weaknesses, so you have to be careful.
So what are our possible
Crazy
options
अगर
here?
Guki ने c5 खेल दिया.
Crazy हो जाएगा. But what are the possible options over here for Gukesh right now?
Rook takes rook. One. Knight b4. Another one.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to complicate tremendously, then I was thinking knight e5.
Okay.
I like that one.
Super complicate करके rook को ऐसे बोल, like now you're like your rook is in a bit of trouble because I'll attack you from here. Maybe knight e5 is not a bad move, huh?
It's a great reply, at least ke basically if you are solidifying yourself, let me complicate things for you.
Correct. And the thing is, next move I go bishop g6. If you go back with your rook, I jump with my knight. Suddenly everything gets really weakened, no?
Yeah.
To me, knight e5 looks like the most problem-posing move for white. Maybe knight b4, again, could be the stronger move objectively, or another move, all the moves that you suggested. But knight e5, from a human perspective, if I was playing white, I'm hoping my opponent doesn't play knight e5. Because I have real problems to solve then. Why did I get my rook to this weird spot on e4?
h5. Wow. Okay.
Alpha Zero in the house.
Not a bad move, yeah. Your idea with h4, perhaps.
No, but then h5, then they just push. I mean, isn't that just weakening your?
Well, in a way, if
castle?
you look at this queen here,
Right.
and if I can get h4 rolling, it's not that pointless. Like imagine I make some move, bishop b2.
Okay.
You take, and h4. Suddenly this king is quite weak. I mean, just a thought.
Okay. Of course, yeah. I mean, over there's a direct check coming in. Okay.
So
I like it actually.
very interesting suggestion, yeah. h5.
I do like it.
Yeah, good one. तो अभी हम देख सकते हैं कि गुकेश हैज अ फ्यू ऑप्शंस हियर एंड ये कल का गेम और आज के गेम में ये बहुत हो रहा है कि ऐसा कोई एक लाइन नहीं मिल रहा है सोचने को. एवरी मूव देयर आर सो मेनी ऑप्शंस.
But I think that's the beauty of chess, right? And that's where both players come to a point where mistakes are possible. Usually, अगर एक linear line होती है, they are strong enough to calculate their path forward because it's forcing. But when you have a choice, a problem of plenty in every single move, to maintain accuracy is the hardest thing to do.
So how much do you want to play to surprise the opponent? Because you know that, okay, these are the obvious moves. So should I get creative or should I just okay, save up on time and go with my intuition right now? Like how often do you want to surprise your opponent?
I think that's a great point, and I think the desire and the propensity for that is maximum in the opening.
Okay.
When you can find an idea that you're very familiar with, bring in the first surprise, that's the ideal scenario. But once we leave that stage, Balraj, then I think you have to play what you find best in the position.
That's it.
A surprise factor is great if you're playing blitz and bullet, because your opponent doesn't have that much time to come up with the best response.
No, like for example, Queen C7 was a very unusual move for everyone.
It was unusual. We didn't come up with it, but the move itself is not in any way a kind of a question mark move, right?
It's not a question mark.
It's you develop a queen to a different square than what we expected. A surprise here would be h5.
Okay.
That would be a statement
भाई
move.
h5 अगर खेल दिया ना तो आपको one year membership.
done.
One month रही. 1 year. Yes.
Rook E5. Okay.
Rook E5. Can you take the mic and speak so that people back home?
No, I was just thinking out loud with Rook E5. It's just.
You want to double the rooks, perhaps?
Yeah, and if he takes, you get a pawn in the center as well.
Or maybe you still take with the knight. If you take with the pawn, the problem is this square becomes very weak now. So if we can maneuver the knight somehow here, that knight could never be moved then.
Right.
So yeah, very interesting. I think we are at a very critical moment in this game where Gukesh's next couple of moves will determine the kind of position. And I think it's also a good time for us to take a very short 2-minute break and be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something.
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-week free trial and 50% off so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now because Chess.com is best.
Welcome back, everyone. A few minutes ago, we did get a confirmation that Anish Giri might be joining us. So this is going to be interesting when he'll join us, because by that time the game will also heat up much more. Rook D8. Our crowd is like, भाई break हो या ना हो, हम तो सोच रहे हैं यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है. Rook D8. That's a great suggestion. A very strong move, threatening. Rook takes rook, and then the knight is hanging. तो बढ़िया चाल.
You know what I'm noticing? यहाँ बहुत सारे option है, which is not giving anybody any even slight edge.
Yes.
So it really just depends on the kind of position you want. You have a lot of choice.
And Gukesh likes these positions where there is a lot of choice, and then he makes a move that no one has thought, like a Queen C7 type move, and suddenly if he plays H5, he can no longer claim that no one thought about it because someone did think about it. H5 यहाँ पे unlikely though.
Will really burst the position open, but I feel that it would be improving one of the two knights. Either jump with the knight to b4 or knight e5.
हाँ, knight b4 बहुत ही सही लग रहा है ना Tania, because in a way you attack a pawn. As Sahil bhai said, if you take, pawn takes, rook also opens up. So in a way it looks good.
So we have a lot of choice, right? Let's choose one move each.
Okay, fine. And let's see what happens. First, let's ask the consensus from our audience. Which move do you guys think Gukesh will go for?
Yes. Maybe we...
Knight e5. C5, yeah?
C5, भाई C5 नहीं होगा. I can bet my house.
The house that he buys from the fund that we've raised on the chat, that one.
Kind of. मतलब ये तो नहीं मैं हारूंगा 100%.
This is a safer bet than your
Tania is also with me on this. If I don't have a house, she will give up here.
तो सागर भाई तानिया का घर गिरवी रख रहे हैं.
कर दो. C5 पे तो I'm ready. मुझे लगता नहीं. It's too much of a committal move.
Tania, you have
too many squares.
You have great friends.
जब ऐसे दोस्त हो, there's that saying ना, जब ऐसे दोस्त हो तो
दुश्मन की क्या जरूरत. वाह.
Great opponents.
क्या बात है. तानिया भी कितनी अच्छी दोस्त है. She didn't finish that शेर. उसको लगा बुरा लगेगा.
Next time बोल दो.
Okay, so we had knight e5. All right, so that's what our audience thinks. Sahil, sorry, let's start with Sahil.
I'll go with knight b4.
Knight b4.
I'm with Sahil bhai on this.
Knight b4. Balu.
Same. Knight b4. Yes.
I'm with the audience. Knight e5.
Knight e5 really makes things a bit uncomfortable for the rook here, because the bishop will come and attack. So just so that we can think, Tania, what would be white's
अभी तो
good
आपने
move?
कहा knight b4 होगा.
हाँ, मैं बोल रहा हूँ knight b4 होगा, but knight e5 very good move.
Okay.
Basically, these are the top two suggestions that everyone is going for.
Yeah.
I personally think knight b4, considering the style of play that's been happening all day, you know, with the opening and...
Yeah.
I have one question. So when you're playing a classical game, what is that, time phase जहाँ पे थोड़ा stress build up होने लगता है, आप clock की तरफ नजर लगाने लगते हो, कितने मिनट होंगे वो clock पे? यहाँ पे increment भी नहीं है.
Good question. For me...
Oh! Tania OP, guys.
No, Tania and audience.
And audience OP, guys.
Well done.
बढ़िया.
Versus the boys on the panel, it's one for us.
Tania, आपका घर गया.
C5 पे जाने वाला था वो. C5
नहीं गया
पे
भाई, बलराज भाई को तो घर ही चाहिए.
और कितने घर चाहिए तुमको बलराज?
नहीं यार, सबके लिए है. Great move. So now what happens next?
Yes, and also before we dive into the lines, I want to say knight e5 is a statement by Gukesh to go for a position which is most complicated. Position where the rooks cannot be traded off. There's no simplification. He said it. He enjoys playing chess, and he says chess खेलते हैं सारे pieces के साथ.
तो
trades.
अब मुझे एक्चुअली वाइट के लिए मूव इतना सिंपल नहीं लग रहा है कि क्या खेलना चाहिए. सो फॉर एग्जांपल अ रैंडम मूव फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कि क्वीन को ऊपर लिया, लाइक जस्ट यू अटैक द रुक, करेक्ट. Rook has to. Oh, Rook can go here because I think this is a terrible move. This is my feeling. Yeah, exactly. Because then we jump with the knight, attacking the Rook, and if you take, suddenly we have our pieces lined up here. But maybe that's also not too bad. I don't know.
I think there are also ideas like not trading, because Gukesh has clearly shown he doesn't want to trade rooks. Just go Rook D8. Queen B6, put a lot of pressure on this central knight on D4.
Right. Okay.
And, I mean, look at this, right? Highlight these pieces, Sagar. Knight D4, Rook E3, Queen D2. Oh, they're weirdly placed.
Yes. ये काफी weird है position. I agree with it. Somehow, white के pieces are all there, but not working together. सब लोग अपनी अपनी दुनिया में है.
Even though they're standing together,
yes,
वो सिर्फ अपने बारे में सोच रहे हैं.
Correct. It's something like अपना commentary panel, you know.
yeah, completely.
I think we're more like Gookie's pieces.
I just made the joke for the sake of it.
I want to say I think that joke works very well for black because all the pieces are working together.
Yes, that's us.
That's us.
That's us.
Not Ding's pieces. What do you think, Balu? Are we Ding's pieces or Gookie's pieces?
I think we're Gookie's pieces right now. But also, do you think, when does it start mattering, about how much time is left for the opponent and what kind of move you will make, which will make the opponent think more, spend more time?
Yeah, that was Sahil's question as well, right? A very valid question. And I think it's a personal thing for most. I'll just say from my experience, it's when the clock hits below 20 minutes is when I start feeling, okay, I need to pace up.
Okay.
I need to be careful and manage my time.
So you'll try to make it more complicated for the opponent as well?
If my opponent reaches 20 minutes, yes.
Okay.
But if I'm the one in 20 minutes, I will look for options to simplify the position perhaps where lines are clearer and it's not so complicated, because that's when the mistakes happen. Those positions are harder to calculate.
These guys have spent 7 days with each other.
Yes.
All right. So I'm pretty sure they understand how the other thinks so far and what time is doing.
Yeah.
What do you think, Sagar bhai?
Yeah, I am just afraid that Ding will go really low on time and start making good moves.
Yeah, fair enough.
Defying, all logic.
He's just like earlier I used to get excited. Oh, Ding ke baad abhi sirf 10 minute bacha hai. Then all best moves. And I'm like, ye kya ho raha hai? And then Gukesh would have a lot of time. He would think, go down on time. So I'm not so sure. Like Ding's time management has been very weird in this tournament.
But yesterday the game got simplified a bit when we got in the end game. Abhi kya hai ki itna complicated hai, Ding doesn't even have a clear way to simplify.
Agreed. But one of the things that I always see in a position is, let's say we have this bar, right? Whenever we make a move and bar goes up and down, I know that there are chances of mistakes. ये position में आप कुछ भी करो, कब का bar ऐसे middle में ही अटका है, like it's not really moving so much. So perhaps it's not that. The margin of error is there for both sides, no? What do you think?
I actually feel the margin of error is bigger for white in this position. We were talking about piece placements. All of Gukesh's pieces just are, except that knight on a6, the one piece up, which is one move away from getting active on b4.
Yeah.
The rook on a8 will come to d8. It just feels there's so much more harmony. I want to keep highlighting this strange rook on e4.
Right.
It's, you put that rook, Sagar, on b1 or on f1 and you're looking at a more normal position for white.
Correct.
But this is a problem piece, which is why Gukesh's last move is such a strong psychological ploy as well, because he keeps that piece alive. He doesn't allow a trade of it.
Right. And he's making again Ding think a bit. It's already 5 minutes since the last move. We are still on move 19. So time pressure भी बढ़ेगा अब.
अभी आधी moves भी नहीं हुई है Ding की. I think this will be...
Yeah.
We have a super chat by Ayush who says, what about knight f5 now for white? And then you play knight b4. and then with rook d8 and bishop h5, you are suddenly putting lot of pressure on these central points. Interesting. Interesting super chat.
If you place your knight there, wouldn't he want to trade it? Wouldn't he want to give up that bishop?
But when you take here,
and
then
that pawn,
it opens up this rook.
Correct.
But I also agree that this pawn is weak.
Yeah.
So both ways. It's an interesting trade. मतलब हो सकता है.
For white, having both your bishops on the table makes a lot more sense. That's what you had mentioned.
I still can't believe rook e4 पे पड़ा हुआ है पिछले 10 moves से.
it's
विश्वास ही नहीं हो रहा है.
such a strange point in the position.
Oh, by the way, move on the board. Something has been
Knight
played by
F3.
Ding.
Knight F3.
Oh, Ding goes knight F3. And is this good or bad?
Look
The
at
engine says small error. Not small, actually quite an important one. Bhai, kya move hai? This time I can't see the lines, anything. So we only know that one move might be really good for black here. What is it?
ये क्या move है? I think this is just to the point that Balraj you made earlier. The clock is ticking low. From a human perspective, you want to trade pieces off.
Yeah.
You're always looking for that simplification. And this is what Ding is going for. He wants that problem of the rook solved. He wants the knights off the board. But in that, he's made an inaccuracy. And I'm trying to work it out while I'm rambling.
So can I suggest the worst move?
Oh.
Knight takes knight.
Bhai, wo actually, knight takes knight would solve the problem of the rook on e4, right? Because you're going to trade it next.
Yes.
So maybe this is not the move. We need to
Find something.
We need to make, but it's the most logical move, Balraj. What you suggested. Everyone starts with that thought. Ki ye marte hai.
What other suggestions do we have for Gukesh?
Bishop g6, okay. Let's try and make this move. It is the best move. Kudos.
Wow.
Okay, but now, of course, Ding has thought about it. Is he thinking to go here or here? I guess this h4 doesn't make sense at all.
Sagar, your move, rook e3, invites that black knight to jump to g4. I don't know again if it'll be the best move or not, but this is something that will come to my mind playing with white and capture the e3
That's
square.
the best move here, Tania. Knight e3 coming in, advantage black. Okay, so we chuck out rook e3, rook f4 now.
Why not rook f4? Okay.
Rook h4 पे भी जा सकता है, but somehow थोड़ा out of the game लगता है.
और d4 पे क्या problem है?
Oh, d4 is also a square. Yes, I was a bit worried about this pin here, but maybe not. Hey, maybe that works, right? Queen b6 now or not?
Queen b6, always c5. Do you
But
have
I'm
a
happy,
response
no?
to it?
Like c5 bishop. जैसे यहाँ खेला, I provoke you c5, then come. But maybe according to the engine, it's fine. So not queen b6.
By the way, Gukesh is thinking it's also essential for him to keep the pressure on the clock. So take a little bit of think, but not too much Guki here. I'm very sure he'll go for bishop g6.
Bishop g6 तो खेलेगा.
होने वाला है.
I'm just going to check the lines here. bg6 is the only move to get an edge here.
Oh, so it is a critical move.
It is a critical move. All other moves lead to equality, but with bishop g6, black does get a small edge.
And Sagar, does white have only one good response to it, or?
I didn't check that yet.
Okay, then let's wait for Guki to make the move.
Yeah, let's try to first see if we can work this out. Why rook d4 is a mistake.
So, Sahil bhai, in the meanwhile, can you just check how many likes or retweets or tweets Anish has got? Because this is the best time for Anish to come in.
Ha bhai.
Yeah, I'm checking it quickly. I think whatever the number is, Anish will always mask.
How much has he farmed so far?
1100 likes doesn't seem like enough.
Hey, we have 51,000 people watching live. यार 10,000 तो कर दो यार उसके ट्वीट पे, so that Anish is like ठीक है आना पड़ेगा अभी.
या फिर हमारे पे ही कर दो, क्या पता उसी से चल जाए.
You know, I've been asking Anish कि भाई आजा, you know, come to the, and Anish is like, yes, sure, thanks for the invitation, I'll see. तो आज तो चाहिए Anish.
Especially because we are missing a comedian in the panel.
Oh,
yes, of course.
Wow.
Yes, we are missing a comedian in the
Hot
panel.
take by Tanya. This is
Okay,
going to be
I
my
think-
intro today for Anish.
Hey, well, that's meant in the best way. I think he's actually the funniest chess player. Anish.
And he was asked this question on the light editor, right? Do you think you are the funniest chess player?
What did he say?
He said, but then the guy was like, yeah, he does.
Anish honestly is one of my favorite personalities who I've met in the chess fraternity. He is honestly very funny and been watching him since the time of lockdown, since when he used to come on streams with Samay and you guys. He's no less than a comedian. He is hilarious, especially whatever he tries to get done in his lie detector tests.
Right. And also, Balraj bhai, it'll be the first time that Anish also comes to Habitat today.
Oh,
है ना?
yes.
Although remotely, but still.
Of course.
He'll be in Habitat, तो मजा आ जाएगा. But for now, we are all waiting for
Gukesh's
Guki.
bishop g6.
Yes.
Hone to wala hai. Because Guki wants to avoid exchanges. The only way to do that is to find a forcing move. You don't want to make White's life easier here. How long of a think are we expecting from Guki on this stage?
I think another 10 minutes at least, maybe. He is right on the clock.
Okay, if Guki takes here, then by फिर तो equal हो जाएगा, है ना?
True.
I don't think that's a good idea. Bishop g6. I'm expecting it to happen in the next 2 minutes. Because और क्या ही move कर सकते हैं? I don't even. ठीक है, Bishop g6. Rook, and then we came to the conclusion that these two are the only moves. Rook f4, which is possible, and Rook d4.
What would be the human response to bishop g6?
Rook f4, I feel.
Yeah, I think so too.
But the rook on f4 is a bit... it's not doing much, right?
That's been the story of his life for the last, since it got on e4.
वो रुक कितना घूमा है? मतलब बोर्ड पे ना घूमते जा रहा है वो रुक बेचारा.
ऐसे आ
It's like you're saying rook.
वो सारे इसमें टेस्ट कर रहा है भाई.
अरे बाबा.
Well done, Tania.
लेटिन में ऑडिशन के लिए बुला देना.
Done. पैनल पे सीधे. हाँ जी. So I mean, for example, that rook goes there. For us, it will be for Gukesh, it will be rook to d8. Then after that, or it would be. Would you want to add pressure to the center?
Yeah, I was wondering Rook d8, but it was not the best move. Maybe it is Knight b4, perhaps. Yes, this might be the best move. So clearly, it's a combination of bringing the rook into the center, jumping with the knight, and ये सारे patterns ही घूम रहे हैं कब के. So these are the main moves here. It's all about the move order also. Which one do you play first?
Can we zoom into Gukesh? I would want to see his.
As we look at Gukesh, Anish just tweeted, so little likes. Oh well, I will still join for the love of the game and out of the bigness of my heart. So, awesome.
I didn't know Anish was so good at PR also.
I went full screen on Gukesh so I could take a bite.
Director साहब बढ़िया.
क्या था वो?
Can you zoom into Tania right now? Oh yes, move is on the board, but not bishop g6.
Knight d7.
Wow.
Knight to d7. Gukesh is an unusual player. Anish Giri.
OP.
He did mention that before, and knight d7 has been played.
You think he wants to get his knight to c5?
Yes, exactly.
But the a knight or the d knight?
I think the a knight wants to jump here. So the d knight wants to go to c5.
But why not knight b4, right? That was a very decent... Yeah.
Also, this gives White the opportunity to trade the problem piece, right? You take that rook on e8.
Yeah. But I
Do you
guess
need to rush with it though?
I guess Tanya, he's thinking that now I have pressure here, perhaps. On the e file, ye square thoda weak hai, ye weak hai.
Yes. And again, moves like e4, I'm always very not sure about. The knight c5 coming in, pressure on the pawns.
Thoda ye weak ho gaya, and also the bishop got shut in. So maybe not e4.
But he's threatening to take the rook on e4 and destroy the pawn structure.
True, but first I think you will take. Or, guys, can we see a Acha, nahi ho raha.
Thank God.
I was like,
मेहनत के बाद.
I was like, भाई इधर गए, draw हो रहा है क्या?
Sagar bhai, please don't even think about that right now.
No, it's not happening. It's not happening because knight d4 is a blunder. It's a mistake, so it's a bad move.
Can he play knight h4 though?
Knight h4, coming in here, stopping bishop g6. Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. So knight h4 is possible. You want to eye the f5 square. I see that. But I'm trying to work out why knight d4 was a mistake. And I realized that knight on d7 not only is eyeing the c5 square to jump to, but it also controls that pawn from moving forward. After a move like the c4 pawn. So let's say instead you play knight. Do we have a move? No, what did he
Maar
play?
diya, ruk maar diya.
Yeah, I think it's... But Sagar, I was just going to say that after knight d4, I think there could be an issue with queen coming to b6 in certain moments because suddenly the c pawn can't move to c5.
Yes, you have firm control there. Correct.
So he does trade off the problem child in the position. Rook takes
Gaya wo
rook.
rook. And wo rook gaya. But now there are new issues, right? e3 square is a bit weak. e2 pawn is a bit weak. Not so sure if those can be exploited because you really want a knight here as black. Which is why we were like always saying, if the knight was here, it would have been amazing. And now Ding is ready with his next move as well. He goes queen d2 or rook c2?
I think rook b1.
Rook d1.
Rook b1?
He's attacking
Rook
b7.
b1.
Yes.
Question mark move.
Oh, the bar doesn't like it by quite a bit.
Wow. Okay, this we have to work out. Guys, हम सब try करते हैं. अगर हमको आएगा तो गुकेश को आएगा ही आएगा. तो let's see.
It's not normal. It's not a normal move.
But Guki plays unusual moves.
True.
So he will, let's try to
Okay, my
find
first idea is pawn sack, knight b4 के साथ.
Okay, so we have one idea. Let's think.
Kharab idea. Sahil bhai, no reaction. So bad
This would be a
move.
good time to ask the audience, I think. And jo sahi answer
Yeah,
करे.
audience also thinking.
I'll tell you what my natural response is. Rook b8.
नहीं भाई. Balraj bhai trying. Balraj bhai, I would put everything on stake that this move doesn't have. ये रुक देखो ना कितना सुंदर. It's like you have a nice view in a hotel room. You're like मेरे को view वाला room नहीं चाहिए. ऐसा room दो जिधर सिर्फ एक wall है.
Sagar bhai.
Okay, I want to suggest before you give it away.
Nice one, but
Yeah, rook b8, but I want to suggest it with Balraj's idea, but I want to go immediately for it.
Okay.
And maybe it's a really bad move, but I'm thinking of b5 here.
He has played it.
What?
Yeah, he has played b5.
Whoa!
The best move in the position. Let's go.
बलराज भाई आपका वो आइडिया था
कि पहले b8 करके फिर pawn आगे ना.
अच्छा भाई बलराज भाई was making his own window. Oh.
Okay, but this is so...
Too good.
I was trying to calculate the lines and this gets crazy. This is absolutely nuts. Because he's inviting Ding to take a pawn on b5.
Yeah.
But वो a2 pawn is going to be hanging.
अरे वो तो मैं देखा ही नहीं. वो ये मर रहा है.
But you take the pawn on b5
Yeah,
first.
first take.
Queen b6 check and then you pick up the
Oh,
pawn.
then you pick it up simply. That's even stronger. I was wanting to take on
बढ़िया.
a2.
Check. King h1.
And
then
oh,
Guki
this is
saying
advantage.
push push push. ये pawn weak. दो pawn queen बनाएंगे हम. Oh.
You know the problem here? The
Yeah.
problem is after the check, I don't know why King f1 is the preferred
नहीं
move,
होने वाला.
which is impossible.
नहीं ठीक है हो सकता है ना क्यों
Because
नहीं?
queen f2 you're stopping.
No, you just also defend e2.
Exactly. King h1, queen f2 would
Yeah,
be a
Quite
big problem.
natural, basically, Sagar bhai saying.
Not natural. Natural instinct was to go to the side.
The corner.
But अगर तुम 5 seconds सोचो, then you realize.
भाई लेकिन ये b5 क्या ही सोना move था. It's such a beautiful move.
Soda move, nice.
So good.
Tania
It was not in my head. I never thought about it. Like I was thinking knight इधर कुछ करते हैं. ये. Suddenly on the other side.
It's beautiful, and I want to point out.
Did Balraj's move help you?
I was thinking of b5. It gave me an idea, and I know Balraj in his mind wanted it, but I was actually wanting a different path after b5. I wanted to grab on a2. The line that you've shown with queen b6. Once we have that position on the board, that looks huge for black.
You mean check, king f1,
and take on b5. b4 is coming. a2 is a forever weakness. The rook is beautifully placed on e8. And look at white's pieces. 2 minors on one side, 2 majors, 3 major. I mean, whatever. The pieces are all split with no real target.
Yeah, it's completely spread out.
22 minutes for Ding. Anish is communicating via tweets
क्या
now.
क्या बोल रहा है भाई?
Join the link, but no one is there.
अरे समय भाई. समय भाई.
Our director's name is also Samay. For all those who don't know, it's a different Samay. There can be more people with the same name.
Oh, he's there since 4 minutes. Samay bhai, I'm
Perfect time
sending
for
you.
Anish to come in. Because a big move on the board.
Yes, yes.
But how much of a practical trouble is this for a top class player? We'll find out.
Okay. I have sent you, so please help to get him in. Because this Anish coming in right now is the best time, because this is where we could get really a hot take from one of the best players in the world.
Yes.
And also the funniest chess players.
Yes.
For me, he's a comedian.
What would be his stand-up rating?
Stand-up elo.
Yes.
I don't think there's anything like an ELO. It's just ticket sales.
Sold out shows.
Okay, so right now B5.
Super GM to hoga. On his comedy level.
Tania.
Of course, I mean you have.
Balraj by Tania.
Sorry.
यहाँ पे ये forced है क्या मारना या?
Anish tweeted about Balraj.
Oh.
He said, even Balraj doesn't pick up my call. I don't know why.
What? What? Yeah, actually.
Did he call you?
He's just joking.
Wow.
2900. Okay, but B5, listen. I think, Sagar, you wanted to jump back into this critical moment.
I was thinking, is it forced for white to take, or can white be like, let me just put the queen here and defend this pawn?
Oh.
Wow.
Sorry? Knight D4 here or knight D2, okay? So first queen C2 looks terrible somehow. It looks like a mistake.
Perhaps you... I want to push B4 when I'm given a chance. Again, I'm thinking, do I throw in a check or not? B4 is not
Kind
accurate.
of drops some of the edge.
Okay, can we start with a check? Queen
Check.
B6.
King F1, I
Also
guess.
not the best.
Yeah, it's not so trivial, no?
What is it?
Like when we struggle, we realize that maybe the player, because we are doing this with a bar.
Bhai,
So we become slightly stronger.
What if you do knight D5 first?
Knight?
E5
No,
matlab.
from the knight on D or to C5.
C5.
And guys, let's give it up for the one and only Anish Giri. Woo!
1-3. Yeah.
Hello, Anish.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Anish, I shouted so much and only Balraj said, can you hear us? And you could only hear him.
How are you, Anish?
The Balraj is your best chance. You know, I was clicking on your link, and I thought, okay, it's normal that you don't let me. Tania, of course, she doesn't want me there at all. This other
In
guy
fact,
from
I
chess.com
did,
India.
Anish, because we were really missing a comedian on our panel today. So we really wanted one.
No. You have already 4 comedians. No, but my only hope, because I heard that Balraj is a gentleman, that he'll let me in. But even Balraj didn't let me in.
I kept asking the team over here, and the team kept saying Sagar bhai is in touch with you. So I'm really sorry. I should have been more proactive.
Okay, you're trying to save your reputation. That's good. Thank you. Yeah, the game, meanwhile, is up, yeah?
Yeah, Anish, what is your thought? This move B5 really shifted the evaluation. Is it such a key moment here?
Yeah, absolutely. It is a huge move. It makes the one ugly element.
Somehow Anish's audio is not so clear. I don't know, Anish, if it's your mic mic issue, perhaps.
Let me see.
Anish, you're a professional streamer now. You should have a better setup.
No, my setup is, people know on my channel, my setup is better than yours, Tanya. It's just, your stream is having me on bad sound, now it's my fault. On my channel, this would never happen. We know, me, I'm professional.
Another hot take.
Do you guys, does it work
Actually,
now?
Anish, director Saab is saying maybe the internet is a little bit patchy, perhaps, or not?
Yeah, I wonder.
It will always be our internet.
Yeah, I'm sure that in the Netherlands there's no issue like Nashik.
Okay, wait, I can make it louder. How does it work now?
Oh, beautiful, Anish. What did you do?
Yeah.
What did you do?
So it was your
magic.
setup then?
No, you were on your other mic.
No. There was something there. It said like some virus I had on my computer. It said like Tanya touched the virus.
Wow.
And immediately started working.
Fine.
Roast battle has begun, Tanya versus Anish. So,
but let's get back to the game, guys. I mean,
she questioned my setup. Tanya, that's below the belt. You can't question my setup. Don't do that.
I forgot how important streaming is to you now. So I apologize for that.
Okay. Even now that I've lost all my rating.
I didn't say it, you said it.
No, but you set it up. I just filled in the blanks. Okay, but back to the game. So the thing about the position, the queen side was very ugly for black because there was this backward b pawn. And it's like b5 is straightens it all out, you know? It's like when you're building a wall, you know, and in your apartment and you're just straightening it all out. Now everything comes to life, everything makes sense. And Ding is in big trouble. Also, his clock is not good.
Yeah.
By the way, we have this moves. Queen b6, king f1 is on the board.
Wow.
And Ding did realize that king on f1 more important than king on h1.
That is the case, yeah? King f1 is better than king h1.
Yes. But now Anish cb5, yes?
Yeah, of course, yeah. No, it looks very bad for white. You know, it's not even that this position is so bad. It's that it got massively downgraded for white. So it got kind of worse. That's the problem.
cb5 done. And now, like, would you say the main issue is this pawn is weak and black has a majority here? Is that the right way to look at it?
I think there are a lot of issues in white's positions. First of all, b4 is coming. The queenside pawn, like, even if you don't collect the a2 pawn, you can create a b passer sometimes with a4, b3 eventually. So your outside pass pawn is very strong. The other issue white has is the king is kind of soft. It's very soft on f1. And if I ever get my knight to d5, which is not so far away from there, by the way, then you're in massive trouble as well. Yeah, I think Gukesh has done a great job with this game, keeping the tension and creating imbalanced position. And Ding just wasn't able to maintain the same level of tension.
Also,
he's made his move already. He's played bishop b2. Oh, and this move even further drops the evaluation.
and look at the clock. He's touching the 15-minute mark.
He has to make 15 moves in 15 minutes. And is the a2 pawn hanging?
Yeah, I think he wants to fix up the bishop at least. He wants to regain harmony. The bishop on d4 will at least defend that e3 square, yeah? Which was one other big worry I was talking about. Now when a knight comes to d5, it's not such a big deal. But I'm not sure he's in time. Yeah, he prioritized this over the a2 pawn, which I understand. Okay, so bishop a2, bishop d4. This is the line, clearly. You need to move the queen, keeping an eye on the b5 pawn, I suspect, yeah? So what square is that? Let's say if you go to b8, which would be the most obvious, then rook a1. Rook a1, then I win back the a pawn.
Right.
So I think it's not... maybe knight c5 just. Sorry, knight ac5 just, right? Yeah, knight ac5, I think. And then bishop back to
Queen c2.
e6, and I protect all my pawns.
Rook c1 and queen c2. Maybe you start with rook c1 first. Rook is hanging.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yes, there is some issues. Okay, maybe I can just go bishop e6, but I'm a little bit worried about the pins. Queen c2, rook c8. There is a lot of pins there on the knight, and I don't feel comfortable with that.
But Anish, you start now pushing your pawns, yeah? That would be very powerful, perhaps.
Yeah, I think you need something very strong here, like bishop, maybe bishop moving away, and d4 maybe is a threat already. Like bishop g1, yeah, and d4 maybe is a threat. So with
By
black,
the way,
maybe
Anish,
you want to do something else.
I don't have the lines on, so it's only the bar. So clearly, we don't know the best move. Just so that you know.
Well, yeah, this is my assumption. The problem is Gukesh also doesn't know the best move. That's the,
no,
that's the issue.
In this particular analysis, you are clearly the strongest player. So, I mean, we are not looking at the engine right now. So.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. You guys are all very sharp there also. You guys are also all very sharp.
So I'd like to just...
I know Balraj.
And yeah, I'd like to just continue on that point. You had tweeted that Gukesh is a very unusual player. That's what you had mentioned. What's happening? What's on your mind? You know, why did you say that?
Yeah, I think this particular game I found is very remarkable. If you go to the moment earlier when Ding played f4.
Yeah, just going there. Yes.
So he spent quite little time in this position, which is kind of new. I think it's new to him. Ding has already played a lot of interesting moves that were definitely not part of Gukesh's preparation. And so, okay, first of all, there is the move e4, which is worth consideration, but he took ef quite fast, which is a very logical move. So he's rook f4, and okay, here already there's a very interesting sequence. Okay, maybe let's first see what happened in the game. He took the pawn, and bishop d4.
Bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, this is what we looked so far. So let's see if that continues. But so the moment from dc4 is I find quite interesting, because in this position, if you are a positional player, let's say you are an old positional player like me, let's say, you see a pawn there in the center on d5, move ago, controlling the central squares. Yeah. You see also positional players also try to win by force as well, tactically. Everybody tries. But so I see, okay, dc, bc, knight g6, rook moves away, knight e5, d3. Okay, not so clear, yeah? So let's say I don't want to go dc because I'm a positional player. So then I will develop my knight on b8, yeah? Because positional players want to develop the pieces and control the squares. So I'm thinking knight a6, maybe knight d7, to the center, even more conventional. Maybe knight g6, hitting the rook. And the position is very fine for black. It's even a little bit nicer for black. So if you are a concrete tactical player, you are thinking in the direction of dc4, because that's very forcing. Captures, threats, checks, right? So you think, okay, dc, bc, knight g6. You start thinking beyond. You think, okay, maybe rook e4. You think, okay, f5, attack the rook. Rook e3, another forcing move. You think, okay, f4, attack the rook. And you keep calculating. I'm already finished calculating because I'm a positional player. I'm finished already. I overcalculated. Daily dose of calculation, my brain is burning. But calculators keep calculating. Okay, 4, rook e4. Arjun will say bishop f5, rook e8, queen e8. He will say knight f3, knight d7. He will say then d3, queen e3 check, king h1, rook e8, rook c2, fg, knight g5, bishop c1, queen f2. He will calculate and it will not stop. He's like computer. It will just not stop. I might say e4 in the end. Oh, I have to go back to bishop c1. I go queen b6. Maybe not knight e5. Oh, I should go maybe first queen d7. So
we don't even know if the legal moves or not.
But what Gukesh did, he first played dc knight g6 like he's a tactical player. And then he played knight a6 like he's a positional player.
Wow.
And then after his next move, make one more move. Now he played the most strange move of all. He played queen c7.
Yeah.
Which is, okay, you connect the rooks. You slightly improve your queen. But if you were in the spirit of going dc4, which gives up the center, knight g6 attacking the rook, if you were in that mode of being concrete, you would think that you would continue in that mode, And he's kind of neither here nor there. Which gives you a lot of strength as well, because if you are not thinking in this kind of patterns, one or the other, you're being flexible, you can come up with basically anything, right? You are not restrained or constrained by any. You are thinking outside the box. You are not in any box.
Wow.
All your options open.
This is so deep, actually. Amazing way to look at it.
But of course, the problem is that if you don't have this sort of box, you can end up playing also a very bad game because if you don't have a clear plan or a clear strategy and you do a bit of this, a bit of that, you can be all over the place and finally give up your positional trumps without any concrete gain. So yeah, I found it a little bit inconsistent the way he played. But now it all works out. I think b5 makes it all work out. Also, rook b1 is a blunder. Basically, rook b1 is a positional blunder.
Yeah, rook b1 was the big mistake. Until that point, it was even.
But can we come to the
Positional
live
mistake.
board? Because
Yeah.
bishop d4 has happened. And, Anish, as a professional recapper that you have been, by the way, brilliant stuff there. You actually
Fastest recap on the internet.
fastest recap, the record's been set. But you had this take, right, where you really described Ding's mindset when in game 7 he went queen a6 and took the pawn on a2. You said he felt he's busted, he's got no time, at least go for the pawns. And actually Ding said the exact same thing that he was feeling at the moment in the press conference.
Yeah.
Coming to the moment that we have right now, Ding has got less time. What do you think at this level, at this stage, being, a top class player yourself, what do you think Ding is thinking right now under pressure?
Yeah, no, it's similar. I mean, he's in a very low confidence state, which sometimes I also am in. Usually not as low as him right now, but sometimes I also have low confidence states. And I know exactly the kind of thinking you have, and it's not good. So when he played rook b1 in general, the irony is that rook b1, because it's a very important moment for his also to understand how he feels. So rook b1, the irony of rook b1 is that he's trying to stop b5. So if you go back to the moment.
Yeah, we're bringing it up.
The irony is that by trying to stop it, you actually enhance it because of the intermediate which he missed. So he understood.
Ah, yeah, it's back.
Yeah, sorry, we couldn't hear you.
No, so the irony is that he was trying to stop b5, and he only enhanced it.
Anish, just a second. Director Saab, the video is fluctuating. If we can change the view, perhaps. All are like this. All 16 cameras are fluctuating. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Amazing. So it's a problem from
server issue basically.
Yeah,
could be.
Singapore.
Yeah, that's all right.
Then we can remove it. No, it's too irritating to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's remove the players. Calm till
Sagar,
this is solved.
how much you paid for this video? You have to sue them.
A lot.
You know how much you paid for
Sagar
this
doesn't
video?
have a house anymore.
Sorry, but Sagar's house is not even near this. I was there. It's not even near the price of this video.
Huge shout out to Sagar bhai for organizing this and paying for the rights for this along
And
with.
then when it's fluctuating to remove it.
It's like the house crumbles,
I'm like Gukesh, I want the camera, but then at some point I don't want it. So you don't know, yeah, I'm positional or tactical.
Anything can happen on the stream. Sorry, go on, Anish, go on.
Yeah. The remarkable part is that so he understood that b5 is a problem, and he was trying to address it. And actually, the move did like opposite of what it was supposed to do. It allowed b5. So a better way to protect was to just go king h1, for example, because b5, cb, queen b6 check was a threat. So already king h1 would be less bad of a move. Maybe there are better moves than that, but at least king h1 is decent. You see, the bar is saying it's okay.
Maybe king f1 also, right? Just maybe this.
Yeah, but maybe something more sophisticated. Maybe like in some way queen d2. Queen d2 is most helpful. Maybe I guess.
Meanwhile,
anyway, so
Anish,
he's feeling. Yeah.
Knight a c5. The move you recommended is on the board.
Yeah. No, I'm also making same mistakes like the guys.
Although it comes with a question mark. I thought it was
Yeah.
a good move. I didn't see the question mark, but do you think what could be the better move there?
I don't know. I haven't yet thought about it. It's not obvious to me at all. I mean, maybe it's some kind of out of the box move like queen c6.
I think Sahil has the answer to that.
Yes, of course, the strongest player here. I just had to look at the engine, and it's actually the other knight to c5.
And it's so difficult to understand why it should be this knight and not that knight.
Yeah.
I think I sort of see it now why. No, it's actually I can see it now why. So you want to bring the knight from the edge to the board to the center. But the reason is that after rook c1, let's say bishop e6, queen c2, rook c8. Now I think bishop on e6 protects the rook.
Oh.
So if bishop goes to f2 now, let's say, I go queen d8, d4. Now, if my knight was on d7, rook on c8 would not be protected. Now it is protected. I go knight b3.
Wow, guys, this is something we would have taken at least 10-15 minutes to figure out, and Anish did it in 10-15 seconds. Amazing, amazing.
Rook c1 on the board.
Because you're combining the geometry of the knight, bishop, and rook in a construction and doing it really quickly. But we've got a move. He's gone for rook c1. Queen c2 is coming up next. How much of a compensation is this for the extra pawn for Ding?
It's extremely concrete. There is no compensation. There's no positional compensation. There is just you might be losing the knight on c5. And this slightly reminds me of the game Gukesh lost to Alireza in Candidates. It was also the same. He was in the driver's seat. He had more time.
Better,
it looked winning.
Yes.
It looked winning, but the opponent was fortunate enough to have some concrete compensation. And yeah, this is just unfortunate for him because Ding, of course, is mega desperate. So to come back to how he feels, after b5, he's already thinking it's all over. And he's just somehow he's looking for some miracle. But it just might be there.
So Anish, in this position after rook c1, if I want to stop queen c2 and I'm playing with black, the first move that will come to my mind is bishop b3. I hit your queen. I try to control the c2 square. Does this help black?
Yeah, it's a reasonable inclusion because after queen b3, knight b3, bishop b6, knight b6 protects the queen. So tactically, your move definitely works. And this is a great transition. Black
Damn,
wins.
you saw that trick. I was hoping you'd fall for it.
Yes. Okay, that's there. That's there. No, it looks like an improvement of black's position, but okay, we have to continue, I guess. White should probably move the queen to d2, I guess, or what else?
And I was wondering if I can take control of the c3 square with pushing that b pawn ahead, because my rook on e8 stops queen e3, my pawn from b4 stops queen c3, and I'm pushing the a pawn next.
Maybe queen e1?
Oh, wow.
So F.
Instead of d2.
I don't know, I'm just trying to find
why do you think queen e1 is better, Anish, than queen d2?
Queen f2, maybe I have an option now.
Aha,
That's
wow.
very tricky. Very tricky.
Wow.
Rook c8, bishop h3 maybe, Tania.
Wow.
And then
suddenly
a lot
it's
of pins.
Ding who is winning.
How many? Yeah, that's a lot of pins.
Pin here, pin here, pin here.
C5
Oh my
also
god.
Point out, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Lesser pins in my hand.
Oh my god.
So
it's not, it's actually a position where earlier we thought, oh, after b5, Gukesh can never be in trouble. But it could be a position for 3 results.
Oh, very much. And the bar, the evaluation is super strange because it says that black is a bit better. But to me, either black is winning or white is winning. Pawn-wise, I'm winning, but maybe I'm losing my knight.
Right.
How can it be neither nor? I don't understand. Wait, can I play queen? Can I play like queen? So queen d6, queen c2, yeah. So it's
okay. Can I suggest a move? Okay, queen d6 you want to look at.
This is a double
c2,
attack.
Yeah, it's just queen c2. Yeah,
it just finishes the game.
Can we check what happens if you just push the pawn? b4, queen c2, b3. Bishop takes knight. Sorry, let's show that. Is that an idea? I want to get my pawn to the other side. Knight, take this bishop. Take everything b2.
Oh, b2. No, b2. Intermezzo. That's the thing. b2.
Beautiful.
I thought, okay, this is beautiful. But even queen takes queen b2, is that
d2 maybe?
Oh, knight d2 is there. Yeah,
No, but that is okay for what?
Yes, agreed.
No, so but that's just the line then, no? But then why is black not winning?
So black is winning if
No,
you
B2,
play
B2
b2 here. Black is totally winning. But the point here is that if b3, there is something else here.
Queen c4 check?
Okay, queen c4. We've got to move the king to h8, right? Because king f8, bishop takes knight comes with a check.
Check, yeah.
Okay, you can try and somehow play like bishop b2 and play against my a2 bishop, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's I think the best line now, and it's like a small edge for black. Maybe this is what you were saying, Anish.
That's how it happens, yeah. Wow. Yeah, because it's funny. Like my pawns, like it's huge achievement for black to push the pawn to b3. But now suddenly bishop is on a2, and it's kind of out of play. I mean, it supports if I get to destabilize b2 bishop, I'll win. But the bishop is otherwise a little bit out of play, and yeah, it's an interesting position. And this, by the way, is also, it could be like that it lost for white, but it could also be that it's double-edged. Yeah. No, I think before b3, super tempting. Yeah. I don't also know what else.
So Guki might play b4 at this moment.
So in a way, we can say that ND-c5 was a super huge improvement in the position, because then you don't have to go for this move trapping your bishop here, because you could actually come back with your bishop and play rook c8, and you would have been much better.
But to understand this, you need the evaluation bar, you need Anish here to guide us through it, you need the ability to take back. Only in hindsight can you understand this.
I think evaluation bar is enough, Tania, to understand this. I don't think you need me.
Not for this panel, Anish.
Oh my god, he makes the Tania move.
What is the Tania?
Oh, bishop b3!
1 second, Anish Giri, b4 was also my move. Just want to tell you.
b3! Oh my god. And by the way, the position is now equal.
Oh, damn.
Well, I'm equal with chances also for white, because he clearly missed. But queen e1 knight d3, no, is what he must be missing. What if knight d3?
Pawn takes knight. What was your idea? Can we see that line? Knight takes pawn. Oh, you were just pinning. Sorry, I forgot
queen
the rook.
Queen c3, I think, is the issue.
But let's point out, Sagar, pawn takes knight, rook takes queen is a check. So you don't have time to recapture the black queen.
And if you take on b6...
Look, he sees he blundered. Look, he sees he blundered.
What?
Gukesh. He looks to the side. He saw he blundered.
Not really. But you know, Anish, it's not so easy to understand that this is a blunder, right? Because even if queen e1, it's not like, oh, I have no move left, right? Oh, he played queen e1. Ding has played.
No. He saw. I saw that he made that look to the side. He noticed he blundered, Gukesh.
This was our line. This has become Tania versus Anish now. Bishop b3, queen e1 on the board.
I just hope that this rook c8, bishop h3 line doesn't happen where white starts to win.
Yeah. Okay, but how do we avoid this now as black? Because queen f2 is the threat here. And the black queen can't sidestep, let's say, to a square like d6 because a5 is hanging. Oh, also bishop takes knight, knight takes bishop, queen c3. Is that a problem?
Well, I love problems. Suddenly, you're coming to me with all the problems.
You have to
I just came here
us.
to watch and enjoy the stream, watch the game. Suddenly, all the Tania problems now I have to solve. Seriously,
you called it the virus. What can I do?
You know what I'm thinking, Tania? What I'm thinking, maybe to sacrifice this knight, like b4, queen f2, maybe like just give it up and push the pawns somehow. I don't know. Does it work? Maybe it's this desperate. Maybe I can make a draw here, pushing the pawn somehow.
It's so, like, when Gukesh played b5, this is not where he wanted to end up, right?
No, I think knight d4. I think the danger is that white can give up a knight for the two pawns. And you're going to have some terrible rook endgame. Okay, let's see, bishop d5. But maybe black can actually win the knight for only one pawn. So bishop d5, maybe?
Yes.
And then, okay, let's say takes a rook a8 maybe, or what?
Yeah.
And then knight b3, a2. And knight a1, I have rook c8 maybe.
Yeah, king f2.
King f2, I have rook a3 maybe. Yeah, okay, a1, yeah, a1, knight a1. Yeah, a1 is a draw. A1, knight a1. Sorry, a1, yeah. Rook a3 was knight a1. Take, rook b5, rook b1 is draw. Yeah, we are actually this whole thing is actually very likely, no? This line.
But it all depends on Gukesh's ambition, right? He'll be like, oh, I don't want to go into this bailing out line. I was better. I want to hang on to my extra piece, and suddenly he does something crazy.
And how?
Sagar, he wants.
Sorry, go on.
He wants, of course. Okay, sorry. Bishop e6 first of all, the most normal move. What happens after bishop e6?
Okay, let's go double down on the knight.
Rook c8.
Can we fall back with the bishop with your idea earlier of d4?
Yeah, Maybe. Oh yeah, knight d4. Okay, rook c7. I thought, but
d4, d5. Anyway, is that possible?
d4,
So
knight
d4,
e4.
knight a6.
I'm afraid of some knight move. Also, bishop f4. I'm a bit afraid as well.
Why are you afraid of a knight move, by the way, Anish? Here.
Yeah, I'm afraid of knight because that's the only piece that can add more pressure. Because
knight
bishop, queen,
d2
and rook
maybe.
are already putting pressure.
So maybe knight d2. Idea knight d4.
Knight d2 or knight d4.
Knight d4.
Knight d2 maybe. Queen
By
d6.
the way, knight d4, very strong. Yeah. Also, the strongest move here, crazy move, knight e1.
Whoa.
No idea why.
No, that's yeah. I mean because I know the main point. So the main point, Sagar, is that I'm threatening now d4, d5, and there's no rook c1 check.
Oh, there's no check. The knight blocks it, and then you can attack the queen here and win the bishop.
It's insane how quickly, top grandmasters are able to understand these differences in the position.
Yes.
It's awesome to watch.
I was, Anish, I have a question here. Is this the World Championship effect that every time one player gets the advantage, it slips out like within a few moves? Or what is it? What is happening?
No, I think what is actually the World Championship effect is that you are zooming in on one game in so much detail. And whenever one side gets minus 0.4, you are all there with 100 people looking at it for 10 minutes, and making a giant deal out of it, talking about what it means for entire nation if Gukesh wins. Well, normally people play tournaments. You are going somewhere, with your coffee. Then you come back. Somebody made a move. It's around equal. You're chilling. So there are 5 other games. You don't care. But at some point, somebody was a bit better. It was draw normal. Now you're zooming in, and zooming and watching every single little move, and that's the effects, and that's why you start seeing exaggerated.
It's very
basically
enjoyable.
you start feeling, you start to exaggerate the mistakes and everything because you're just zooming in. You're zooming in too deeply.
But Anish, it was minus 1.3. From there to reach 0.00 for a player like Gukesh in 2 back-to-back games is not common, right? Like. Within a few
these are
moves.
very different. No, okay, if you put it that way, okay, but very, very different scenarios. Yes, Sagar. Yesterday, Gukesh had a technically one endgame, which was hard to convert, and Ding resisted very well, and Gukesh failed to convert. Yeah, this is one type of game. It happens. Today, in a sharp dynamic position, Gukesh sort of handled it better. Ding made a small positional blunder. Blundered b5 queen b6 idea. Ding's position started collapsing. Then he quickly switched to active counterplay, sacrificed the pawn. After a position remained very dynamic, of course, and then Gukesh had an opportunity to somehow harmonize his pieces through this knight dc5 move, which is very weird because in any time you're going to c5 with the knight from a6 or d7, 99 out of 100 you go knight a6 to c5. 99 because always you want the knight in the center to maintain there. Because knight from d7 not only controls c5 square, also controls e5, f6, f8, all the other squares. Knight from a6 is doing nothing on the edge of the board. Complete overkill. Having 2 knights on the edge of the board makes no sense to knight d5 ever.
Right.
Here. Exactly this one concrete line with bishop e6. So it's very hard to consider knight dc5. And that's why I said knight ac5, of course, also first, right? I said knight ac5.
Right.
That's the move I suggested. So, and he probably calculated rook c1, bishop b3 Tania move.
Can you stop calling this Tania move? b4 was also my move. Also, I will take Gukesh playing my move at any day of my life.
I support Tania.
Thank you.
Sorry, I don't hear very well. Okay, so one more time. So, he went knight c5, rook c1, bishop b3 Tania
Don't
move.
say it.
Okay, so no, but guys, so let's see what Gukesh calculated. Okay, he calculated, of course, queen b3, and he saw then queen d2, because in 99% out of 100 times you always go to d2, because that's a better square.
Guys,
controls much more.
We have a
squares.
move, Anish.
Anish,
We have a move.
Queen e1, bishop e6. All of a sudden, Ding Liren is better. Ding Liren,
of course, because this
has a huge advantage now.
But we saw this, right? This line with doubling down with
91.
queen f2.
91.
Rook c8. But knight e1, he's done this once before in
Queen
this game, by the way.
f2, rook c8, bishop e3 on the board.
Oh, he's gone for this. This has happened.
Yeah, rook c7, 91. But 91, nobody sees 91.
Exactly, but you know what? He's played 91 in this game once before at the opening. Do you think that might make it easier or not?
Yeah, actually,
Because
it's
the
true, it
motif
does.
exists, right?
No,
Like when
but you
I'm
know,
playing,
Tanya-
if something that's happened before in my game, it's on my radar at all times.
But even rook c7, knight e1 is the best, but knight d4 clearly better for white. It's not like knight e1 is the only move.
So Gukesh is in trouble?
It's huge trouble actually. He suddenly got himself. It's like, you know, Ding gave him a good position to get him so ambitious, and suddenly Gukesh got everything messed up, all his pieces. And this really reminds of this Firouzja Gukesh game of the candidates.
Yeah,
You
it does.
He rushed with bishop b3 a little bit in that moment. I don't know how long he took for that, Sahil.
I think a decent amount of time, and yeah, at this point it looks very, very difficult. Anish, what do you think will happen in this game now?
No, I mean, it's a very concrete position. You know, the bar is not saying it's lost, so it's a very concrete position. I mean, I haven't yet figured it out. Like you told me the bar, all this night, but I haven't calculated it out yet at all. What I see is that it looks like black has a winning position on the queen side, right? Two passed pawns connected. Yeah. The road is free. B4, B3, B2 resign. But there is a small issue of threat of D4. Small issue. Now the problem is that there's no easy way to solve that issue.
Yeah, d4
and at
is
this
such
point,
a
giving this
powerful
knight,
move.
yeah, like rook b8 at this point is, I guess, is too late to switch gears back to. Now it's a much worse version of the same thing.
Now even though you have two pawns, this endgame you can
two
stop those pawns. Like b4, this is hanging. It's not easy to push the pawns.
Yeah, the other, in the version that I suggested it, pawns were already much further. So there's no more this. No, rook c7. Yeah, d4 is coming. Let's see. Like I cannot move any of the knights. I can't. Moving the bishop makes no sense because of d4. Moving the queen, there is no square. Rook c7 is absolutely the only move.
But then d4 and Gukesh is back. Like knight e4, he's winning.
No,
And let's say 91 is difficult, okay, to find. I do think it helps that it's happened before because the motif is in your head. But let's say knight d4, because knight d4 is a lot more natural here.
But these two moves are very different, Tanya, because there are two ways of playing with white. You want to move the knight, but like knight e1, it threatens to win the piece with d4, d5. Knight d4 has an entirely different idea. So I don't think you can think in terms of like we have a position and we have different moves and white is better in many ways. No, it's
knight
not
d4
like that.
also wins a piece in one move, right? You are coming in with the threat of knight takes bishop.
Yes, but you're threatening it in a very yeah. Of course, you're threatening also something, but you're threatening it in a very different way, and there are very different responses. So yeah, I think rook c7 has to come, right? There's no alternative, right? Just
yeah, rook c7. There is also queen a6, just in case if it is, you know, you want to start pushing your pawns, so you kind of move, give up your piece, push your pawns, but it's desperation, kind of.
No, it's not. No, it's complete nonsense. It's not
By the way,
happening.
just to tell our viewers that we are not getting a clear feed from Singapore, which is why we have removed the player cams, because it's flickering all the time. It's not an issue here.
Though.
Yeah, it's not working well on other streams as well, I guess.
And how does you know a top level player like Gukesh, like yourself, how do you adapt to this situation? Because when Gukesh took an a2, it's clearly he's in driver's seat. Even perhaps when he played bishop b3, you feel, okay, I'm pushing for the win here. And 2-3 concrete moves, and suddenly you've got these big threats on the board. How do you go into that?
Okay, I'll tell you what's happening. He doesn't realize yet what's happening. He doesn't have the bar, yeah.
No.
He missed queen e1 first of all, because he also knight d3. There's an illusion of knight d3. He underestimated queen e1 because knight d3, queen c3. He thought, okay, I have bishop e6, rook c8. Bishop e3, he probably also saw rook c7. He saw there is no immediate way of losing the piece. He paused here. He thought, okay, anyway, this is the best I have after queen e1. Because he didn't want to give up the knight, because that's you playing for a draw, and maybe not even for sure it's a draw. So he didn't want to do that. So he kind of just went here, and he thought, okay, I have time advantage. Let me at least keep the time advantage and get there. We'll get there, we'll see. So he might have even missed already. So he doesn't really he sort of just adapted. Now he probably sees with 7 that there are issues with the knight move. That's why he's tanking.
Yeah.
And now he has to sort of adapt as well. It's not to adapt. He has to calculate now. He suddenly has a massive problem to solve. And he's okay. He's adapted, of course. He's already fully it's a new position to solve.
Yeah.
And he's already long forgotten what he had before. Suddenly he has a piece that's hanging, and he has to defend it.
But first, also, Ding has to find this idea. So bishop e3 has been played. Is there anything else that comes to mind apart from rook c7 here? Because d4...
Well, okay, b4, d4, b3, dc, b2. That's what comes to mind.
Can we just check that really quickly, Sagar? How much of a counterplay is that for black to sacrifice the piece? Because Gukesh
How do
is
I
thinking
start?
b4.
b4,
d4,
d4, b3, b3. You can't move the knight. See it? Yeah, dc, b2.
b2, rook b1, and now knight takes. But knight takes,
I don't
then
know.
there is bishop
d4.
c5.
Bishop d4 also.
Bishop d4.
No, rook c7 only move he played.
Rook c7 on the board. So it's a good thing because this was giving white a huge advantage.
Now, actually, Ding, if he finds knight e1, then Gukesh is complete. Oh, he plays knight d4. He plays immediately knight d4, which is the second best move.
Yes, and it's the most... I mean, I considered knight d2 a bit. Knight e1 is... no, it's a very odd, very concrete, very difficult move to spot. He could have spotted, but knight d4 is also good, so he was happy with knight d4. Asking a serious question to the guy, actually. Serious question to Gukesh.
And in these kind of moments, seeing the question mark on this move, would it be fair to tell the audience to ignore that question mark exactly because of the point you made that from a human perspective, this is a lot more not natural, putting problems like this?
No, I think there are differences between moves that are objectively not best, or mistakes, and moves that are like obvious blunders. Because sometimes top players like myself or even Ding and Gukesh, they lose concentration and make outrageous moves that they immediately regret. That happens. But this is not one such move. This is just a case of Ding scanning for options. First, he looks at knight d2, dismisses it for some reason. Then he looks at knight d4. He likes knight d4, and he makes knight d4. He doesn't continue searching also. Knight e1 is like... because knight e1, it has some vague threat of d4. Is it even a threat? I have to calculate. Is it even a real threat? Like, I don't know, knight b3, d5, I guess. When you think, okay, what if just bishop f7 maybe? I don't know, bishop f7 after knight e1. Tell me, bishop f7, what's the problem?
Maybe your idea of bishop h3 was... But then the knight... I don't know.
Maybe bishop h3. Okay.
I get your point.
Some crazy move, some crazy stuff.
But I mean, it sort of goes on. Yeah, it's not like you're not even threatening something clear. It's a bit abstract. And it's knight to e1. Yeah, it's a very. It's also let's say knight d4, knight e1. Again, 99% of time, knight d4 is the move, right? Knight to the center.
Yes.
Guys,
you attack the piece.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to ask a very difficult question. How bad does it look for black right now?
The word look like the optics of the position are a bit deceptional. So it looks sort of great for black, but there is a big problem, and you need to address the problem. I can't say that it looks bad. It sort of is bad. It doesn't look bad.
Looks are inconsequential. In
Directors, please try to see if we can get the bullet cams at least.
Just reminding everyone that the camera feeds are globally down, not just on the broadcast.
It's working, maybe on the only FIDE one because it's directly.
Oh, but you can capture, guys. You can capture the FIDE stream, no?
Maybe from FIDE stream we can take.
Just go to YouTube, capture this picture and show it. I mean, you paid, I don't know how much for this. The guys are shameless just.
I think it makes sense because at the end we cannot see what they are sending, so perhaps that we can do.
Of course you can do. I mean, you've paid so much for this. Seriously, I don't know. You can sue them just for this.
But it's great. Yeah, we have 73,000 people watching us right now, and everyone.
Anish, by the way, in this entire World Championship match so far, who has impressed you more, Gukesh or Ding?
Good question.
No, I think
We have a
I
move?
think I had very high expectation from Gukesh already. I mean, after what he's done at Olympiads, 2 of them, by the way, and the candidates, and him being 18 and all of that, and 17 when that happened, it was hard to impress me after that. And okay, so far in the match, he's had good moments, he also had some bad stretches.
Yeah.
Ding, I wouldn't say Ding impressed me as such, but Ding, well, although I could say given my very low expectation, because he seemed to be in a very bad mental state before the match, a lot of bad results before the match, given all that, yeah, he's impressed me for sure, that he was able to maintain equal score, and now even regaining initiative, maybe taking the lead again, potentially. He's definitely that's definitely, yeah, no, and the round 1 very much impressed me. No, I would say just Ding, actually. Ding actually impressed me. Round 1 for sure. Very impressive game.
And Anish, one more question, as I think we still don't have a move, right? Knight d4, we've kind of dug deep enough into this.
Oh, it's a difficult move, yeah.
Yeah, as a professional streamer and also the king of social media and Twitter, there's a big debate, right, about the quality of this World Championship match. So what's your official statement on that?
Official statement,
Yes.
wow. Well, again, once again, I think there is that zooming in thing, right, where you zoom in too close on the game. And you take this giant microscope, you know, and that gives you a wrong impression. Yes, there were a lot of mistakes, but when I play a top tournament, like Anzei tournament at Steel, you know, and when I sometimes zoom in on the games as a spectator, I see a lot of mistakes as well, but somehow people don't notice them because they're looking much more casually. Without panel of 5 different top players everywhere, or all kinds of engines and deeper engines, and they all examine it. And yeah, so I think that's fine. I think the games are okay. I think they're fine. In fact, according to some analysis, they were even a very high level, according to like matching with Stockfish or whatever. But yeah, no, I think they're normal. I think there are normal games for the human players of this level. I think nothing. They could even be better because I mean I know that Gukesh is capable of much more. We have seen that. Though his style is never computer perfection. He's a very practical player. He's a very strong human player, but he is not playing like computer. Yeah, so very often his games are full of mistakes, and yet he wins.
But you know, Anish, here it always feels like Ding is collapsing, but not collapsing. That's so impressive here.
Yes, that happens with Nepo as well. Ding is exactly the thing with Ding. I don't know, it is his personality, his character. Maybe part of it is also cultural, you know, that he's also from like another ancient civilization, you know, with like a lot of wisdom, yeah, in the culture, in India and also in China. So his spirits are very strong and powerful, and he is exactly collapsing, but not collapsing. Exactly that. Yeah.
Today is a great.
It's very deceptive for the opponent.
Yeah, I think that's why Gukesh never looks at him much, and because it can be deceptive. But he's able to trick him. Like today is the biggest example of that. Do you foresee this, like, going in Ding's favor now? Like what, Bishop f7, or what move is good for Black?
Yeah, I think you know the main reason why I would say that I see that Black is in trouble. So besides that, I see that there is a threat of 96 and there is no nice way to stop it. I think you're also, if you move the bishop, you are also worried about knight f5 somewhere.
Knight f5.
Somewhere maybe, I don't know, directly, or maybe also you have options. Bishop f4.
Also, this
you probably
move,
play bishop
no?
f7 finally, by the way. But
oh, by the way, move on the board.
Bishop f7
on the board.
Yeah, bishop f7.
He dropped lower on the clock than Ding, yeah,
Yes.
and that is a big tell.
9 more moves to make. 11 minutes for Gukesh, 12 minutes for Ding.
And some concrete problems to be solved in the position.
Finally, we have the cameras back.
Oh yes.
Or is it from the FIDE stream?
Sure. I think Director Saab, you can make it like little bigger, the camera.
Oh, knight c6. Ding immediately went in with knight c6.
Is on the board.
Does it work? Rook
it's
c6.
actually the best move in the position Ding Liren has played.
So is the idea just to take on c5? Queen h1, queen g1? Yeah, that's the idea?
Yes, so take,
So rook takes knight.
take, bishop c5. If queen h1, queen g1, white is better. Oh, by the way, we have moves moving very quickly.
Yeah,
Take,
let's stick to the live board.
has happened, and now bishop c5 on the board.
By the way, black position looks okay to me. I wouldn't be too worried at all here. I connected past pawns. Already I lost my material, so all the pins are gone. I don't know. I would not think that black is. Yeah, okay. Black is of course down exchange for just a pawn, but I have connected past pawns on the queen side. It's very double-edged still. I would maybe even rather take black. Wouldn't feel it's quite easy to play.
So Gukesh is now playing to hold this.
I'm very surprised.
That's
Like Anish is
no?
saying, like
Oh, wow.
he would even take black here, which actually the engine is saying like +1 for white, but for a practical top player, it feels like the position is complex.
But tell us more about that. How are you posing problems here as black?
I mean, if I just get like my pawns are just going, you know, you have to do something smart. I'm just gonna go b4 now, I guess.
You don't trade on c5, so Gukesh can start pushing the pawns already.
So if b4, wow, okay.
Bishop e3, I think.
Bishop e3 defending the rook, and
Okay,
then
let's say I give
already
you a check on f1, queen b7 back. I'm pushing my pawns. I have a very safe king.
Crazy, yeah.
I like black. I don't know why you like white.
I'm just materialistic, the rook. But I see the point once it's on the board.
If I play a weaker player here in blitz, I am going to win the position in 5 moves here with black. I'm quite sure.
Wow.
I'm just going to queen my pawn. So I think the reason the bar is so high, that there must be some kind of. Yeah, I also liked h6, but I think before was more. I also liked h6. Yeah.
By the way, h6, almost the best move according to the engine. It was suggesting h5 somehow. We don't get the clue. Is it like just saving your back rank?
Yeah, king h7, bishop. I mean, you know, I've played. You know, it's funny. I had at some point some games with Nihal Sarin, Blitz Beast, yeah. And I tell you, half of the games he goes h6, king h7, and bishop g6. And I had this kind of position without with white, without him having b and a pawn, and I was not able to win, you know, because he just moves around very fast.
He just played king e1.
He played king e1. Ding Liren is bringing his king into the defense. He's saying, I don't need my bishop. I'll protect the rook with my king.
That's a very strange.
I don't know. Is that his idea? Or he's just playing against this check with king d2. Maybe that's the point.
Anish is surprised.
No, but I'm just surprised with the evaluation. Honestly, I'm so feeling so fine for Guki here. Like
Gukesh pushes the pawn, b4. Do you think it's again 3 result position, Anish? Anything can happen.
For sure.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a very 3 result. But I'm definitely feeling comfortable here as black. Especially, you know, given all this drama, and I missed all these things, and I blundered already all these things on the c file. And at the end of the day, all I'm getting is this with black. I'm like, oh, okay, it's not so bad. Quite happy here.
See, it was all about bishop b3. Just saying.
Yeah. No, but it's just very. Okay, king e1, by the way, is an incredibly strong move. You would never. I mean, I'm sure a normal international master player, or even you would never make king e1. No, it's an impossible move. No, Sagar, Tania, would you make king e1?
Very nice of you to subtly put that in. A normal international master player would never think of.
No, but I mean, like even a grandmaster. I mean, to me, king e1 really didn't occur. Like.
It's very strange.
Is it even computer? Does computer like king e1?
Yeah, king e1 is one of the main choices of the engine. It's insane.
Extremely strong.
What Ding does when put under pressure, he suddenly plays super strong. And by the way, b4, now 10 minutes 23 seconds for Ding, 8 minutes 29 seconds for Gukesh. The best move according to the engine is king d2. If Ding plays his king, we are all Tania, rhyme. If Ding plays his king, it will be shocking.
Oh.
Yes. Okay.
That's yeah, nice. But is it correct? I remember this some game, and I'm forgetting the player. Ding had this equally shocking
King walk.
king march, a king
Against
walk
Magnus.
from the left side with
Yeah.
black pieces, where the king from I think 8-7 went all the way to the other side.
Yes. Oh, by the way, he makes a move. Queen
No, that's
D4.
because it went. No, but guys, the difference is that that time the king went from an unsafe place to a safe place. But now it's not safe at all on the queen side.
So queen.
No, but guys, I'm like firmly in. Yeah, I'm firmly here with the black's position. I think it's completely fine.
By the way, Anish, now this is a very key moment. What would you play here as black? Because I was just looking at the engine. It was suggesting a move like knight e5. But there you have a check and the pawn falls on a5. So I don't know if it is a human way to play.
No, knight e5 will not come for sure. But why do I need knight e5? What if I play like queen b5 or something?
Queen b5.
I also just want to point out for everyone that b3 perhaps falls into bishop a3, and that's
queen
why
d4, very good move.
that's why maybe
Yeah,
it's
you are right,
can't
Tania.
continue advancing, and then
Perfect.
rook c8 coming in.
Ding is playing amazing, by the way. Ding last two moves were amazing. So what he did, the reason he played king e1 is he prevents queen h1 check.
Yes,
That's
and
the
now
reason.
king d2.
He doesn't want to run anywhere. He prevents king, yeah, only if you check. And now with queen d4, he takes control of all the squares, the b2 square as well, and all the central squares. So he's got this idea of b3, bishop a3, and he's completely taking control of everything, which is very, very strong.
How many moves to time control?
Four more moves. We are on move 36. Gukesh has 6 minutes.
Yeah, knight e5, it releases the attack on the c5 bishop, which I would really hate to do. I don't like that, to release the attack on the bishop.
But why does the computer not like this? There is something that black has in
Okay,
this position.
there's some insane tactics here.
I see a check, I give a check, but it's probably not that.
You are right. You see a check, but there are 2 types of checks here. Or
three
3
actually.
actually. One of them is correct.
Oh, so there's knight f3, knight d3, and queen h1.
Oh, by the way, a move has been not played.
Queen d4.
He's thinking.
Should we ask our audience what they would play here?
But it's not
out of the
even
3
clear
checks?
to anyone. The move is check,
Oh.
takes,
I just take queen h2, yeah? Queen h1,
check,
queen h2, yeah.
king d2, takes.
How are you? You're down
This
a rook
is
and you're
Wow.
winning. Oh, wow.
Bishop h5 even, yeah.
We are rook down here,
Yeah,
by the way.
down a rook and you're winning with black.
Wow.
This would be amazing if this happened. So knight e5 is pretty tricky then.
Yeah, knight e5 is a computer way to deal with it, but
King
you
d2?
can't really
No, but
spot
king
knight
d2, no?
d3.
No, but
I
king,
guess.
no, but I think you can, but I think that knight e5 you just think maybe king d2, no?
Yeah, knight e5, if king d2, it keeps the edge for white.
Yes, but what's the point of knight e5 then?
Just moving in like this. Just the knight is now safe. Oh, by the way, Gukesh played knight e5.
Wow.
On the board.
Strong. Very
Wow.
strong. Idea is king d2, queen g2, yeah.
King d2, queen g2, yes. Getting in, attacking these pawns.
Okay, this is getting very tricky
Very
for both
intense,
players. This
very
is
intense.
a game for all 3 results. Draw least likely.
But Gukesh is way down on time compared to Ding.
Anish, do you think we're going to get a decisive game today?
If you tell me to bet on one result of the 3, I'll bet on black now.
Wow. Man, Anish is going against the engine, the bar.
No, but he's also he's saying that it's a very relaxed game, guys. You don't need to like just see it with so much stress. Anything can happen.
No, Balraj bhai, this is very stressful.
I think Anish is just reading the room right now.
I just want to feel safe, you know? There's so many people watching me. If they go against me, imagine the 50, like whatever thousands of people are going against me.
90,000
I'm just
people.
going to be destroyed, you know?
90,000 people
By
watching
the-
Anish.
by the mob.
That's crazy.
No, but I don't think, Anish, you are appeasing the viewers. You are just naturally feeling black has more chances, yes?
Yeah, I can tell you why. I can tell you there are 2 big factors that are in black's favor. One
Yeah.
is I have a safer king. Huge. Second, I have connected passed pawns. Huge. Now what you have is you have a small material edge of rook against the bishop and a pawn as well. So I would never estimate this position at +1, because +1, like, no, I would not even think I'm worse with black, not at all. Like, even if objectively worse, I'll take black any day here.
Very interesting. And by the way, a move has happened. King D2 is on the board. The move that Anish recommended for white, it's here, which means that Gukesh needs to find Queen G2.
Maybe draw, by the way, guys, maybe draw Queen G2, Queen F2, Queen D5, Queen D4.
No.
But Anish, knowing Gukesh, like you know him pretty well, do you think Gukesh is right now in an ambitious frame of mind that if there's some repetition, he would be like, let me play on?
If he can play on, he will play on for sure.
But can you play
But
on
can
in
he?
that
So,
position?
Right now he's in the find the best move situation. He doesn't think draw, no draw. He just thinks right now, he's it's total mess happening. He's just in the moment. Just let's find the best move. So Queen G2, I'm going.
Yeah, I think Queen G2 is it's on the board. He's played Queen G2.
No, it's the whole point of 95. You play it, of course.
So Queen
F2, I suspect.
It's also played immediately.
Bhai, this might be a draw.
Queen G5.
I think, is there a way to play on with giving a check on A2 once? Okay, we'll find out.
Black can try to go the other way.
Yes. But let him first come back
So
to
no,
D5.
he'll play Queen D5, right? There's no other logical move.
No, it's a great move, Queen D5. It's a great square.
Do you guys think Gukesh will do a surprise again, like what he did?
Like surprise as in?
In the sense that, on the third round, he basically plays with a different move and denies the draw opportunity.
Could be that when Ding comes here, he goes back. Ding goes back, comes here, and when Ding comes again, he goes in the other side. Oh, by the way, Queen D5 on the board.
So
Queen D4 will come 100%. Queen D4 comes 100%.
It's
100%.
there instantly.
100.
He
Oh,
played it.
Ding is okay with the draw.
So Ding is
Of
kind
course
of
he's okay
offering
with
a
the draw.
draw.
Yeah, because they all think that black is doing well here. I mean, it's normal, normal
Queen
human
G2,
thinking.
he's repeated once, by the way. He goes back to G2.
Bye.
One more move to go.
Balraj, bye. Maybe it's coming in that...
But the clock
only
situation
once, yeah.
as well. But have you reached?
One more move.
One more move.
He will reach. Oh, he will reach move 40 and then very
he'll
nice.
play.
Right.
Then he'll use that time to.
Ding has reached move 40. He's played Queen F2. Now Gukesh will come back, reach move 40.
And
then Ding will play Queen D4. And Gukesh will have 30 minutes to think whether to accept the draw or play on.
Predictions. Which one will he choose?
I think he'll accept a draw.
I don't think he'll accept a draw.
No?
Yeah.
Sahil?
Can Ding deviate though?
Sahil, but will he accept the
I
draw?
think Ding will go for the draw.
Ding
Gukesh,
won't
I'm not
deviate.
sure.
No.
I don't think so.
Anish, what do you think?
So I think you need to calculate the line, like so how it looks. So Queen A2 check, Rook C2.
Okay, so Queen D5, Queen D4, Queen A2, Rook C2, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Queen.
B1? No, Queen
yeah,
B1,
but B1,
Rook C1.
you even allow
At
Rook
least
C1, yeah.
Exactly.
And
There's
then
something
Queen
better.
B3 maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something
Yeah,
stronger
I
here.
guess he should take a draw, yeah. Bishop D6 is there.
He hasn't gone Queen D5 yet. Okay, Queen trade is off the cards
You
here,
know
right?
why? Actually, when Queen D5
Queen B7.
happens...
Queen B7.
Oh, Queen B7.
Oh my god, so is
B7.
Gukesh going to go back to B7 here, which is clearly, like, seriously worse than Queen D5?
Oh.
Seriously, like, but, okay, just the engine, yeah, because we are
I
not
don't
really
think he'll do
following
it.
the engine.
He's on the 40th move. He's not doing this right now.
I think we stopped following the engine the second Anish came on.
Yeah,
Anish is
yeah.
our engine right
No,
now.
Anish is clearly giving us the human touch with the engine, which is so amazing to have here.
Yeah, the thing is that my evaluation and thoughts are a lot closer, of course, to Ding and Gukesh than they are to the engine,
Yeah.
which is my problem. They should get closer to the engine and further away from these weak humans. But unfortunately, they are where they are. So, yeah, I can predict the human moves and thoughts and results better than the engine. But unfortunately, I wish I would do it like engine. Yeah, it would make me stronger.
By the way, Anish, we have crossed a watching of 100K.
Whoa!
Anish is not impressed.
I just want to see his face.
I'm just got only more scared. Now I'm like, no, Gukesh is my favorite player. Best player of all time. Super nice guy. My next favorite players is Arjun, Prag and Vidit.
Guys, quickly go and follow Anish Giri on X. It's @Anish Giri. He's like responding all the time over there. Also telling about how I don't answer his phone calls.
Yeah, no, clearly I guess you can check out. By the way, Queen D5. Balraj bhai, such a gentleman, yeah, really.
Oh, Ding plays Queen D4 instantly.
So Queen D4, so now it's on, this is the moment of truth, right? Are we going to see another?
He played it.
He played Queen D4, but for Gukesh.
So now
Will he decline?
Gukesh will take at least 10-15 minutes
Yes,
here.
and he should, because the time has been added.
If he declines, Balraj bhai here
I
with
agree.
a party popper.
We've got the party
Wow.
poppers ready, because the party goes on.
Yes.
Yes. Although the party might not be great, but it goes on. It goes on.
Yeah, you sometimes don't want such party, yeah?
By the way, guys,
I mean, in some sense, funeral is also party, but you don't want this party, yeah?
I don't know what you're talking about. Even a bad party is a party.
No, I think you know, if Gukesh plays for a win now, then he really plays for a win on Ding's terms. Yeah, he leaves his king in a lot more peace than with Queen G2. So the Queen G2, Queen D5 is very tempting repetition.
Anish,
also.
what about this? Check, Rook C2, coming back to E6, not D5. How do you feel about this position?
Yeah, but I want my queen on G2. This is where the queen is the most annoying.
Yes, but then
you
you are just coming in, and I'm hoping like something
maybe.
like knight
But
G4.
Sagar, can't you just grab on A5?
Yeah, check, king at
B3.
7, take here,
Rook B2,
and now B3,
Rook B2.
Rook B2.
Look, guys, I can explain you about this position. I had a very similar game with Nihal. A very similar game with Nihal in Blitz, and my Blitz game was like this, and Black had a pawn on C6, not on B3.
Okay.
So when Black puts a bishop on G6 in such a position, look at the Black king. It is untouchable completely. It is so safe. It's safeguarded by the pawns and the bishop. You can't do anything to it. And White king, it's safe nowhere on the board. It's always weak, wherever it is. So the king's safety is so different, but there's nothing concrete here. Black doesn't have any blow, doesn't have any tactic or any trick, but it's just sort of completely long-term compensation.
Wow.
Which is very, very annoying to face. In that Blitz game, I blundered at some point because I couldn't maintain the tension. I think now Queen D5 also is good here.
Yes.
Queen D5,
Queen D5. I was wondering if we can go in and try to win these pawns, but maybe not.
Yes, the only small issue for Black is that unlike my game with Nihal, if you go Bishop G6, which is the best square for the bishop otherwise, the B3 pawn is then no longer protected.
Correct.
But even Bishop on F7, I mean, my king is super safe. In fact, yeah, you can play for a win like this. I mean, the position I had with Nihal, I checked with the engine afterwards, it was like +2 advantage. And I still didn't win. It was very hard to play.
Wow.
And this is just kind of almost equal.
Anish,
Black can play for a win if he wants, definitely.
If we had timeouts here, and you know, Gukesh asked you whether you should take the draw, yes or no, that's all you can answer. So what would you say?
If I could tell him Queen E6, I would tell him play Queen E6 and play on. But I don't know if he... because it's tempting to send the Queen to B1 also. But that's wrong.
But Anish, you can only say yes or no, right? So what would you say?
You know, I know what he wants me to say. I will say play on.
You'll say play on, yeah? Because Gukesh wants to
I
hear
know that he wants to hear my support and play on.
Actually, Gukesh's move Queen H4 when it was 2 times repetition was perhaps as risky as continuing here. Would you say so?
No, sorry, but that time he had much less upside in his position.
Exactly. So I'm saying like it's as risky, right? As it is right
Well,
now.
I wouldn't say risky. I would say that one was just... It made no sense because he didn't gain any winning chances. It was just anyway defensive position. But here, it makes a lot of sense because although he risks to lose more than that time, but he risks to win much more too. But this is a proper, like here you can definitely play for a win and that would be not so reckless. That would be understandable.
So it's a huge moment in this entire game, in this entire match. Whether Gukesh goes for a draw or play for a win, Anish is like he'll go for a win.
You know why?
My
you know
thought
why?
is
I'll tell
draw.
you why.
Yeah, please.
You know why he'll play for a win?
Okay,
Because
Anish.
he was winning in the game before. So he still wants to win. He wants to regain what he has lost.
Exactly.
That's a really nice way to put it.
My thought is he'll calculate some lines and see that there is no clear way to make headway here and say, let's take a draw. We are black. Tomorrow we get white. Let's take a draw.
So you say draw, Anish says he'll play on. I think he will repeat. But Anish, to your psychology of having get back what you felt you had earlier, does this also play in your mind that the last time the situation happened, you took a decision, which of course later on Gukesh must have checked, that I could have been in real trouble there. Am I again over pushing this?
Yeah, and the fact that he has white tomorrow makes it, of course, more likely that he repeats. And also, he was, by the way,
Anish, I converted you with my argument, yes, a little bit.
Yeah, I'm very flexible. I'm ready to. I'm trying to play the room, as you said. So I know that I should be also listening to you here.
Very calculative.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say because also he might have thought that he was in trouble at some point. So he might also be relieved that that it ends in a way. Though mostly, of course, he is very pissed that he's missing a chance. He's very pissed.
Twice in a row.
Balraj Bhai is known to read players pretty well. Balraj Bhai, do you get anything from their face, like from Guki's face, whether he's playing for a win or right now he's like, okay, draw.
He plays on! Queen A2 check on the board!
Oh, party poppers! Go! Party popper!
Way back. This
Super.
is not going to work. This is not going to work.
Bhai karo bhai!
It's not going to work. Not till Guki goes for the win.
Oh yeah.
But he
Guki
went
has
for
to-
the win.
No, I
Guki's
mean,
in
yeah,
playing for
there's a
it.
lot left now.
I think
There's a
Anish
lot left, man.
was in that corner and then just telling Guki, you know what, play on.
Okay, Anish, you win. You got it there. Queen A2.
You got a game, boys.
Oh
Game
my
on.
I think
Game
it is.
on.
I think this is objectively a good decision. Objectively, given the if he finds Queen E6 for sure.
Rook C2 on the board. Ding moving quickly.
Now
He plays Queen
he
E6.
found.
He found it.
Okay, that's it.
Nice.
Let's go!
Practically better.
Bhai, look at this bravery of this young boy. In the match, he has declined a threefold repetition twice against the world champion. That too in both cases in a minus position.
That too with the black pieces.
Yeah.
With no clear path to understanding what's going on. He knows anything can happen here.
And he's done it
Very
again, you know,
gutsy.
he's moved his
Gutsy.
piece and then he's left the room.
Anish, what do you think Ding is feeling right now about this position? He's repeated twice, it's happened before. So what's going on in his
Oh,
mind?
he's very pissed at Gukesh. No, but imagine, it's like, I mean, the second time, you are like, can we please go home? I'm tired.
I want to eat an ice cream.
Yeah, I have my Nihua has the ice creams again for me. And the guy is again, I mean, he's feeling disrespected, annoyed. He's probably pissed at Gukesh at this point already. But he can't punish him. No, but I think that, again, I think that the current engine evaluation, it is subjective, yeah? It is not giving the proper evaluation of the position, practically speaking. Having a safer king is such an objective advantage in chess, in human chess. It's so much easier to play with a safer king. And the material advantage is a very abstract thing, you know? There's nothing you can do with that material advantage. That is something very, very long term. So I think that Gukesh has a great position, and he should play for a win. And he's kind of practically better, and he's also feeling better. He's I wouldn't say better player as such, but he's a better fighter right now. So I think it's good what's happening.
Yeah, and Ding also looks very annoyed.
Of course he's annoyed.
He looks so annoyed right now.
Ding has to now do a lot of calculation here. Like, it's not an easy position. He has to calculate stuff, what move to go for. Like, it's not trivial.
Ding looks like, why are you doing this to me?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have it in schools, but in my school, because I was never in Indian school, like, when the bell rings, this lesson is over, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But then you have these teachers, yeah?
Yeah.
They're like, no, the bell is for the teacher, not for the student. You have to gonna work more now. And you're so annoyed. Yeah, you're like, okay, I was ready to go home. I should go home now. Why do you make me work here? Ding has the same.
But so you mean bishop d6 trying to destabilize the knight could also be one idea?
I would grab on a5, by the way. Pawn mil raha hai, le lo.
Tania is keen to go and take this.
Yeah, I mean, I totally, like, you can, the bishops and the pieces coordination, it comes and goes, but pawns, they stay, yeah?
Yeah.
So grabbing a pawn is definitely sensible, practically. Yeah, definitely sensible. But then it gets concrete. So b3, rook b2. Yeah, what is it this queen d5 or not?
Yeah, queen d5.
Queen b4. Queen b4.
Actually, the interesting move, I understand queen d5, the idea is knight c4 check, right? So queen d7 is suggested because now this becomes a very big threat.
Yeah. Because the bishop is
King
defending.
e1 though?
King e1 and perhaps now queen d5.
Yeah, going to h1.
Very deep.
Queen b4, let's say now.
Check.
You check, king d2, queen h2. Sometimes bishop h5 will come out also.
Maybe queen.
I know you a bit.
Can you give it
Queen
check
e4,
on
bishop
e-
g6.
Yes, and then
Bishop
go
g6.
somewhere.
No, then bishop g6. d3 falls.
Oh, wow. Oh, d3 falls.
Wow.
d3 falls. Yeah, that's really nice.
There's a pin here.
Oh.
But look at this position, at how amazing black position is here, yeah? The
Yes.
king is on h7. It is so safe. It's so good.
So this construction, Anish, is a very important
Yes.
one.
No, this is a beautiful. Like, it's exactly what I had in that blitz game. It is so annoying when you guy has king h7, bishop g6, pawn h7.
That
h6,
blitz
g7,
game
f6.
really made a deep impression on you, yeah? This one.
So badly, can't imagine. No, it's a majestic position for black.
Oh, God,
I think
Ding.
maybe bishop. Yeah, bishop d6 is also, of course, interesting. You're trying to destabilize a little bit.
Oops, sorry.
So
Queen?
b3, I guess.
b5, sorry.
Queen d5
Bishop
here
d6,
for
b3
black.
or not?
No,
Yeah,
where?
d6.
You mean after bishop d6?
No, queen d5, free queen.
d6.
Queen d6.
Yeah.
Maybe still here, right?
Queen f8.
King h7.
Bishop d4. Yeah, this is a little annoying for black.
Is bishop h5 a move here?
Guys,
Oh, no,
here,
just take on e5,
here
sorry,
this same tactic that we were looking at.
What?
Knight f3 or what?
Yes, check. Pawn takes. Check.
What?
King
c1.
c1. Check.
King b2.
King b2.
No, but this like you sorry, queen f7.
Yeah, what is happening?
It's a draw now.
King a2.
a4.
Wow.
Okay, this
Yeah,
is
but
a
this is a
far
total
off
miracle
deep.
that you have a draw here.
Also, this is too deep, no? A
Yeah.
variation.
Too deep. Too deep. But yeah, queen
Total
d6
miracle.
could very well happen, right? It's a very Ding-like move because he's pursuing a queen trade here.
Queen d6 is a very strong move to destabilize.
Gukesh has not yet.
How is black going to respond to that? Because the line you just showed is not what people think. So what's the normal response?
But if you don't play that, then maybe queen g4. Does that make sense?
And bishop h5. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, bishop h5. Yeah.
Yeah, this is better for black.
Yeah. Yeah, this is okay. No, so queen d6, queen g4. I'm going just.
But there's no idea, no?
Yeah, that doesn't.
Yeah, guys, this bishop d6 move I liked also. Bishop d6. What was that? Bishop d6, b3. Yeah, maybe.
Yes, b3.
Rook b2 or what?
Rook b2, a4.
Knight c6.
Maybe.
Alright. a4, bishop e5, queen e5 or?
a3.
Yes. Yes, yes.
Crazy stuff.
But it's all looking good for black, no? Everything so far?
Yes. So Ding is still thinking right now about his response in the live board that we have.
Yeah.
You know, we often see him on camera and just looking at him, it feels like he's not comfortable about his position at all or not feeling the confidence to make his next move. But yet his level of play is so high throughout the game. Have you felt, Anish, as somebody who's played Ding multiple times, you know, even when he was at his peak and over the last year as well, have you sensed this difference sitting opposite Ding as well? And how does that affect the opponent?
Well, I have to say that I was thinking a bit about it, yeah? Trying to remember my games with Ding, which I remember less good than my Blitz games against Nihal, but still. So these games with Ding, I have to say he was never the most confident player. Even at his peak, even at the best tournament of his life, 2019 Singfield Cup that he won. He beat Carlson in tiebreak. He beat me in that game as well in that tournament. It was one of his best games, and I have a fine score with Ding. It's like, I think I have small plus score even. But that game, he played very, very, very well, and he outplayed me completely. And I remember even in that game, he was a little low confidence in the opening. He was shaking his head a bit. So he was always a little bit low confidence player, always. So it is not entirely new for him. This it is just a little bit also how he is, you know. He's always emotional, always been, you know, philosophical, poetical. So it's not entirely out of character what he's going through now. And he's playing very fine despite that.
Yeah, absolutely.
He sees, you know, he calculates well, he sees the tactics, he understands very, very well. Just now, the only issue he has is that he's a little pessimistic about everything. It's like, imagine you evaluate everything and then you give your opponent a half a pawn advantage every time you evaluate.
You know, Ding
And
actually...
in many cases it's okay, but sometimes it hurts him.
Sorry to interrupt, but Ding actually looked like, when he put his head down, it looked like as though he was like, I just want to go home. What is this guy doing? And there was a very interesting super chat that came in from Gaurav, which said that, you know, Gukesh is all about guts and how guts and courage always brings a premium over talent at times like these.
Guy is like 18 and playing World Championship. Pretty sure there's a lot of talent there too.
By the way, Anish, how have you been enjoying the press conferences?
Wow, you know, some journalists,
check. By the way, check.
Ding has... So
yes,
is that
go
good
on,
news?
Anish. Check.
Queen d8 on the board,
has
by the way.
come. I think Gukesh will very quickly play king h7.
But you don't have to take the pawn on a5. You can try to go for like some rook c8 things maybe, but I don't know.
Anish, you give that check, he's gonna capture the pawn.
He took it.
He's gonna.
Okay,
he's taken it
fine.
already.
He took
another Tania move there.
Well, it's a good day, you know. Gukesh playing my move, Ding played my move. What else could I ask for?
It's the best move. Yeah, these are very good moves.
Thank you.
Especially queen a5. It's a good move. But I think b3.
B3 is kind of forced, right?
Yeah, it's also very good.
Rook b2. You don't want that pawn to go any further.
And now this is a key moment, and I think this one, even if there are no tactics right here, I think black will be feeling quite comfortable because the white king is a bit weak. Now everything stabilized a bit.
Somebody super chatted from the venue itself.
Arey Kaustubh bhai, where are you?
I think
he said it was very fulfilling when everybody started clapping when Gukesh, you know, declined the draw offer, which is true.
Yeah, I think we're all getting used to Gukesh not taking a repetition in this match. But Anish, yeah, I wanted to check on you with your opinion and thoughts on the press conferences
Sorry
that
for
we've been
cutting
seeing.
that off.
Yeah.
No, I think the game is more important than my opinion on press conference, but, for sure.
But the players are still thinking,
And B3
so we
is
have
there.
some time.
B3.
Oh, B3 on the board, no time.
Yeah, no, let's see also after Rook B2 probably has to come directly. I guess you want to block the pawn, yeah? You don't want to let it leave.
Rook B2 for sure.
And then, I don't know, Guke will take his time or he will immediately... I mean, he has a lot of options there, I think. Some queen f5 move is also there. Setting up some x-rays and whatnot. Maybe some bishop h5 is a move as well. Bishop h5 actually quite tempting as well. Some tactic maybe.
Knight c4 ideas.
I don't know, a lot of... Yeah, maybe it doesn't work, maybe it does. Hard to say.
But let's have Rook B2 on the analysis board because I think we're expecting that, right?
Yeah. So I here I don't know if Gukesh will play instantly or not. We'll see. No, but press conferences, yeah, some journalists, they are really very brave. You know, their entire world is watching them.
Yeah.
And, you know, they are not used to be, you would think, a journalist. They're usually, you know, they're not the ones in the limelight. Yeah, they're on the other side of the camera or an article. And yet they're so brave and ready to embarrass themselves with such outrageous questions. That truly, that I find truly remarkable, yeah.
I feel like that as a commentator all the time. Just with the suggestions that I come up with, and then the bar shoots right down, and that is a tough moment.
But I think
no, but you know, it's not an embarrassment to suggest a chess move that is wrong. Even players make that. But to ask a player, for example, a question, you know, that you know is very unpleasant for him to hear. That is a true embarrassment, I think. When you are ready for people to see you, maybe for sake of journalism or whatever, appear as an unpleasant human being, you know, and you sacrifice that for sake of journalism, that I think is true bravery. Yeah.
True bravery.
Yeah, you're labeling someone unnecessarily. So yeah.
Right. But Anish, would you say that the World Championship match is a little bit more brutal because of these press conferences? Because generally when you have lost or you have had a bad game, you can just go back. But because these press conferences are a must, it makes this World Championship journey a little bit more tough for the players.
Yeah, I don't think the press conference is the main thing, but it's an extra hurdle for sure. Because you know that you are being watched and judged, and press conference is a reminder of that, a constant reminder that yes, it is indeed the case. What you are worried about is indeed happening. But I think that it can really depend a lot on the way people are. For example, this year already we have Magnus Carlsen recaps, which is not the usual thing, right? Usually Carlsen playing, and now he's doing recaps, and he gives his thoughts every day. And he has, for example, a massive influence on people, yeah? So if Carlsen says that it was a good game, for example, 99% of the chess world will think it's a good game. If Carlsen says that it was difficult to win that position, 99% of the world will think it's difficult to win that position. Because his judgment is actually worth a lot more than the engine, yeah? Ultimately. He's ultimately the best player in the world.
Right.
At the very least used to be, but that probably still is the case. So people like him and other also respected commentators, I think they can really shape the narrative around it. And yeah, I think it's a lot is in their power as well. So I think that it could also be a very pleasant experience for the players, you know, if suddenly the media around them shapes it as something great. I'm sure, you know, back in the Talbot winning days, they were all in awe, and press conferences, I don't know if they had them, but they would ask them like, how did you find this incredible idea? And Tal would be like, yeah, you know, I was thinking here about, you know, this. And then suddenly it occurred to me that you can sacrifice the pawn and don't go for repetition, go back queen e6 and b3. And look at this king on h7, like with my game against Nihal Sarin, you know. So all these kind of nice things. All these nice things, you know, I'm sure they were admiring the players, and the press conferences were only strengthening that feeling, yeah? Because what you have is a celebration of actually the best players in the world fighting for who is the best one. These are the two biggest heroes of chess, you know? This is Batman versus Superman playing. And everybody's celebrating that, and press conferences was enhancing that before as well, I assume. Yeah. So it was a celebration, and it would be like, you know, a birthday party, and then there's a toast for you, yeah? It's like a highlight of the birthday party. Yeah. But of course now, if you see that all very negatively, and you see that as something where there's a lot of pressure and negative thinking, and then you see the press conference as a torture, then yes, it's quite difficult.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Also, the engine makes it really tough at the press conference because you come in with this approach that everyone knows more about the game than you do, while in the past that was not the case.
Yes, and also the engine basically only points out, you only look at mistakes. Yeah? So let's say there is a game of 50 moves and there's one blunder. There is no 49 moments of praise, yeah? There's only one moment of blaming you for the blunder.
Yeah.
That's also the nature of chess a bit. It's rough.
True.
Oh wow, there's a different decision, not rook b2, rook c1 played.
Rook c1.
But this just felt like you're allowing the pawn to move forward. Does that get too weak after b2?
Well, I think the main point was rook b2 was running into these forks, right, like this. So now with rook c1, that's no longer the case. So queen d7 no longer as strong as it was on rook b2, perhaps. Just a thought.
I think maybe what's even more than that, Sagar, like if you think about it, because I think position is not so concrete, yeah, actually, in some sense. Maybe in general, the rook on b2, if you look at that rook, you cannot even activate it on the next move. It's completely stuck. It cannot go anywhere. It's a terrible rook. And so delegating the job of blockading the b pawn to the rook, maybe not ideal because rook is so powerful. Maybe better to delegate the job to the bishop.
But what if
So he's trying to block the pawn with the bishop.
black doesn't allow you the maneuver of getting your bishop to that square? Can we take a look at what happens if you do go b2? It looks like you're about to lose it, but concretely, what's wrong with this move?
Yeah, now how do you save
Yeah,
the
rook
pawn?
d1.
Yes, and can I... So queen d5, you go queen c3.
You want this check, yeah, maybe queen b4.
So b2 would be a
Queen
bad
e4
move
check
now.
also always.
Yeah, this is not great to play b2. Perhaps something else here.
Yeah, it's a case of like a threat is stronger than the execution, yeah?
But like you said, once white's bishop gets to b2, it just feels like actually a really nicely placed piece. And I think b2 is the first move that comes to all of our minds. So important to understand that you don't always push it quickly.
Yeah.
Queen d5 is the most obvious
yes,
move.
Queen d5 is the best here, Anish.
It's the most obvious move. Now, nice thing is that after bishop b4, I'm winning with a nice little intermezzo b2 and rook knight c4 check.
Very nice.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow. Because if now queen takes queen, you take the rook with a check, and if the rook moves, there is a fork, and you lose the queen. Amazing.
Could also make a bishop and give a check.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen b4 maybe is the most
Yeah, queen
normal
b4.
move.
Also threatening a check here. I don't know if that is what you want, because that might be a draw.
Sagar, this is a part two of the dance. Bishop g6.
Oh gosh, he's found another repetition.
She knows it's coming. Queen d4. So I'm so happy. Queen g2. Queen f2.
These are also
Queen
the
d5.
exact same square.
Queen d4.
Oh god.
And then Gukesh continues with
Oh,
queen
you're-
8.
Queen a8. Queen a8. Yes. No, the black is actually still black still is better.
Crazy.
Yeah, this would be amazing if this happens. It's quite possible, by the way. Queen d5 is...
Very likely. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, it's very likely we had that.
Very
Yes,
likely.
Queen d5
Also
very
nice
likely.
it's nice power play. For Gukesh to once again feel who is the boss.
Yeah, twice in the same game.
In one game, yeah. Why, Harshil Vyas has sent a huge super chat saying, I would not have followed the match but for this amazing panel. It's so much fun to watch with you folks. Feels like I'm watching the match with bunch of my friends, explaining complex subject while having a blast.
That's
Nice
so
one.
sweet.
We're actually having a lot of fun doing this.
Yeah, a lot of fun. In fact, we had Samir who came here, and when he sat down to commentate, he was like, I thought here there would be a lot of sheets, what to speak, what not. And there was food, forks, ice cream, party poppers. So,
Well, now you know exactly what happens.
Anish, we are actually missing you in Mumbai, you know, some
No, but
point.
it's, I'm not getting the good part of the deal. I have to work. I don't get the food. Yeah, online. It's not the same.
Sagar, you were offering the flights, no? I remember.
Yes, I mean, of course, Anish, I know is very busy back home, so also he just... No, I mean, come on.
It's a different show, Sagar, not this one.
Well, Anish, Sagar knows a lot about your schedule.
No, I mean, not that way. He must be busy. And also, he just went and played in the Bundesliga recently.
Oh.
He's just back. I don't know if you are playing anything before World Rapid and Blitz, Anish.
Yeah, it's true, Sagar. Now that I think of it, probably it's not worth it for me to fly all the way to Mumbai just to have some ice cream with you there.
Anish, nicely saved Sagar there.
Yeah, no, I think I will play. World Rapid and Blitz is the big thing on the calendar of many players now, including I think Probably Gukesh. Yeah, Gukesh probably coming as well.
Yeah, Gukesh.
What status?
I just got to know today that he has confirmed his entry to the World Rapid and Blitz. So yeah, Gukesh,
Nice,
irrespective of
nice.
winning or losing, wants to play there. But yeah, maybe he could
Ding
also.
should also.
Ding's name was not there in the chess results link.
Maybe we should propose him that. Maybe it would be fun for Ding to play as well. Yeah.
Actually, Ding has never played World Rapid and Blitz, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like Wesley
strange,
So is
yes.
making his debut this time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there are many players who are playing here because it's in US.
You know, you mentioned this
Yeah,
earlier
wow.
that this match, it's got so many. I mean, what a time to be in the chess world, yeah? You get all these recaps from the biggest stars.
Yeah.
Magnus is doing it, you're doing it. I think my question, Anish, here is that if there was a world recap championship, who's finishing in top 3? I'll give you 3.
And can he choose himself?
It's open, it's an open event.
Oh, okay.
I just want his opinion.
Wow, World Recap Championship. Let me think. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. No, you have to give Magnus.
Look at Anish, yeah, like so much more interested than the position on the.
No, but I already saw my repetition, 25, 22, so I lost interest.
Yeah, the
No, I
game's
think
already
25. I
finished.
don't see why he's thinking. It's a nice move. No, what else he thinking? Okay, Bishop H5 maybe is a move. Then Queen B4. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there is no like knight. You know, like knight takes D3 is not really working. It's almost working, but it's not quite working.
Because the king hides on
escaped
C3.
to C3.
Yeah.
Yes. You lost the dark square control, so only you have light squares. So you don't have the tactic. So I think Bishop H5 is just waste of a move. Queen H3 maybe? Yeah, maybe
Oh,
Queen
by the way,
H3?
move on the board.
No,
Queen
D5.
D5 played.
D5 played.
Let's go.
So before that move was played, the way Ding was watching Gukesh was amazing. I was very amused by that. Yeah. He was just straight up giving him that death stare.
Wow.
Well, I think the death stare was like, please repeat again.
It's a draw stare.
death stare. Yes.
Yeah, Anish, we can go back to that question that Tanya asked, no?
But
Oh.
just before he answers it himself, I also want to open it to chat because I want to hear their opinion as well. But Anish, yeah, top 3 World Recap Championship.
Yeah, no, I think let's say the Magnus, he's getting uploaded the most late. But it, of course, you know, he's the strongest panelist, the most experienced also, played World Championship matches. And also there is some exclusivity, which is important. So he does it very rarely. So that's why when he does it, you should watch, yeah? So we'll place him as number 1 for now. Also because, you know, he likes to win everything, so he needs it. Otherwise, he'll be very upset. So we'll give him number 1. He's like these kids, you know, you have to sometimes lose to them, so they're happy. It's this kind.
Second place.
We'll put Hikaru out of top 3 for many reasons.
Oh.
Shots fired.
Bold move there.
First of all, there is zero exclusivity. He recaps even Levy's own games when he plays them. He is like, no, she recaps anything. Any day, anything you want. You know, if you guys will now make the Habitat Championship right now, he'll recap that.
Let's go.
As long
It's
as
a
you
great
promise him
idea.
some views. Yeah, great idea, and he'll do a recap. So Hikaru will be number 4.
Oh, interesting. Who's on 2 and 3 now?
Okay.
Anish is
I
torn.
will put Fabiano and myself in 2 and 3. And I'll take the second place because I have better sound quality.
And also speed.
Anish,
Yeah, no, for sure. But he's more exclusive though.
There's a name missing from that list though, I think.
Who I forgot?
There's a big YouTuber, I think, whose name you missed out probably.
Levy.
You mean Levy or?
Yeah.
No, but Levy, he's like Hikaru. There is zero exclusivity, yeah? I mean, he's gonna do against the Elo on the rest day. I mean, what the hell, yeah?
So your tier list is Magnus, you, Fabi, Hikaru.
Yeah.
Hikaru is not on the podium.
And exclusivity is very important for Anish. Like, if let's say someone who's never done it does it, then maybe he comes up really high. Yes. I mean, a good player. I'm not saying.
Oh, move by the way, Queen B4 played.
Yeah, no, Bishop G6 will come.
Creating
Queen
threats.
D4 will come.
So, just a question here. Like, let's say, for example, Gukesh makes a move like H5, and Queen E4. This would be a draw, right?
There is B2 Bishop A2. That's why it's a draw.
Yes,
Otherwise,
it's
you'll be suffering.
directly a draw.
B2 Bishop A2, Knight C4.
Yes, and the rook falls, an opposite color bishop.
Oh, otherwise, like if that tactic wasn't there, then white can press here. Clearly.
I think white would press. Yeah, I think it would be a lot of suffering. I think maybe you can still try and hold this, but it's a lot of suffering.
Sagar?
Yeah, B2, rook B1, bishop A2 takes, check, and you win the rook and a draw.
Very nice.
So Queen B4, and Anish is predicting bishop G6 to prevent this check and trade of queens.
Also some threats
Well,
of
actually, you could
sacrifice.
try and force the draw if you want with Queen G2, but I don't think he wants to do that. So Queen G2 forcing Queen E4, or allowing Queen E4, and then making the draw.
Ah, okay.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
Sorry, Queen A8 here. Queen A2. So Anish, the another move suggestion here, Queen A8.
Yeah, but there's no point to all these moves. I mean, they allow a draw with Queen E4. They're all the same. Queen G2, Queen A8. You allow a draw, yeah. Ding will take the draw. It's fine. You can do this. It's a draw.
This is a draw.
No, the bishop G6 is the only way.
And so
also you don't
Gukesh
risk.
will go bishop G6. I think he wants
sorry,
to
Rook
fight.
C3. What about Rook C3?
Bishop G6, Rook C3.
Rook C3.
What about this position, Anish? Queen G2. You pick up the B3 pawn. I take the H2 pawn, and we continue
Bishop
the
H5
fight.
also. Didn't you have Bishop H5 after Queen B3?
Bishop H5, Queen D1.
Yeah, and now you can pick up. Yeah, no, it looks. Yeah, this is interesting position. But it's a pity to have lost B pawn. But yeah, you have still.
You have some
still
attack.
compensation. Yeah, yeah. Very little risk for black.
Wow.
Yes, this looks nice. So how did it happen? It was Bishop G6, Rook C3, yeah?
By the way, guys, Queen G2
Oh, no,
on the board.
No, it's a draw. Yeah,
Queen
no, it's a
G2.
draw offer.
Oh, it's a draw offer.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, because Queen E4, we get that line immediately.
Yes. And guys, Ding can fight on if he wants to with, say, something like Bishop D6.
You know, this is the first time he's taken
He's
that.
calmed down. He's like,
calmed down.
draw is in my hand now.
Yeah.
He knows it.
Yes.
Yes. You can suddenly see the shift in his demeanor.
Yeah, he's very relieved.
Yes.
Very relieved.
And he's going to go for this, right? Queen E4, even
Yeah, for sure.
he's going to go for it.
Anish,
He
how
should
shocked
also.
would you be if he plays Bishop D6 here?
No. 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 I don't want to even talk about it.
So bad.
There is Bishop H5, no? Also after Bishop D6.
Yeah,
But then maybe Queen E4, because you don't have that idea.
Yeah, no, but then Knight C4 is there in the end.
Right.
Yeah, but then you take Queen E2, King C3, Queen E5, King
Yeah,
B3.
actually white is safe here probably also.
Bishop F7, Rook C4 or what?
King
And
C2 maybe
King
just.
A3. And then you are pressing, some a little bit as white. But
Yeah,
Ding-
actually Bishop D6 he blundered.
Who? Gukesh.
Gukesh missed Bishop D6, I think.
No, but I don't think Ding will go for it.
No.
So
But
can
he
we
actually
just
could, yeah. I mean, not him, but somebody else in his position could do this, yeah.
Can we put this into context why this is an immediate draw and why Ding has this moment to finish the game off right now, Sagar? If you just show that line one more time. Because it's so
Yes.
forcing.
The line is check. If you move the king, you lose the queen. So you have to take B2. You are threatening now Bishop A2 and queen. So you have to play Rook B1. Then I go and attack you. You have to take the pawn. I then give you a check. You come up, I take. And even though white is a pawn up, it's opposite colored bishops and it's a draw.
Yeah, looking at Ding, it's the most relaxed he's looked.
I feel
He's
if
going-
Ding continues, it'll be epic.
Yes.
It'll be too epic to even handle.
But I don't see that happening.
I may even pop the party popper here if he continues here.
Pop to hone wala nahi hai, so I don't know.
But guys, so bishop g6, yeah? I want to know. So why didn't he do bishop g6? It must be rook c3, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Because bishop g6 was like, I would bet on bishop g6 actually.
It's a good question for the press conference, yes?
Maybe bishop d4?
On this panel, we only bet homes and things like that. So would you bet your house on it is the question.
Yeah, but now I take and take on b3. This is fine. So was that the reason maybe? Maybe this is the reason. Bishop d4 maybe, yeah?
Right, because every other move here lands you in big trouble, right? Like if you move your
Yeah,
knight
yeah.
away.
So he couldn't play for a win anyway. That was his thinking.
Ding is thinking, what are the
Yeah.
chances? He's not immediately playing queen e4.
Guys,
Because
what do you
it's
think
like
here?
when you have already your prey and you're just enjoying it. You're like, I already caught you. Now I'm just savoring the moment.
It's not like a prey, Anish, right? It's like they are going to just sit down and have a nice meal together kind of a thing. Because it will be a draw.
Yeah, but still, it's all relative. The relief is gonna be short-lived for Ding because tomorrow another fight coming. So this relief is short-lived. He should enjoy the moment now, but tomorrow back to fighting.
How did you like Gukesh's opening ideas with rook e1 yesterday and f6 today?
Queen e4
Yeah,
on the
I
board.
mean-
Draw incoming.
Yeah, draw.
It takes.
Should we?
Yeah,
Full
maybe we
screen?
can we go full screen on the player cams because this is going to end.
It's the line that we already looked at on the board, and it's happening. Bishop a2.
Okay, guys, I have to do my recap, so I have to be
Yes.
fast.
Oh yes, yes.
Bye-bye.
Anish, see you. Bye. Thank you so
Thank
much
you,
for
Anish.
coming, guys. A
Thank you,
huge
Anish.
round of applause for
Thank you,
Anish. And
Thank you so
please go and check out Anish's recaps on YouTube, the fastest ones out there. Also number 2 in the tier
world.
list.
And don't forget to follow him on X.
I think he's already left.
And a draw.
Yeah,
Oh, Anish. Oh,
He's already
Anish left. Wow, with a smile here. A draw has happened. Guys, what a finish today. We thought that at some point Gukesh would win. Then at some point we thought Gukesh is in big trouble. And then finally a draw. Whew.
Yeah, I felt all kinds of variety of emotions watching this being played out, and it just shows how difficult this match is. 8 games over, 4 apiece for the players. Balraj still struggling, and it's done.
Balraj bhai, ye khana.
Very, very exciting way to reach a draw, guys. That's all I want to say.
Yes, and the party popper worked as well. So, but the match remains level, and the tension's building up because now, how many games?
6 games to go.
6 games to go. Gukesh will be back with the white pieces tomorrow.
What do you think?
What are we expecting?
I still am vying for a very strong game tomorrow. I want definitely before we go into the next rest day, Gukesh to be winning. I can't imagine another draw tomorrow, guys. I'm just tired of seeing what's happening. All of this stress going in, all of this energy going in, and at the end of the day, both the players leveling it out. Hats off to both of the players for playing so well, guys. Hats off. You know, like both of them trying their best to reach a certain conclusion, and at the end of the day, just things leveling out just goes to prove how good they are.
Who walks out happier tomorrow after this draw?
Ding, definitely, yeah. I think after b5, Gukesh surely felt he was better. But Ding again saved it. Like yesterday, he's so tenacious actually, Ding. I mean, we have been not, I think tenacity is perhaps his biggest skill right now that he has.
Fantastic resilience, and I think it comes down to that moment when Gukesh could have posed massive problems with b4 when he got back with that bishop, missing that one queen move, and the moment Ding had that opportunity, he kept it under control. We've been seeing this narrative being played out game after game, right? And today as well, Gukesh will go into that press conference thinking that for the second time in a row, I feel like I've messed up a big chance.
Yeah, interesting again. How will Gukesh be at the press conference? Yesterday, he took it very positively in spite of having missed the win. But today, maybe, yeah, I'm very curious. So, should we just take a very short break and come back for the press conference?
Yep. Let's go.
Let's do that.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much, much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-week free trial and 50% off, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now just minutes away from the press conference of round 8. Many interesting questions we have on our mind, which we are going to send over perhaps there. But any questions that you have? I think one nice question we got was to ask Ding if he's playing the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz. Gukesh is, and also to ask Gukesh if we saw his name. So that could be one. But about this game?
Not about the game, but maybe the World Recap Championship. Who wins according to them?
I don't think they're watching it.
I don't think they watch. I don't think they want to think about other people's opinion at this point, because that can affect your mindset. Listening to Magnus say everything that he said, or any of these top players. So I'm totally with you.
But it's a great question because their reaction would be great. Like, for example, once Magnus was asked, what do you have to say about XYZ person saying this? And he said, I literally don't care. Or something, you know, the response will become like a
maybe
short worthy.
Maybe once the World Championship is over, on the last day we can ask them this question.
I mean, not to ask them this question, but I wanted to understand from you guys, how does the prep change for the 9th game now that there are 8 games which have gone and where the scores are level, the scores are tied? How does prep change for both of them?
I think Gukesh will continue doing the same that he's doing. Surprise Ding, because it is worked for him. He's got 2 winning positions. So I don't think Gukesh has to change much. He just has to convert good positions. That's my thought.
Any chance of 1 E4 tomorrow? Any chance of 1 E4?
I think there's a big chance of that.
French
because,
again.
Yes, because they're clear that Team Ding has come with French, and it's an opening where you can find a little idea. That's going to be the big question, right? Because we've seen this amazing opening preparation by Gukesh. He's surprising Ding early on today, this F6, yesterday, Rook to E1, very early on in the game. So with the white pieces, I'm expecting the camp to come up with one more shocker tomorrow.
Right. By the way, we have to turn the scorecard today.
Yes, who's gonna do it?
Maybe we can ask someone from our viewers. Anyone would like to
I think somebody
join?
had a great suggestion for one move. I remember. I don't know which move it was.
Yes, someone had given a great suggestion.
The gentleman in the shirt.
Gukesh needs to play Danish Gambit. That may
was
be not the
greatest
great
suggestion.
suggestion because
But there is a one kind of if e4 d4 sorry e4 d5 then d4
yes.
then
so you are basically giving an idea to Gukesh.
Yes, sir.
For tomorrow. Can we do it after this stream? Then maybe we
show
can
it on the board as
Yes,
well.
yes, yes, yes.
So perhaps let's do this first.
You remember there was somebody who suggested that tactical line of bishop takes pawn and calculated it all the way through. I don't know if they're still present here. Maybe we can ask them.
Was you the one? Yes, please come. And you can shift the scorecard here from 3.5 to 4-4.
Let's go.
What's your name? Rushil, yeah, big hand to Rushil. Aajao.
4 each. Oh, it's getting very, very close now, yeah?
Yeah, there is actually nothing to choose between the two players. Although I must say that Gukesh is looking stronger. Every day, it just feels like he's striking. Ding is not falling. But one strike and maybe it'll work. No?
It's absolutely fencing at its best right now. That's what's happening.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Where he's poking from everywhere, but the opponent
Fans
is
are
going
at the
back
edges of
and
their
we're going to
seats,
Singapore.
and seconds are having heart attacks, and I'm losing hair from my head watching these games. I have a question for the players. I'll start with the world champion. You have had some incredible games, and very few people in history can speak to the pressure cooker that players are under when they're playing in a world championship match. How does today's game reflect the growing intensity that this match is providing and the kind of maybe internal pressure you're feeling as your opponent and you are playing games that are just absolutely mind-bending?
Well, as in the last World Championship match, there are a lot of ups and downs. There are not so many perfect games, and in last World Championship, only also one game there, he's winning at some point, and then suddenly I'm winning in the end. So, but today during the game, I didn't realize I was winning at some point. Yeah, I think he missed some important details. Let me get back to the game. Before that, he would totally outplay me again. And actually, I didn't feel so much nervous during the game. I just feel uncomfortable out of the opening.
Before we get to actual moves, I'd like to ask the challenger, how is it that you're turning down draws in positions where, again, your seconds must be thinking, why doesn't he just take the draw and leave? And you're just continuing to play positions that look like potentially you would risk losing.
Yeah, actually, this position where I didn't repeat, I didn't think I was in much danger. So, I mean, I always thought with this weak king and my strong pawn on b3, I should have play. I thought maybe even I might have some chances, but okay. Yeah, it was just a misjudgment of the position.
If we can get to just a few moves, we could analyze this for hours. Obviously, the game was so fascinating. But at one point, the move f6 seemed to give you pause. Was it a surprise to you?
I want to play something like b4 to create space on the queen side. Maybe already mistake. I don't know. Like this. d5 maybe queen c2. Gain some space on the queen side, but in the end I decided to play nature move castle.
You played this move F6. Many players, many people in the VIP room, including one of your mentors, Anand, said he was quite shocked by this move and surprised, wondering if it had ever happened before. Is it something that you had, well, it looks like something you had deeply prepared. Can you tell us anything about this move?
Yeah, I mean, it was part of my preparation, and I would like to also mention, my team. They have been doing a great job, not only Gayu, but my other team members as well, and we managed to surprise them in the opening. So, doing a great job. I'd like to thank my team so far, and hopefully more such interesting ideas will come.
I'll continue in that vein. Later in the game, it seemed they had a fantastic position. You even took a pawn on A2, which seemed like maybe even a winning move. But just a second later, you chose to play your knight on D7 to C5 instead of, sorry, your knight from A6 to C5 instead of the knight from D7 to C5, which looked like a very powerful move. Did you consider that move, and what was the minus in your mind? Why you didn't play it?
Yeah, actually, this knight D5 move just looked weird to me. So I was mainly considering knight C5, and I thought what I did in the game must be winning. But clearly he has, I guess with the knight on D7, he always has some tricks with bishop H3, and I need to watch out for the unpleasant pin. Yeah, I just didn't realize knight D5 was that strong. I mean, it was also based on the fact that I missed queen E1 instead of in the next move, knight C5, rook C1. I mean, I thought queen D2, B4 is just winning for me, but I just missed queen E1.
Queen E1.
Yeah.
Was it because of knight takes?
Knight D3, queen C3, yeah. And it was actually very impressive that my opponent found this queen E1 so quickly. So yeah, great defense by him.
Did you spot this knight D5 in this position as a serious move? Once he played the other knight, you seemed to just be on autopilot, playing all your moves pretty instantly. Very strong moves at that. But had you noticed this other idea of playing this knight to this square, which would have...
Just when I was calculating knight D5, he played knight A5.
I go rook C1. Queen C2. The same position with the knight on C5.
Yeah, it looks like your pawns are moving. Even if you lost this piece, these pawns...
Not so sure, actually.
It looks like a very strong pin along these lines, and which it is, but it's hard for white to exploit anything here.
Yeah, just a very tricky position.
Then the game turned quite dramatically, and suddenly you were winning an exchange. Did you feel that now, when you were winning the exchange, you had some winning chances, or it looked like it was always going to be on balance?
Did I miss some win here? Knight E1, but if you just go bishop F7.
Yeah, bishop F4, tricky and strange move. Sort of weird computer moves that seem to apply pressure.
Oh, take and go back. Finally grab the piece. I thought here he can play B4.
Yeah, but bishop F4. D5.
Bishop E3 is coming after rook C8. So did you have the feeling you might be winning and you missed something, or did you feel like you were just moving and going with the flow? Chilling, if you will.
I'm just trying to develop my pieces and to see what happens.
Did you feel like you were busted? Like when suddenly the game completely turned around and you were defending, you had to start finding some only moves almost. Did you feel like you were in trouble or that the game was still within bounds?
I mean, I kind of felt that I lost control, but I never thought I was losing because I mean, it's just a very concrete position. You either see the trick or not, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I saw this position which happened in the game with knight c6, take bishop c5, and I thought, okay, probably all my advantage is gone. But I mean, in the next few months, yeah, I probably thought all my advantage is gone, but I did not think it was even bad for me. Yeah, probably after. Yeah, now that I see the position, it's quite obvious, but during the game it was not.
Someone, I think it was my client, asked me, you're a half full kind of guy, glass half full,
Yeah.
optimistic. Was this another case of your optimism, or are you generally just fearless? Because a lot of players would have just taken a draw, especially later on here. It just seemed to make sense to just repeat, and you
Yeah.
decided maybe I'll have a chance to win, and you still kept playing.
Yeah, as I said, I didn't think it was like I was in a lot of danger. So, I mean, obviously, if I knew the position was bad, I would have taken the draw. Yeah.
All right. Well, those are my questions. May I invite the press to come and ask their questions. Please line up at the microphone. Restrict your questions to just one at a time, please. We may have a chance to recycle.
Abhidaya from ChessBase India. My question is to Gukesh. Did you think you were better after you played b5?
Yeah, I thought I was much better, probably close to winning. Yeah, since my opponent also played rook b1, b5 just looked like a very, very strong move. And yeah, probably I was better, but yes, soon he found this bishop b2, bishop d4, and the position got very tricky. I had to be very precise, which I did not.
Just a little follow-up, like what were your thoughts when he played bishop to d4? Did you think which knight to put on, like c5?
Yeah, I thought knight c5. I mean, I was mainly thinking knight a c5, which I played in the game, but basically I missed his queen e1 resource. So I thought what I played was winning, but yeah, I missed queen e1. If I had seen queen e1, maybe I would have spent more time in knight dc5. But I still I'm not very sure. I think the position still has some tricks, but yeah, probably knight c5. The knight dc5 was better.
Yes, just last question off the chess. Today, the World Rapid and Blitz 2024, the players list came out. We did see Gukesh in there. Question to both the players. Gukesh, I think you'll be playing that, and also Ding, are you considering playing in New York?
I don't know. I didn't think much about it, but probably after the match I'll think.
Will you be playing in New York?
Thank you.
Mike Klein with chess.com. Just want to thank the players for the last 48 hours of chess. It's been great on our end. My question is for the world champion, Ding Liren. When you gave away the A pawn pretty much right away, you got a lot of praise on the chess.com commentary from Daniel Naroditsky and Peter Lecco that you gave yourself the best practical chance. So I'm curious if you thought giving away the A pawn was objectively the best move, or if you thought it was just the hardest path for Gukesh to prove an advantage.
Well, it's based on miscalculation. I mean, he can cover the queen with knight c5, both knights. I only thought queen c6, and I have rook a1. B4, queen d2, or something like this. I have great compensation. I thought he cannot take the pawn, then I think it's the best way to activate my pieces.
Okay, thanks for that.
வாசுதேவன் தரன்சியா மற்றும் ட்ரினிட்டி மிரர் திரு குகேஷ் அவர்களுக்கு இந்த கேள்வி. முதல்ல என்னுடைய பாராட்டுகள் என்னென்னா, முதலேருந்து கடைசி வரைக்கும் வந்து ஒரு த்ரில்லை வந்து விடாமல் மெயின்டைன் பண்ணுறீங்க. ஒரு ஹிச்காக் படம் மாதிரி வந்து எல்லாரையும் வந்து ஒரு டோஸில் வச்சிட்ருக்கீங்க, அதுக்கு பாராட்டுகள். அதே சமயத்தில் வந்து அதில் இருக்கிற டேஞ்சர், அது ஒரு பாயிண்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா உங்களோட 41வது மூவ் வந்து குவீன் G2 அப்படி சொன்னால் அது வந்து 3-fold ரெப்படிஷன் வர வாய்ப்பு இருந்தது. ஈவன் மௌரிஷ் ஆஸ்லி சார் கூட கொஞ்சம் வெளியே ஓடி வந்துட்டார், ஏன்னா முடிய போகுது நம்ம ஒர்க்கை ஆரம்பிக்கணும்னு. ஆனால் நீங்கள் கொஞ்சம் நேரம் யோசிச்சுட்டு குவீன் A2ன்னு வச்சுட்டீங்க. அதை பற்றி சில வார்த்தைகள் சொல்ல முடியுமா?
அந்த பொசிஷனில் நான் லைக் அட்லீஸ்ட் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் என்னோட அட்வான்டேஜ் போயிடுச்சுன்னு எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சது. பட் அந்த பொசிஷன் எனக்கு லைக் லூசிங்காக இருக்கும்னு நான் நினைக்கல. மேபி ஏன்னா ஸ்டார்ட்லேருந்தே ப்ரெஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்ததுனால மேபி அது லூசிங்காக இருக்க வாய்ப்பு இல்லைன்னு நினச்சேன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். பட் அந்த பொசிஷன் குவீன் G2 objectively best no, but I like queen A2 rook C2 queen E6 எனக்கு இப்போ B3 வருது, ஓப்பனண்டோட கிங் கொஞ்சம் வீக்காக இருக்குன்னு பார்த்தேன். ஸோ எதுவும் அட்வான்டேஜ் இல்லைனாலும் கொஞ்ச நேரம் ப்ரெஸ் பண்ணலான்னு நினச்சேன். ஐ மீன் ஒபியஸ்லி மைனஸ்ன்னு தெரிஞ்சிருந்தா ரன் ட்ரா எடுத்திருப்பேன்.
The question was, I had mentioned about when queen G2 was objectively best, and even I found that Maurice Ashley was running towards the conference room getting ready, and then suddenly the challenger thought for some more time and made queen A2. So as you had earlier said that he is fearless, I was just about checking on that. அதே மாதிரி அப்ஜெக்டிவாக பார்க்கும்போது குவீன் G2 வந்து நமக்கு நல்ல மூவ் அப்படின்னா அதை விட்டுட்டு வச்சுருந்தோம்னா ஒரு -1ன்ற போகக்கூடிய சான்சஸும் இருந்தது இல்லையா? அதை யோசிச்சிங்களா கொஞ்சம்?
எனக்கு -1 மாதிரி இருக்கும்னு எனக்கு தோணலை ஆக்சுவலாக. பட் ஓகே.
இல்லை, அந்த ரிஸ்க்கு தேவையில்லை அப்படின்னு தோணிச்சா உங்களுக்கு?
அந்த மோமெண்ட்டில் அந்த ரிஸ்க்கு எனக்கு ஓகேன்னு தான் தோணுச்சு.
ஆனால் அதே நேரத்தில் அந்த ஃபேன் ஜோனில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் குவீன் A2 வச்சோன்னே ஒரு பெரிய கிளாப் இருந்தது. அதாவது அவர் ட்ராவை விட்டுட்டு விளையாடுறாரு, ஜெயிக்க விளையாடுறாரு சொல்லிட்டு. ஸோ வாட் ஐ ஹேட் மென்ஷன்ட் இஸ் தட் in the fan zone when he played finally queen A2, there was a huge round of applause that he sidestepped a draw and went on to play for a win. Thank you.
Yes, I was actually all the way here when you finally played queen A2, and I had to go back all the way. So that did surprise me as well. May I ask, there's a lot of obvious interest in this game. May I ask the press that you just restrict yourself to one go-around, because there's such a long line and the players are going to need to have dinner and get some rest, because tomorrow is yet another game. Thanks.
Shali is asking on behalf of FIDE social media followers for both of you. Gukesh, we've seen you here with your dad. Ding, you have quite a few family members. So my question is, how is your family supporting you in this journey?
Yeah, as usual, I'm here with my dad and Gayo. Yeah, my dad pretty much takes care of everything other than chess, so that I can focus fully on my job, and my mom is also supporting me in her own way back from home. Yeah, all my family, friends, my team, they're doing a great job, and I'm really thankful to them. Yeah.
Mother accompany me as usual, and yeah, she wake me up, and she sometimes provide food for me, so she's doing her job.
Hello, I'm Katarina from the German Chess Federation, and my question is to Ding. With the time management, we've seen kind of the same pattern as yesterday. When you were really low on time, you managed to play really good moves. When you look at your games, do you want to change anything with your time management, or were you happy during the game when you were so low on time? Yeah.
It's hard to say if I can play the quality as in the time trouble. I prefer to stay in low on time.
Hello, I'm Nemo on behalf of the Singaporean Chess Federation, and this question will be for both, but I'm going to ask Ding Liren first. So, 这个问题是给你们两位，但我先用中文问一下丁立人。要是你必须跟 Gukesh 一起去一个，你会选哪一个和为什么？冒险水上公园、环球影城、海洋馆。And please feel free to answer in English or Mandarin. Oh, sorry, I didn't ask in English, my bad. This question is for both of you, but if you absolutely had to visit one of the following with your opponent, which one would you choose and why? The Adventure Water Cove, Universal Studios, or the Aquarium?
没什么区别，都是那个，都是儿童乐园。
Ding says that there's not much of a difference, and all of them are for kids. So same question for Gukesh. If you had to choose one of the following, which one? Adventure Water Cove, Universal Studios, or the Aquarium? With Ding.
None. Yeah.
No. Okay, thank you.
Maybe it should be an ice cream factory. So, Maria, Photo Chess Kick Channel, I'm revisiting my yesterday question because I think we need the help of Nemo, kindly agreed to translate. Liren, do you have a feeling that in the last two games, your calculation in time pressure improved and you intuitively make much better moves quicker than in the first few games? And if you have that feeling, do you think there is an explanation to that? Thank you. And you can reply in either English or Mandarin.
你觉得这两盘棋，第六盘和第七盘，你是不是时间上稍微好用一些？你的步子是不是来得快一些，比你前面的六盘棋？你可以用英文或者中文，谢谢。
对，第三盘在时间紧张的情况下，我有几个严重的漏算，让他的局面能够很好的发展。然后这盘棋可能我的局面比较好下吧，然后我就走了比较自然的走法，但也并不是最精确的，我可能走得更好，能有优势。然后还是会犯一些错误吧。
Ding says that in round 3, he feel like he struggled a little bit with the moves, but in the more recent games, he's felt like he's played a little bit smoother, but not certainly to perfection, and he's working on making the best moves.
Next question.
Matthew Griffin, The Saturday Paper, Australia. This question's to Gukesh. I'm just interested, I'm sure you must have really mentally prepared for the experience of, or the intensity of the World Championship. Now that we're more than halfway through, is there anything particularly that's been surprising in terms of the experience that, not the games themselves, but just the experience of playing under such an intense environment?
Yeah, obviously for the World Championship, one of the main things that I focused on was mental preparation, and since I'm working with Paddy, we discussed a lot about this, and we prepared as well as we could. I guess the difference is that, like, firstly, this is a one-on-one match, which it's not very usual in just such a long match, especially. And also, obviously, there is a lot more at stake in this tournament than any other tournament. So, I guess there are more nerves and more pressure. But other than that, it's still a interesting match against a lot of interesting games against a very strong opponent.
Question is for Gukesh. As somebody, till the age of 12, 13, you were completely raced without the engine. Just on that line, how has that helped you in the last 2.5 weeks? You don't need to go into specifics, but is there any move that you've just made just because of the training that you've had as a child?
I guess it's yeah. I don't really think it makes a difference, especially in this match or anything like that. But in general, my style has been shaped in a certain way because of the work that I did before I started using computers. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, going into details, I guess, is too much. But yeah, I don't really see anything that has like been especially for this match or anything.
Hello, Abhinav from US Chess. I think the entire chess world can say that this is a fantastic game, and more uniquely, one of the first where we've seen both of you demonstrate some incredible resilience upon being surprised. Ding upon reacting to f6, and Gukesh, you upon reacting to queen e1. Without getting into the moves, can you describe a little bit about what is your thought process to find resilience or inner strength in these moments that you didn't expect? Or to put it more bluntly, how do you react to surprises?
Well, we need to find the best move in the worst position to stay in the game. And yesterday I run out of any ideas except f6 to have the threat rook d3. And today, queen e1 is the only way to create counterplays. Yeah, in worst position, we have to be patient and to wait for our chance.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, in this game it was a bit different because I did not think I was much worse. So, but yeah, in general, when you're worse, it's pretty much the same. You just try to make the best move and hold on for as long as possible, because generally the opponents make mistakes at some point. So yeah, I think that is the best way.
Thank you both.
I believe we have 2 more questions.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee. My question goes to both players, but I'll ask the world champion first. Now that we are more than halfway through the match, if you had to rate your own play so far, would you say that you're exceeding expectations, meeting expectations, or underperforming based on expectations? And if you could just elaborate on why you would say so.
It seems recently every time I play a match, no matter online or over the board, it's a very tense match, and even if I win with a very small margin, so it was on my expectation.
My play so far has been, I mean, the first game was shaky, but yeah, especially the last few games, I think my play has been quite good. Just a couple of moments where I missed my chances, but overall I think I'm playing really well the last few games, and but yeah, there's still room for improvement, hopefully in the next games.
Okay, thank you very much.
I am Ajit Kumar from The Hindu. My question is to Gukesh. Gukesh, you faced quite a lot of different openings from Ding so far in this match. Which have there been ones that surprised you a bit more than the others?
Not really. I mean, like when you're preparing for a world championship, you try to, be as thorough as possible. So yeah, all the openings that we have played so far are good openings, and they are sound and solid openings. So it's nothing came as a huge surprise really. Um, but yeah, there has been some really interesting stuff going on, and I'm glad about it.
And Ding, have you been surprised by any of Gukesh's choice of openings here?
Yes, considering the time I used in the opening phrase, you can see fairly I'm surprised by the opening choice.
Thank you.
I have a very quick question for the players. As someone who has played in many tournaments myself, but never played for a World Championship match or came close to, are you, both players, I'll start with you, Ding, are you having fun?
Today, just out of the opening, it's kind of torture. But the first game was I enjoyed most of the parts.
Yeah, I mean, playing in the World Championship has been my childhood dream. So, in that sense, yeah, I'm here where I always wanted to be. In that sense, I'm really happy and I'm enjoying the moment. But obviously, there is the games are very tense, and obviously there is pressure. So, yeah, I guess a bit of both.
Thank you for your frank answers. That concludes the press conference. We have Game 9 tomorrow at the same time. It'll be the day before the rest day. Thanks, everyone, and have a great night.
Welcome back, everyone. After the press conference, a very interesting one. I think today's game, Gukesh did look quite relaxed somehow, I feel. He didn't really feel that he missed a big chance. I didn't see him disappointed as such. Ding was also looking quite fine. So maybe it's going to be a big fight tomorrow as well.
Yep, we are hitting the wall. We have hit it a couple of times now. So hopefully we'll see some cracks in the next games. And yeah, tomorrow white will be interesting.
Yes, and Gukesh started with the black pieces today, right? So getting that edge, even the ability to be able to push and making it difficult for his opponent, I think there is a psychological win in that. It started as a strategic battle, this one. Opening surprise, bishop pair advantage, outmaneuvering, and then suddenly turned into a tactical one. You know, a pawn gone, finding these very accurate lines. And in the end, the match remains deadlock going into round 9. Who will take the lead first?
You know, I actually love how all three of you all always give such a balanced outlook at the end of the day. I am just amused with one thing, and Anish had brought it up, you know, कि मतलब आप लोग 6 घंटा वहाँ पे दिमाग गर्म हो रहा है, आपका प्रोसेसर पूरा बर्नआउट हो रहा है, and then after that you go into this press conference. I mean, like it's not just a hurdle, it's more like आज दिन खत्म कर लो यार, मतलब मुझे कल भी खेलना है, कल बाद में आराम से बात करेंगे. क्या बोलते हो सागर भाई?
I think Balraj bhai, if let's say this commentary gets over and people come to you after that, I think you will stay back, right?
Of course.
Yes, so that answers key. But in your case, you will do it more out of your willingness. But there are player contracts already.
They're obliged.
And I think it's what they are earning out of this, the prize money and all. This is an integral part of it because it promotes the World Championship. It makes it reach to more outlets, more media houses. And sometimes one statement can be big enough, like what Gukesh said, I don't believe in anything, I believe in good moves. This becomes like the statement of the World Championship.
Yeah.
When Ding said, I haven't eaten ice cream yet
Yes.
in Singapore. So you can get these golden moments out of these press conferences. I was trying to recollect. I do remember this one press conference. It's the only one that comes to my mind when a player walked out. And it was in recent times and he was fined. He had had such a bad loss, something he wasn't used to in that game, and he was waiting for his opponent to arrive at the conference. He waited for a few minutes, And when the opponent didn't arrive, he said, I don't care about being fine. I have to take care of my mindset right now. He got up and left, and that was Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, I think was it against Karyakin?
Yes.
When he had lost? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you have to look after your mental health, right? I mean, at some point in time, of course, you have your obligations, but irrespective, I think that at the end of the day, if you are able to come back to the board and face that opponent again for a 9th time and again play your best game, give it all, I don't think there's anything better than that the world that is watching you could ask for.
Could be. By the way, Balraj bhai, do you know there was a match between Kasparov and Karpov where it went on for 48 games, 6 months.
What?
The World Championship. This was in 1984.
They had to stop the match.
They said, "Bhai, nahi ho, abhi aur nahi hoga."
Players मार हो गए थे.
They stopped it. It was first one to reach 6 wins. Karpov had reached 5 wins. Kasparov, I think, was on 0. Then he won 3.
I wish
when
I
it was 5-3, then Karpov said, "Bhai, bahut thoda zyada ho raha hai." Kasparov wanted to continue. The match was called off. So this one, in that respect, relatively small.
I wish I was the venue owner back then.
Paisa hi paisa. But, I think we got a question on the openings at the press conference, and Gukesh spoke about it, that the openings have been really interesting in the match so far. And tomorrow, he's got a white. Very few rounds remaining, very few whites remaining for Gukesh. He's managed to bring that ability to surprise his opponent with an idea, put pressure. Yesterday, a big opportunity missed. Today as well, getting this chance. Are we expecting something groundbreaking from Gukesh's camp tomorrow?
Yeah, something what he did yesterday and today. If that happens, it will be great. And I have a feeling that if he gets a better position tomorrow, chances of him converting are higher because he has been there now twice. And they'll be like, ab to karna hai. So, I have a feeling that this last 2 games, whatever it may be, has put Gukesh a little bit in the driver's seat because he got an advantage in both
But
games.
yeah, mental health, Ding has been suffering for the last year, but in the press conference, he's always smiling, he's cracking jokes. So he also feels like he's in a better place in that regard, yeah?
He's like, bhai, game khatam ho gayi.
Yeah, I
and
think
survived in a very resilient, resourceful way, right?
जीतने ही वाला था वो almost. He could have won today. So great game today. Mazedar.
He started with that line. You can't say defending without saying ding. You're going to end with the same line again.
Full circle.
And of course, one more day before we go into rest. So a lot more pressure there, right?
Yeah, kal ka din critical again, just like every day when the score is even. But ek jan agar jeet gaya, तो मजा ही आ जाएगा.
I think we say it's critical because also we've seen Ding with white has a very solid approach in the match so far. And often when he can, he's also kind of chosen to repeat positions. So it doesn't feel as terrifying. While Gukesh, when he's had the white pieces, he's really gone for it.
Yeah.
So I think that excitement, that anticipation ki bhai, what is he prepared for this big game adds to the fun.
By the way, one thing which today we missed out on and which we should definitely talk about is the gambit of the day. Because we did not, and I feel the move F6 in the opening. Bhai, board leke aa sakte. Oh wow, board is ready. Amazing. And I feel like this was the key moment here where Gukesh came up with a new move, which was F6.
Or maybe even B5, Sagar bhai. B5 could have been the ambit gambit.
Oh yes, it was a pawn sack. So F6 definitely one moment. And as Sahil bhai mentions, when Ding went Rook B1, it was also a very, very important moment here where he managed to push B5. And we would call this the ambit gambit of the day.
Yes, and we've got the graphic for that, but I think the real ambit gambit of the day was Anish saying that Hikaru's recap is at number 4.
Good one, Tania. So a big shout out to Ambit for supporting us. Also shout out to chess.com. Here they have an offer going on, which is the Black Friday offer. So you can use their membership for 7 days free, and then the next upgrade to premium is 50% off. They also have a very nice contest going on where you can get a signed chess set from Tania and myself, and there is already 15 winners in the last 3 days. If we can have that on our screen to show people that actually those who go premium do get it, and at least 15 people have gone premium.
But we haven't signed anything yet.
Yes, the boards will come, Tanya.
It will come. This will happen.
सागर भाई इतना मस्त सेटअप देके बोल रहे हैं जो हम लोग बोलते हैं वो एक्चुअली होता है. ताने बोले बोर्ड का है.
मतलब सिलेक्ट हो गए विनर, साइन तो कर लेंगे तान्या, and that will also be sent across. I'm sure that ChessCom team will handle this, and yeah, I think big shout out to Balraj bhai for being in the panel. I know how difficult it is to be here when the analysis goes super quick, but Balraj bhai, no matter what is happening, you are here, always trying to add value in terms of layouts or speaking with the director, communicating from here, asking the questions. Jo bhi, matlab, it's an amazing thing to have you. Thank you, Balraj bhai.
Thank you so much, Sagar bhai. It's an absolute pleasure being here as well and sitting with all of y'all. I don't think there's any better platform than this that y'all have created for viewing this game. It's an absolute enjoyable ride. You know, I never thought a game like this would always turn out to be a roller coaster every single day for the last 8 matches. Thank you.
Thank you, Balraj bhai. And of course, to our 2 amazing commentators, Tania and Sahil. I hope that you guys enjoyed this. बहुत ही मजा आया, guys. Thank you. It's so much fun. And of course, Red Bull here, who has been supporting us, and Nordwin Gaming, without whom we could not have produced this show. So this entire thing happens because of a lot of people coming together to do this for Indian chess, for Gukesh, for the World Championship match. We are enjoying ourselves. For supporting Gukesh, not for Gukesh, but supporting him and, you know, rooting for him. And there's one more name down there, you can see, Samay BM. Tomorrow he'll be here and it'll be a lot of fun. Samay bhai when he'll come. So guys, do check out the link in the description. The first one, it's for the tickets to Habitat. तो जो लोग already यहाँ पर है, कल भी आना. जो लोग यहाँ पे नहीं है, online देख रहे हैं, please do come tomorrow. And I think that's a wrap.
That is a wrap. We will see you tomorrow for Game 9 of the FIDE World Chess Championship. Let's go.
Bye-bye.
See you guys.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you just cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-week free trial and 50% off, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because ChessCom is best.